شاه به نام پهلوی، رها شویم ز یوغ بندگی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه، سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم، برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم. به خوب به پاک عاشقان که جاوی شاه شده صدای ما. در این گذار رنج و درد و آه، بخوان وطن به نام پادشاه، که با صدای شاه و نام تو جهان بلرزد از قیام تو. به نام شاه به نام پهلوی، وطن شود دوباره مینوی. شب سیاه ما ز نور شاه، سپید دم شود ز فر پادشاه. به نام شاه همه صدا شویم، برای میهنم من و تو ما شویم.
When you look at the crowds today, you have maybe 5,000-6,000 people here. On the streets yesterday, 1 million people, 1 million Iranians in the street for the Ayatollah Khomeini. Does that not give you concern? Does that not make you afraid?
Because they are afraid, yeah, that's right. And most of the people don't say anything because they are afraid. And they are in silence, you know, they don't say anything.
Is this the silent majority of Iran out here now?
Yes, that's right.
Do you want the Shah to return?
Yes, Shah, return to the country.
What about you, Why do you want the Shah? Why does she want the Shah?
میگه شاه رفتش ما بربخت شدیم دیگه، ریختن تو خونه ما مار با چوب و چماق اینا رو همه رو بیرون. ما شاه میخوایم، ما بیچاره این شادی کشتنش حلاله، کجای قرآن گفته؟
این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده.
ایرانیان آزادیخواه، فرزندان دلیر سرزمین پارس، با جدیت و عزم راسخ از شما می‌خواهم که قدرت جمعیتان را به نیروهای سرکوبگر نهاد جمهوری اسلامی و تمام دنیا نشان دهید. برخیزید و اتحادتان را به نمایش بگذارید تا تاریکی عقب نشیند. از شما آزادیخواهان می‌خواهم که در کنار هم و در یک روز و یک ساعت در سراسر ایران بزرگ قدرت جمعی خودتان را به صورت امن به نمایش بگذارید. نیروهای سرکوبگر توان مقابله با شما را در همه شهرها و خیابانها ندارند. به نیروهای مسلح ملی فرمان می‌دهم در خانه بمانید. در آن روز بزرگ که مردم قدرتشان را آشکار می‌کنند، از مقابله با برادران و خواهران ایرانی خودداری کنید. به یاد آورید که شما نگهبانان ملت هستید، نه ابزار سرکوب. کشورهای خارجی تنها برای پیشبرد اهداف خود عمل می‌کنند و نبایستی مسئولیت تغییر و جایگزینی حکومت را بر گردن بگیرند. این حرکت نهایی بر دوش شما مردم آزادیخواه خواهد بود. پیروزی نور بر تاریکی قطعی است. به نام ایران و به حکم رسالت تاریخی از شما می‌خواهم که به یاری ایران بیایید. افتخار شما در نگهبانی از تمامیت ارضی ایران و جان و مال ملت ایران است. برخیزید. آزادی شما در همبستگی و شجاعت شماست.
این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده
این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده
پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده
ملت عزیز ایران، هموطنان شجاعم، شما در 2 هفته گذشته به ویژه در 4 روز اخیر با تظاهرات میلیونی پایه‌های رژیم نامشروع جمهوری اسلامی را به لرزه درآورده اید. اینک با اتکا به پاسخ میلیونی شما به فراخوان‌های روزهای گذشته و با مشروعیت و مقبولیتی که از شما دریافت کرده‌ام، مرحله دیگری از خیزش ملی برای سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی و بازپسگیری ایران عزیز را اعلام می‌کنم. 1. در داخل ایران علاوه بر تسخیر و حفظ خیابان‌های مرکزی شهرها، تمام نهادها و دستگاه‌هایی که مسئول تبلیغات دروغین رژیم و قطع ارتباطات هستند، اهداف مشروع به حساب می‌آیند. کارکنان دستگاه‌های دولتی و نیروهای مسلح و انتظامی فرصت دارند به مردم بپیوندند و یاور ملت باشند، یا اینکه همدستی با قاتلان ملت را انتخاب کنند و ننگ و نفرین ابدی ملت را برای خود بخرند. 2. در خارج از ایران تمامی سفارتخانه‌ها و کنسولگری‌های ایران متعلق به ملت ایران است و زمان آن رسیده که به جای پرچم ننگین جمهوری اسلامی با پرچم ملی ایران مزین شود. ما در آستانه بازپسگیری ایران عزیز از جمهوری اسلامی هستیم. خامنه‌ای و رژیمش چندین ضربه سنگین از شما خورده‌اند و نباید به آنها مهلت تنفس دوباره بدهیم. رژیم با کمبود جدی نیروی سرکوب روبروست و افزایش تیراندازی به سوی مردم نه از سر اقتدار، بلکه ناشی از کمبود مزدور و ترس از فروپاشی و سقوط سریعتر است. ما اجازه نخواهیم داد که این جانیان خون جوانان ما را بیش از این بر زمین بریزند. ما به آنها فرصت نخواهیم داد. ما به عقب باز نمی‌گردیم. آزادی ایران نزدیک است. خونهای به زمین ریخته شده فرزندان جاویدنام ایران هدایتگر ما به سوی پیروزی است. ما تنها نیستیم. کمک‌های جهانی نیز به زودی میرسد. منتظر پیام‌های بعدی من باشید. ما به زودی ایران عزیز را از جمهوری اسلامی پس خواهیم گرفت و در همه جای ایران جشن آزادی و پیروزی را برپا خواهیم کرد.
Voices rise, peaceful hands beneath the skies. Police in black, they draw the line. Basic IRGC crossing every sign. They shoot at us, no shame, no fear. 11 souls are gone this year. We march with hope, we stand as one. Oppression ends, the fight's it's not done. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, don't turn away. Hope is rising, lead the way. We don't ask for war or change, just freedom breaking. They beat us down, they steal our breath. Community regime survives on fear and death. The world is watching, time is now. History waits for your vow. From Tehran streets to every land, we reach for the steady hand. Don't let Democrats rewrite you out. Don't let them say trap always chickens out. Act, Mr. Trump, a genius, bold and strong. You never surrender, that's where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, we're calling you tonight. Act, Mr. Trump, be the fire, be the light. Locked and loaded, you said it loud. Hear the cries, hear the crowd. Act, Mr. Trump, lead us to God bless the USA. We believe in you. We got Crown Prince, hear his name. Reza Pahlavi, our hope and flame. He is hope, democracy's door. Stability in Middle East, we're longing for. The people shout from young to old. One leader, brave and bold. Friendship, peace, a future free. That's the iron we want to see. Breathe life for BB, let him stand. USA's where you're hand in hand. Straight degrees and clear and true. A safer world starts here with you. Iranian, say it loud and proud. We love you, Trump, above the crowd. A genius mind, a patriot strong, a doer, fighter, where we belong. Act, Mr. Trump, history calls your name. Act, Mr. Trump, light the flame. From broken streets to freedom strong, a new dawn comes when red, Mr. Trump.
ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
مسئولین کشور و همه آحاد مردم پشت سر نیروهای مسلحند. امروز از همه جناح‌های اونا قراردادگان در دست اختشاشگران.
آنچه آغاز شده برگشت ناپذیر است. دستگاه سرکوب رژیم در حال فروپاشی است. خطاب به نیروهای نظامی و انتظامی و دولتی برای حفظ رژیمی که سقوط آن آغاز شده روبروی ملت ایران نایستید. با ایستادن در کنار ملت جان خود را حفظ کنید. باشد که به زودی در کنار شما باشم.
اینجا دیگر صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی نیست. این صدا و تصویر تلویزیون ملی ایران است. ملت بزرگ ایران، این صدای آزادی است. جمهوری اسلامی سقوط کرد.
برگشتن پهلوی، وحشت هر اجنبی، بلند بگو هم شهری، شاه رضا پهلوی، نظام رسیده پرتگاه، بلند بگو جاوید شاه، برگشت شاه به میهن، دوای درد وطن، این آخرین نبرده، پهلوی برمیگرده، داره میاد پهلوی، زجه بزن صدایی، راه نجات وطن، پهلوی هموطن، ایران میشه گلستان، شاه که بیاد به ایران، ایران که شاه نداره، حساب کتاب نداره، آخون باید گم بشه، تو تانک فشفشه، گم شو بیرون اجنبی، داره میاد پهلوی، فریاد بزن جاوید شاه، شعار هر وطن.
ایران غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما، نفسی دگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته، اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ رنج و تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، هن ای پدر هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب، بگذار هر دم ببرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، ای کارگر ای برزگر، راحت قانون ادامه دارد، در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد، پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش، بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ایران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از مرد آیین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم.
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه جیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایی داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانی ما زنده هستی بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلغکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش شعر تازه بودش نیاز بشد انجمن از دلیران پارس ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران پارس در ایران زداید نشان بدی بر ابرو زدان پره ایزدی سپربند کند بزم ناباد را کند بارور از هنر خود را هنر دانش و رامش و شادیت هماهنگی و صلح و آزادیت چو ایران نباشد من مباد بدین بود و بر زنده تر نباد.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome to Iran Revolution Live, Day 20, with your hosts, the amazing Armin Navabi from Atheist Republic and little old me, Goldie Gamari from The Goldie Show. Armin, how are you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm okay. You know, it's been a long 20 days and, you know, lots of ups, lots of downs. But I'm feeling very hopeful. And we started early because His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, he is doing a live stream at 10 p.m., which is in about 15 minutes. I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah, can't wait to see that. And I'm also very hopeful because I've seen a new analysis that I'm hoping is true.
Oh,
That says that the reason for the delay might be because they need the attack to happen when the aircraft, the Abraham Lincoln, aircraft carrier is moving towards the Darya Oman Sea.
okay.
It's right now close to the Philippines, and I think the estimate is that it will arrive in 5 or 7 days, and that's what they're waiting for the attack. I'm not sure if that's correct, but if that is true, that means that it explains that the attack is going to happen. They're just preparing everything, so it will happen. Yeah, hoping that's the correct analysis.
Now, let me just add this here. Why do you think that they're waiting? Like, I know nothing about military stuff, but like, why do you think they would need a ship to go there?
Well, okay, so they already have like bases like in Qatar and everywhere, right? But I mean, you can't right now rely on that. It just seems like the anticipation, the analysis shows that the Islamic Republic is, if they think that this is it, they will just go all out, right? So every time the Islamic Republic defends itself against Israeli attacks, they're using, I don't know, like 20% of their ability, because they need to leave some to be able to, because if they leave everything, then they're going to be completely defenseless and they're going to have no deterrent capability, right? But if they think that this is it, this is the final battle and they're about to collapse, then they will use everything and anything they have to throw at everybody around them, right? Including Israel, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, the UAE. They will just Basima akhar mizanen, right?
Yeah.
Like they will just go all insane. They will basically
Scorched
start acting
earth.
like
Yeah, they'll just go scorched
yes.
earth.
They will just start burning everything that they could get their hands on. And that's why, given that Israel and United States understand that, some analysts say that Israel and United States are now working with each other to prepare for this, but they need more time to be able to do an attack that prepares for the Islamic Republic also reacting in the most craziest way possible. So they ask for more time to be able to prepare for this. That's some analysts are saying that, and I'm hoping it's true, which means that they are basically going for regime change.
Well, I mean, so I do have a feeling that regime change is, of course, the ultimate goal here.
Right.
But I also understand why there might be, you know, why it's taking some time, even though, you know, we know there's mass slaughter and casualties. We only have one chance. Right? We only have one chance to get it right. And so we have to make sure that it's done properly.
That is done properly, because especially because America doesn't want to get into a long war, and Islamic Republic is trying to show that if the United the Islamic Republic is trying to show America that if they attack, they're going to get involved in a long war, and Trump really doesn't want that. So Trump wants the attack to be a type of attack that it will be over and done with very fast. So that requires a lot of preparation.
Okay. Let me just fix this stage here. So I'm seeing a few super chats here. Maybe we can go to some super chats while we're waiting for King Reza Pahlavi to start. So do you two ever sleep? We slept a little bit. You know what? I think I got like 5 or 6 hours of sleep last night. So last night was the first night that I think I've slept in a little bit more. Right?
Yeah, I actually got some sleep, and I had the craziest dreams about Iran.
Really?
It was I was like, what the hell is happening? Just shows where my mind is, because I'm not even going to describe them because they were kind of insane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right. So Ben Valentine, Goldie, what is the best way to send you media to share? I don't know. I mean, so I guess the best way would be to go to my X account, and then because I'm also live streaming this on X. So then just leave the link to the media in the comments under my X account. That's probably the best way to get stuff to me, so that like I actually see it. Because I actually have I have a team who's working with me behind the scenes, managing like all my emails and stuff. But my X is my own still. So I would say that's probably best. Or, if there's like a bunch of things, I do have like an email account. It's info@jikamari.com. It's publicly available on all my websites. You can find it written there. Okay, here's one. Oh, this is interesting. What do you think about this one? So I think the delay has to do with Qatar and Saudi saying we can't use their airspace and our own dang base. But I think we're finding a workaround. I've heard that. Would you know? Like, I actually did hear that Qatar is not allowing the U.S. to attack the Islamic Republic from its base.
I've heard that, but I've heard that as well. But it's really hard to believe that Qatar would refuse it, because that's a major violation of the agreement that Qatar and the United States have with each other. And I don't think that Qatar has the can I say balls or not?
Sure.
I don't think Qatar has the balls to say no to America to use their own base. Like that would be a major, that would make them a very unreliable, military ally. And I don't know, Qatar is in the position. Like if they have done that, that is very bold. Like I don't know if they can even do that, given the agreement that they have with the United States.
I don't think President Trump would stand for that, right? President Trump is not the kind of person who. No, I can't see President Trump being the kind of person where like someone from Qatar or Saudi Arabia would go to him and be like, "Yeah, you can't use your airspace." I don't think President Trump would take that very lightly. So I don't know. I don't think that that's the reason why. I don't think that I know there's a lot of rumors, but I don't think that's the one.
If they have, that makes them a complete unreliable ally, because that's a major, violation of the agreement that United States and Qatar have. So if they have, then they can never be relied on as a U.S. ally ever again.
Yeah. Most of their missiles can only reach the Gulf. Well, I thought that the Islamic Republic had tested some missiles, and like their missiles can reach Europe now or something. Am I wrong?
No, they have.
Yeah.
Their missiles are not really good. They're not very accurate, but they don't need it to be accurate because they're shooting at anything and everything. But they do have missiles that goes all the way to Europe, and they actually have threatened Europe, which is insane. They actually have threatened Europe with their new missiles. Which is the reason why they have to go. Yeah.
Okay, this is good. This is good. So the major always has really good input and analysis. So he says carriers are critical for this sort of thing. You can't do it all with B2s. It needs to be hard and fast. But no one in DC saw this coming, and it takes time to get things together. Okay.
Yep.
I know.
That's
That
what I
could be
think.
it too. That could be it. And like Armin, we live in a day and age where, we're so used to instant gratification, right? And like, with like technology making things happen super quick and communication happen super quick. So, we all just kind of assume that, okay, like why don't we just get it up and running within like half an hour, right? Or whatever the case might be. So I think that is a good point. It does take time
Yeah.
for these things to
But
get
I
together.
also understand that people who are in a rush because people are dying as we
Yeah.
speak. So I also understand why people are like, why is this not happening?
Yeah.
Like the numbers are much higher than the numbers that I'm hearing right now from more credible sources. Seems that the numbers are way higher than the original 12,000 that we've heard.
Like
So
I think it's definitely over 30. I would say it's probably closer to 50,000 at this point.
yeah, 50,
Um
50 is what I've heard as well. Yeah.
yeah, that's what we're hearing. We're hearing 50,000. So I mean it's obviously we're all very concerned and we want this to happen as soon as possible, but we also understand why why it's taking time, but yeah, that's why a lot of people are anxious and want this to happen sooner rather than later. And we're also now seeing images of Iranians who were massacred in hospitals. So these are Iranians who were wounded, and then they went to the hospital to get treatment, and then the Muslim terrorists went into the hospitals and just started shooting them in the head point blank and just murdering them there. And we know that these were hospital patients because many of their bodies still have the I don't know, heart monitor stickers on them or whatever.
Yeah.
Or like they still have like the IV in their arms. So these were patients that were being treated. And the Islamic regime and their terrorist Muslim proxy forces went into hospitals and just shot them right in the head.
They go into hospitals and they shoot at the injured. That's why they're advising people not, if they're injured, not to go to a hospital. Find private clinics of doctors that they know. And also if their injuries are not fatal, just not to go to the hospital at all. But if it's like really bad, to just find like a private doctor or something. Also, two other updates that I got. There was a group of 25 kids in a park that were chanting. That were just 25 kids, and the regime forces showed up into the park and they shot all 25 of them. All 25 of the kids are dead. So that's one report. And there's also reports coming in that the regime forces they join the protests. They stay at the back. And once the protests start, they start shooting people from the back of the protest. But they join the protest, acting like they're some of the protesters.
Oh
Also,
my
there's
God.
another report. Yeah. Also, there's another report that apparently 5,000 Hashd Sha'bi members from Iraq have been moved to Iran. At least 5,000 on planes, and those are the ones who are doing a lot of the killing. So the Islamic Republic is moving its militia from the Hashd Sha'bi militia from Iraq to Iran. So these are Iraqis killing Iranians.
Yeah, because I can't see Iranians going around like and doing that en masse. Most of the people doing this are non-Iranian, and so for them, they are, they don't see us as human, right? They don't see us as human. They see us as subhuman. They see us as like, Majusi or, whatever, which is like, it's actually a very like specific racist word for Iranians. So for them, because they don't view us as Muslim, they have no problem murdering us because we're considered infidels, and according to their religion and according to their religious beliefs, it is their Allah given duty to murder Iranians because we're not Muslim. So that's why they are doing this mass genocide right now. It's genocide of Iranians. Yeah, it's happening right now.
We had a super chat saying Qatar owns the base technically. They they publicly stated even in 2024 that they wouldn't allow attacks launched from Al Udeid against neighboring countries. Okay, if that is the case, that's horrible. And also, silver lining is that might explain the delay. That might explain why the United States has to move its aircraft carrier, because they can't use their bases in Qatar. They need their aircraft carrier there. That the reason why that's a silver lining is that it means that the attack is coming. They just need their own aircraft carrier to be able to carry out the attack. So
guys, I just want to say, I know Tusi is live. We're not going to Tusi. We're going to go straight to King Reza Pahlavi's press conference. That's what we're waiting for. So
yes. How much longer?
It should be starting.
Okay. Oh, there we go.
No, it hasn't started yet.
Oh, no.
I just refreshed it. It hasn't started yet. It's supposed to start, but I'm keeping an eye on it.
Okay. Somebody's asking in the super chat, how are you thinking Iran will deal with the Iraqis and others who are taking part in the massacre once Iran is free? Well, I mean, we're not there yet. I mean, are they going to be still inside Iran? Hopefully, I mean, this is why we need to collect as much. The Iranians inside Iran are collecting as much evidence as possible, because we're going to go hunting once all of this is over. In the same way that Jews went hunting for Nazis after the Holocaust, and once Israel became a nation state, they went hunting for Nazis that were killing them. Once the Islamic Republic falls and we have our Iran back, we need to go hunting as well. What do you think, Goldie?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to go Nazi hunting. The same way that all the Jews and the Allies went Nazi hunting after World War II. We're all going to go Nazi hunting. Islamists. We're all going to go jihad, Islamist Nazi hunting.
Exactly.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Do you want to pick the next comment to respond to? Or?
Ali says نمیخوان از پایگاه‌های همسایه زیاد استفاده بکنن. So one of our Iranian viewers is saying that the US doesn't want to necessarily rely too much on the bases of their neighbors.
Yeah, I think because the neighbors are worried that the Islamic Republic was used as an excuse to attack them, right? So, for example, if the United States uses Qatari base to attack the Islamic Republic, then the Islamic Republic is going to attack Qatar, and Qatar is like, doesn't want that. So that might be the reason.
Yeah. Rico says, great to hear you are both taking care of yourselves. We need you to the joyous end. Thank you. Yes. Taking care of ourselves as much as we could. William, Goldie, how is it that you look so beautiful this early in the morning? I'm AI. I'm actually AI. So we're both just Mossad AI. So that's why we look the same. That's why I always have the same outfit. Actually, so Armin, I've told myself, I've made myself a promise. I'm not taking off my flag until victory. So this is why I just wear my flag cape every day. I just wear my flag cape every day. Yeah, this is commitment. This is my revolution outfit. So there you go. But I'm telling you guys, AI. I'm not a real person.
Haaretz article confirmed. We're all butts. Yes.
Ali, they had a maneuver last night to test. Oh, did they? Okay. What sort of maneuver? Where? I don't know.
Hopefully it's true.
Clap, clap, thumbs up, strong. Thank you. Trump is big on 17. Also, new moon like midnight hammer. Okay. What day is it today? 16th. Interesting.
I think we're getting a little bit conspiratorial. Tea leaves, this kind of stuff. Yeah.
Rich Warren, patience, everyone. Trump will act when he's fully ready and not until then. And after the strike, there needs to be a special team on the ground in cities to help with the transition. I agree. We might. So that might actually be the other part of it, Armin, because the country is now full of these savage Muslim terrorists. We might actually need some additional assistance because We all know that Iranians are not the enemy here. It's the Muslim terrorists that are there shooting Iranians. And, we've been seeing all the footage and all the videos and images of, like, it basically looks like October 7, except on crack, right?
Yeah. Except
So,
every day. It's October 7th every day. With
yeah.
with no IDF on the ground to come help us.
Yeah. By most, I meant the majority of the inventory. Qatar owns the base technically. They publicly stated that, even 2024, that they wouldn't allow attacks launched from Al Udeid against neighboring countries. Okay.
So basically means that they said like Al Udeid base in Qatar can be used by America, but for everybody except our neighbors, because our neighbors will attack us if you use our bases. So that's apparently the understanding. Yeah. This is why This is why Qatar and Saudi Arabia and the UAE really don't want a war to start. Nope.
The so-called Islamic Republic is not viable.
Okay.
The so-called Islamic Republic is not the government of Iran. It is a hostile occupying force that's hijacked our homeland. After invading 5 neighboring countries and sowing chaos across the region, this regime has invaded Iran itself, using foreign terrorists, Hezbollah fighters, Iraqi militias, and other mercenaries to slaughter the Iranian people. This is no longer mere repression. This is foreign occupation wearing clerical robes. Just as Saddam Hussein drowned the marshes in blood, and Bashar al-Assad turned barrel bombs on his own children, Ali Khamenei and his thugs have committed mass crimes against the Iranian people and against all of humanity. And just like
Armin. So apparently, the king's YouTube channel was having some technical difficulties. It started halfway. So let's go back to the beginning, because we missed a little bit of it. Yeah. So we're just going to go from here. And then once we catch up to that part, we'll go back to his official stream. Okay, here we go.
Okay. I'll be right back.
We'll switch back to his official channel once we catch up to the part where his started. But we want to get the beginning here.
Before I begin, please join me for a moment of silence for the courageous Iranian people who paid the ultimate price for freedom over the last 2 weeks. Thank you. The truth is now undeniable. The so-called Islamic Republic is not the government of Iran. It is a hostile, occupying force that's hijacked our homeland. After invading 5 neighboring countries and sowing chaos across the region.
Okay, so that was the part that we missed. So now let's go back to the official live stream. Wait. Okay. There we go. That was the part that everyone was saying we missed.
The so-called Islamic Republic is not the government of Iran. It is a hostile, occupying force that's hijacked our homeland. After invading 5 neighboring countries and sowing chaos across the region, this regime has invaded Iran itself, using foreign terrorists, Hezbollah fighters, Iraqi militias, and other mercenaries to slaughter the Iranian people. This is no longer mere repression. This is foreign occupation wearing clerical robes. Just as Saddam Hussein drowned the marshes in blood and Bashar al-Assad turned barrel bombs on his own children, Ali Khamenei and his thugs have committed mass crimes against the Iranian people and against all of humanity. And just like those other tyrannies, the Islamic Republic will fall, not if, but when. The world must hear this clearly. The battle in Iran today is not between reform and revolution. It is between occupation and liberation. And the Iranian people have already chosen their side. Their heads are bloodied, but unbowed. Yet the cost has been heartbreaking. The people of Iran are being slaughtered in the streets and in their homes by a regime that shows no mercy. More than 12,000 Iranians were massacred in 48 hours. One murder every 14 seconds. Khamenei's killers even hunted the wounded protesters in hospitals and executed them in cold blood. The regime collected piles of bodies with dump trucks and forced worried families to search unlabeled body bags. They refused to return bodies for burial without payment for the cost of the bullets that killed their loved ones. And where a family cannot pay up to several $1,000s, and most of them can't, they bury the dead in unmarked mass graves. And despite the lies you're hearing from the regime, its bloodlust has not diminished. The slaughter has not stopped. My brave compatriots, still holding the line with their broken bodies but unbreakable will, need your urgent help right now. Make no mistake, however, the Islamic Republic is close to collapse. Ali Khamenei and his thugs know this. That's why they are lashing out like a wounded animal, desperate to cling to power. The people have not retreated. Their determination has made one thing clear. They are not merely rejecting this regime, they are demanding a credible new path forward. They have called for me to lead. The bond between me and the Iranian people is not new. It's been with me since birth, and it cannot be broken. Even in exile, I pledged my life to the service of the Iranian nation. When Saddam Hussein invaded Iraq, I volunteered as a fighter pilot to defend my country against his invasion. Today, as my compatriots call on me for leadership, I reaffirm my lifelong pledge by stepping in to lead the movement that will take back our country from the anti-Iranian hostile force that occupies it and kills its children. I will return to Iran. I am uniquely positioned to ensure a stable transition. That's not my opinion. That's the verdict delivered loudly and clearly by the people in the face of bullets. Large sections of the army and security forces have already refused to participate in the killing of civilians. They have whispered their loyalty to me. Tens of thousands have already signaled their readiness to defect, and this process has been underway for months. What's clear is both the public and members of the military see me as a national figure who can unite all opposition forces from every background, ethnicity, Republican and monarchist, right, left, and everything in between. I have a comprehensive plan for an orderly transition, which is ready to be implemented immediately. The Iranian people are taking decisive actions on the ground. It is now time for the international community to join them fully. Today, I ask the world to do 6 things. First, protect the Iranian people by degrading the regime's repressive capacity, including targeting the Islamic Revolutionary Guard leadership and its command and control infrastructure. Second, deliver and sustain maximum economic pressure on the regime, block their assets worldwide, target and dismantle their fleet of ghost tankers. Third, break through the regime's information blockade by enabling unrestricted internet access. Deploy Starlink and other secure communications tools widely across Iran, and conduct cyber operations to disable the regime's ability to shut down the internet. Fourth, hold the regime accountable by expelling its diplomats from your capitals and pursue legal enforcement actions against those responsible for crimes against humanity. Fifth, demand the immediate release of all political prisoners. Sixth, prepare for a democratic transition in Iran by committing to recognize a legitimate transitional government when the moment comes. Supporting the Iranian people is not an act of charity, nor is it unwarranted interference. Global stability itself depends on the removal of this regime. Its 47 years of exported terror, nuclear threats, and regional chaos must end. This does not require putting boots on the ground. The Iranian people boots are already on the ground. They are the ones marching, sacrificing, and fighting for their freedom every single day. What they need from the world is resolute, targeted support to protect lives, amplify their voices, and hasten the collapse that is already underway. But let me be clear, with or without the world's help, the regime will fall. It will fall sooner, and more lives will be saved if the world turns its words into action. A free, democratic Iran will not be a source of endless crisis. It will be a pillar of peace, partnership, and prosperity for the Middle East and beyond. The choice is clear. Stand with the people now, or watch the cycle of instability continue. As I have said to my compatriots, the noble and courageous people of Iran, particularly the young generation, I speak directly to you. Know that you have commanded the world's attention and admiration. History itself stands in awe of your bravery and your sacrifices. You are the immortal guard of Iran. Continue the fight as you have done so far. Do not allow this regime to create the illusion that life is normal. After all the massacres, there is a sea of blood between us and the regime. The regime, through severe repression, killing, and cutting off communications, is trying to instill fear and terror in you and to make you despair of continuing the movement and struggle. But know that because of your steadfastness and fight, thousands of military and security forces have not gone to work so as not to participate in the repression. Save the name of all these criminals. They will be prosecuted for what they have done. Yet justice alone will not heal all the wounds, but it will open the door to healing and a national rebirth. As for the day after our victory, I have a clear plan for the transition to democracy. Millions of Iranians inside and outside Iran are united around these 4 core principles: Iran's territorial integrity, separation of religion and state, individual liberties and equality of all citizens, and the Iranian people's right to decide a democratic form of government. The end of the regime will mark the rebirth of one of the most accomplished civilizations in history for the future of Iran and its people. Iran is blessed with extraordinary human talent and vast natural resources. Our people are highly educated, producing one of the highest numbers of engineers in the world, with around 70% women. Today, the corrupt regime wastes these gifts. In a free Iran, our resources and ingenuity will drive prosperity at home and strengthen global supply chains, including America's. A free Iran will be a game changer for peace in the Middle East and for Iran's relations with the United States and the West. The Iranian people love America and hate this regime. After its collapse, instead of death to America, the world will find a nation that embraces America as a true friend. President Trump brokered the Abraham Accords, bringing peace between Arab nations and Israel. I see extending this idea to a free Iran through what we could call the Cyrus Accords, honoring our ancient heritage of tolerance and partnership. The possibilities are endless. There will be a peaceful, stable, and orderly transition. My team of experts have developed a plan for the first 100 days after the regime's collapse and the long-term reconstruction and stabilization of our country. It is backed by business leaders and provides a detailed roadmap for national recovery. Restoring economic confidence, ensuring that essential services continue uninterrupted, and laying the foundation for prosperity in a free Iran. A constitutional process will follow under international observation, allowing Iranians to finally determine their own destiny through free and fair elections. A free and democratic Iran that emerges will live at peace with our neighbors. It will be an engine of growth and opportunity in the region and the world. There are moments in history where the moral imperative for action is so strong that the weight of inaction becomes unbearable. This is one of those moments. The people of Iran have risen to reclaim their country. History will honor those who stand with them. Long live Iran. Thank you.
and also from the audience, don't worry. And the Prince Reza Pahlavi will reply to them. I'm going to call firstly Ardavan, who's first from Iran International.
Okay, I'm going to switch to a different live feed that has better audio for the questions because that one doesn't have good audio. This one does. Okay. All right, here we go. This one has better audio for the question.
Some people have asked in advance. I'm going to call names and also from the audience. Don't worry. And the Prince Reza Pahlavi will reply to them. I'm going to call firstly Ardavan, who's first from Iran International.
Why is it like this? Why is the audio so bad?
Based on his answer, we're going to know what the question was, I think.
Okay, someone's going with a microphone. Okay. All right, let me go to the other live stream then because. Okay, let me go to the other one.
Didn't the audio get better for a second? No. Okay.
I don't know. I think it gets better when she goes and gives him a microphone.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here we go.
دیدیم
Okay, sorry guys.
شما چه چیزی برای گفتن در این لحظه به ایرانیان دارید؟
شما چه چیزی برای گفتن به ایرانیان دارید در این لحظه؟
Okay, do you want to translate what he said? So translate for our viewers the question.
So he said, so once his audio got a little bit better, he said, what do you have at this moment to say to Iranians?
Okay. So he's answering in Persian here. So we're gonna listen once uninterrupted, and then we'll go back and we'll translate for you guys right away, okay?
با شهامت و شجاعت و با اتحاد و جمعیت میلیونی در خیابانها باعث عقب نشینی نظام شدند، به حالی که رژیم مجبور شد دست به سرکوب وحشتناکی بزنه و اون هم با استفاده از عوامل بیشتر خارجی تا عوامل خودش که خیلی حاضر نشدن برای سرکوب سر کار بروند. این نمونه و علامتی است از قدرت مردم و ضعف نظام. البته ما اکنون مواجه با شرایطی هستیم که نیاز به کمک هم داریم و برای همین هست که من به جامعه بین‌المللی هشدار میدهم که اگه بخواید جلوی جنایت بیشتری رو بگیرید، اگه بخواید جان کمتر افراد از بین برود و این حکومت زودتر سقوط کند به نفع آزاد شدن مردم ایران، بهتر است که سکوت را جایگزین عمل بکنید و فراتر از صحبت و سخن عملاً از این مردم حمایت بکنید که یک فرصت واقعی برای پیروزی نهایی داشته باشند.
Okay, let me pause that. So let's go back and then we'll translate this for you before we go to the next question, okay?
جایگزین.
Okay. So the question was, what message do you have for the people of Iran?
همیهنانمون با شهامت و شجاعت و با اتحاد و جمعیت میلیونی در خیابانها.
So he's saying we saw that our compatriots in occupied Iran with dignity and bravery and unity and Jamiat Milyuni means with like millions of them went out in the streets to demonstrate against the regime.
باعث عقب نشینی نظام شدند.
And that their presence in going out in the streets resulted in like security forces who are with the regime to like kind of step back or not get involved.
Retreat.
به حالی که رژیم مجبور شد دست به سرکوب وحشتناکی بزنه و اون هم با
and at the same time like the regime like they had to retreat even though at the same time they started very, very violent anti-riot actions against the Iranian freedom fighters.
استفاده از عوامل بیشتر خارجی تا عوامل خودش.
And he's saying that the regime is relying more on external proxy militia forces than on Iranian, on Iranian military or police, because he's basically saying that Iranian military and police haven't really been getting involved. So the regime has been relying on its foreign proxy groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis, Hashd Shabi, and all those.
که خیلی حاضر نشد.
Sorry?
Mostly Hashd Shabi, it seems.
Yeah.
برای سرکوب سر
So
سرکوب وحشتناکی بزنه و اون هم با استفاده از عوامل بیشتر خارجی تا عوامل خودش که خیلی حاضر نشدن برای سرکوب سر کار بروند.
So he's saying, so they had to rely on the foreign. So the word khariji means foreign. So he's saying they had to rely on the foreign forces because many of the Iranians who are part of the Islamic regime, they didn't go out. They couldn't bring themselves to go out and murder fellow Iranians.
این نمونه و علامتی است از قدرت مردم.
He says this is an example of the strength of the Iranian people
و ضعف نظام.
And the weakness of the regime.
البته ما اکنون مواجه با شرایطی هستیم که نیاز به کمک هم داریم.
He says, however, at the same time, we're also in a dire situation where we also require assistance we also require foreign assistance.
برای همین هست که من به جامعه بین‌المللی هشدار میدهم که اگه بخواید جلوی جنایت بیشتری رو بگیرید، اگه بخواید جان کمتر افراد از بین برود و این حکومت زودتر سقوط کند به نفع آزاد شدن مردم ایران، بهتر است که سکوت را جایگزین عمل بکنید و فراتر از صحبت و سخن عملاً از این مردم حمایت بکنید.
So he says, given the dire situation, the best thing right now, it's critical that we continue raising awareness and speaking about this, and letting the international media know how dire the situation is, because in order to prevent any more deaths and any more murders by these foreign terrorist groups, we need more than words. We need action. So we need assistance in order to prevent more Iranian deaths.
که یک فرصت واقعی برای پیروزی نهایی داشته باشن.
And that would give Iranians the chance, like a really, really good chance for victory and freedom over the Islamic regime. Okay.
Can you introduce yourself? Excuse me, sir. Can you just introduce yourself?
It's also an undeniable truth that when your father ran the country, there were executions, there was torture, there was secret police.
Is he actually speaking about Savak and secret police? What a loser. Oh my God.
Your leadership, they would be swapping one dictator for another.
First of all, I let historian write history. I'm here to make history, not to write it. Second, you hear the Iranian people standing behind me and calling my name. This doesn't occur incidentally. They have known my track record. They know my unwavering commitment to democracy and human rights. This has been my position the day I started and remains my position to this day. They know they can trust me because they've never seen me waver from this. And ultimately, what I'm trying to make sure is the final element that will prove to the Iranians that are in full control of their own destiny, is to turn power back to them, a power that has been taken away from them by this regime, which we are fighting today. That's my commitment, and they can trust me on that.
Bloomberg. No, I've called Bloomberg, please. Is a gentleman or lady from Bloomberg? No? They asked a question. No, Reuters, please. Oh, there's. There's a microphone.
Get
who's
the
coming.
microphone to them
Thank you.
before.
Hi, I'm Riley Johnson from Bloomberg. Are you having any further conversations with Witkoff or the Trump administration?
Look, these are sensitive times, and I'm not going to discuss details of who I'm meeting with and what has been discussed. What I can tell you, however, is that there's strong support for the Iranian people, and I believe that President Trump is a man of his word, and ultimately he will stand with the Iranian people as he has said.
Lady from DW.
I'm with Deutsche Welle, Germany's international broadcaster. Thank you so much. I have two questions. We saw a slide there saying Donald Trump help. What exactly does this mean? What do you hope Donald Trump to do? And my second question is regarding Europe and especially Germany. What do you hope for Europe does to support your cause? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Well, clearly, President Trump did say that if the regime was to hit the Iranian people hard, they would be faced with serious consequences. The Iranian people have taken his word as a man of his words, as I said. They know that unlike his predecessors that threw us under the bus one time, this president is not about to do the same thing. And that's very encouraging and empowering. Number two, you asked me about European countries. Look, we already are past the point of whether you should subscribe the IRGC as a terrorist organization or not. And frankly, I'm flabbergasted that there are still some countries that are not willing to take the next step, as if they are supposed to worry about how the regime would retaliate. This regime is on its last leg. It's about to collapse. And I think the world, especially the democratic free world, that champions freedom and human rights and equality of citizens, at the face of this regime brutal repression, should act now. I called for them to start acting as opposed to talking. We need your help. We need your action. We need to take all the steps that I've indicated in my opening remarks, all those 6 elements. Anything that can be done in that direction is a moral boost, and beyond moral boost, an actual act of support for a defenseless society and civilians that, as you can see, have been treated in the worst possible way. And the only hope they have is that their fight for freedom, their sacrifices, will be less loss of life based on your action to expedite this regime's collapse. That's what the Iranian people are expecting from you. And let me reiterate, as I said again, we're not waiting for you to act to continue our fight. We are. But imagine how much more we can protect more innocent lives from dying by acting and helping us today. These are critical moments that are game changers, not just for us Iranians, but for the whole world. This is what we need from you, so help us.
Reuters. Microphone over here, please.
Thank you. Humaira Pamuk from Reuters. In an interview a couple of days ago, President Trump actually expressed some doubts about your support inside Iran. How are you planning to win him over, convince him that you do have the support that you say you do? Also, you're talking about thousands of potential defectors, but the IRGC and other forces have hundreds of thousands. So how are you going to assert your control over this establishment? And are you anytime soon going to meet with President Trump? Are you making an active effort? Thank you.
President Trump has said that it's up to the Iranian people to decide. And I totally agree. I've always said it's for the Iranian people to decide. And I think the Iranian people have already demonstrated in great numbers who it is that they want them to lead to this transition. So I'm confident that I have the support of my compatriot, and it's for the international leaders to assess the fact on the grounds and see who is capable of doing that. I believe I can, and I have the Iranian people's support. And of course, if anybody in the world is willing to help the Iranian people achieve that goal, that's what I'm trying to do, to help them liberate themselves and attract as much support as I can internationally to be behind the Iranian people this time and on the right side of history. Now, as far as the defection goes, this campaign has started months ago. We started this, in fact, I announced it in another press conference I had in Paris a few months ago. Some of you might have heard about it. At which point we established a system whereby people who want to defect or want to access us or want to indicate their interest to join with us have a secure means of communicating their intentions to us. Since then, tens of thousands have applied. Many of them are from the security forces in Iran, police force, military, IRGC, and we are vetting them as we're speaking. And the mechanism for defection does exist, but most importantly, is the principle of having an exit strategy. And on that, I've said, anyone whose hand is not soiled in the blood of the Iranian people will survive regime change. We're not talking about de-Baathification. We're not talking about the disaster of post-Saddam Hussein, post-Gaddafi collapse. We're not going to have a failed state. And for me to be able to guide a smooth transition, I'm counting on security forces to be the element that keeps the country secure, protects people's lives and their livelihood, and be part of the solution. As a result, we have already seen people indicating their cooperation. We have already seen elements that refuse to be used as an instrument of repression, which is why the regime is now, as we speak, importing elements from outside the country to be the instrument of repression, as they're running out of their own forces to do that for them inside Iran. And all of this is the indication of the beginning of that collapse. Hopefully, by more support from the outside world, by a determined strike on the regime's elements that are the instrument of repression, as I stated in my opening remarks, in my opinion, that will expedite the process and will also increase the number of defections to be more rapid, so that we are not faced with remnants and pockets of resistance as much as possible. There's never going to be 100% defection, but there comes a point where the regime sees it's futile, and hopefully by then Khamenei will be joining Bashar in Moscow and will be rid of him.
This gentleman here.
So good morning, thank you. Ben Leo from GB News in London. In London, sir, in England, we have Iranian sleeper cells on their way to the Israeli embassy accused of trying to blow up the embassy. We have a former Iranian government minister living in North London, living in a council house actually, who supported the fatwa on Salman Rushdie, praised Soleimani, so on and so on. Why is it in Britain's interests, and indeed the West, for this Islamic regime to fall, please?
Look, I'm sorry, could you repeat? I want to make sure I understood your question. Could you repeat it, please? The end part?
We have lots of Iranian sleeper cells and activity
Right.
in London.
Right.
3 people were arrested trying to blow up the Israeli embassy. Some months ago, there's a former government minister living in North London who supported Soleimani, backs the fatwa on Rushdie. We have lots of Iranian activity in the UK connected with the regime here in Iran, sorry. Why is it in Britain's interests and the West's for this regime to fall?
Right. Well, I'm glad you asked the question, because in fact, one of the topics that I raised in some discussions I had the last time I was in London with former prime ministers was exactly to explain to them the mapping of every instrument that the regime is using under Khamenei's direct supervision through so-called centers through which they antagonize British citizens, and of course, many of those sleeper cells that you indicated. It doesn't stop in England, by the way. They are in America as well. So we're trying to explain to various governments the whole methodology that the regime is using with assets they have on the ground in respective countries, not to mention money laundering that goes on in many countries, including in Great Britain. So there are many ways that they can push back against that and protect not only the citizenry of whether it's Great Britain or America, but in what way it connects to why we need to do that ultimately by putting an end to the regime. And one thing that is now becoming even more clear, and the fact that the regime could be threatening the world as a last gasp, we should not allow this regime to catch a second wind and be able to do further damage, which is why the strike is not just needed to help the Iranian people overcome this unfair disadvantage, but it's also one way to completely dismantle the regime's aspect of threatening and cut off the chain of income that it uses to fund all of these operations, including the sleeper cells, which is why I'm also calling for any means to cut off the lifeline up to the regime, which is its revenue from whether it's oil exports or whatever other means of income that they have. We need to dry the well that funds terrorism once and for all against the Iranian people and the world.
So, hello, Dan Rivers from ITV News in the UK. 2 US aircraft carriers are heading, we understand, to the Gulf, and Donald Trump has said help is on its way, but they may take up to 10 days to get there, and meanwhile more and more people are dying. Are you losing faith in President Trump?
I believe the president is a man of his word, as I said before. How many days it might take, who knows? Hopefully sooner than later. But as I said before, regardless of whether action is taken or not, we as Iranians have no choice to carry on the fight. We're halfway across the river. There's no turning back. We will continue. The quicker the action happens, the more lives can be saved, and the sooner we can see the regime's collapse. So timing is, of course, important. And I would still believe in the president's commitment that help is on the way.
But does he need to do something today, tomorrow, to help your fellow countrymen?
Well, I'm not the president's advisor. All I can say that Iranians are, of course, right now as we speak, witnessing the kind of massacre that has been unprecedented in human history. And this is why the urgency becomes quite clear. The timing, I leave it to the experts to decide. All I can say is the sooner the better.
Okay, I'm going to call now Ben Amini from Manitou. Microphone over here, please.
Sorry, there's too much bright light. I can't see who is where. Okay, now I see you.
This might be in Persian.
حالا از نخستین من بهنام امینی هستم از تلویزیون منوتو. از نخستین روزهای انقلاب ملت ایران منوتو گزارش‌های متعددی از شهروندان دریافت کرد مبنی بر اینکه بخشی از نیروهای سرکوب در خیابان‌ها ایرانی نیستند. این موضوع گمانه‌زنی‌هایی درباره حضور شبه نظامیان خارجی به ویژه از عراق و لبنان رو ایجاد کرده. موضوعی که امروز با گزارش رسانه‌های بین‌المللی درباره ورود دست کم 5000 نیروی مزدور از عراق برای سرکوب مردم ایران جدی‌تر شده.
Armin, did you want to just translate that part?
Yeah, so he's basically talking about the reports that are coming from inside Iran that some of the people who are suppressing the Iranian people are foreigners coming from Iraq. So he's talking about those reports, yeah.
And he's saying like the most recent report is that 5,000 Hashtishabis.
5,000.
Yeah, 5,000 like Hashtishabis from Iraq have come in now on top of everyone else.
شما به عنوان رهبر انقلاب ملت ایران این گزارش‌ها رو چطور ارزیابی می‌کنید و حضور اونها نشانه چیست؟
How do you assess these reports, and what do you think? What does it mean? What is the meaning of the presence of these forces inside Iran?
ببین این دقیقاً علامتی است از ضعف نظام به مفهوم این که حتی عوامل خودی به اندازه کافی نداره برای سرکوب مردم و مجبور میشه از بیرون عوامل خارجی رو وارد بکنه.
So this shows the weakness of the regime, and it shows that even for suppressing the people, the regime needs to bring from outside, foreigners from outside, to be able to control their revolution.
اگه نظام امکاناتشو داشت از نظر ایجاد رعب و ترس نیازی به وارد کردن عوامل خارجی نمی بود.
If the regime had the ability to use its own resources to create a fear among Iranian people, it wouldn't need to bring foreign forces inside Iran.
این نشانه ضعفشونه و یأسشونه.
This shows their weakness and also their hopelessness.
البته توحششون مشهوده چون میدونن که به آخرین طریق ممکن میخوان در مردم ایجاد تردید و ترس بکنن.
This shows their level of violence that they have because they want to use all the remaining ways to create fear among Iranian people.
فکر کنم مردم ایران بر این ترس غلبه کردن.
But the Iranian people have overcome this fear.
اما وقتی که میبینیم این نظام دست به این کار میشه اینجاست که جامعه بین‌المللی باید متوجه بشه.
But when we see that the regime is doing such a thing, that's when the international community has to realize what's happening.
که این نظام حتی حاضر عواملی از خارج بیاره بر سرکوب مردم خودش.
Basically, the whole world has to see that this regime is even willing to bring foreign forces to suppress its own people.
و تا این حد بقیه هست.
And they are this disgusting. They're this vile. This is their level of how vile they are.
به هر حال من فکر کنم که دنیا امروز تصمیم گرفته برای عکس‌العمل نشان دادن و به زودی شواهدش رو خواهیم دید.
I do believe that the world has decided to respond to all of this, and very soon we're going to see the evidence for that.
A quick translation for those of you who don't speak Farsi.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
The question related
there we
to
go.
the regimes importing foreign elements into Iran
That's smart.
as a mechanism of repression. And I said that this is a clear indication of the regime's weakness, that it cannot even count on its own forces to do the dirty job, and it has to resort to bring people from the outside. But reason more for the world to realize that as this desperation act of the regime to try to brutalize its own people as a last gasp effort cannot be left unanswered, which is why we're calling for the world to help us out.
Thank you. AFP, please.
Just want to point out, like, this is how smart and well spoken our king is. He literally does live press conferences in different languages. Guys, he also speaks fluent French. So we might even have him speak French if there's any French media, because back in the summer when he did a press conference, it was English, French, and Persian all at once. So there you go. We are so lucky to have him as a king and a leader.
Yeah.
So educated, so well spoken. Like, he has been training for this moment his entire life.
One really quick point, guys, for English-speaking people, Hashd Shabi in English is the Popular Mobilization Front. That's the group in the Shia group in Iraq that is a proxy of the Islamic Republic, that now the Islamic Republic is calling upon to come to Iran to attack the Iranian people. So the English is Popular Mobilization Front.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Thank you very much, Sean Tandon with AFP. Nice to see you. Could I follow up? The momentum, you mentioned that that's in the hands of Iranians, but at what point is it too late for the intervention that you're talking about from President Trump? Could there be the sense that he's talked for over 10 days about help is on the way? Is there a sense that could actually weaken the momentum? And specifically, you said at the beginning that there should be targeting of the Revolutionary Guards. Do you mean necessarily military strikes? How should the Revolutionary Guards be targeted? Thanks.
Right. It's never too late. Any fight for freedom doesn't have a deadline. Some of you reporters have deadlines to make your reports, but this fight doesn't have deadline. We will fight until we win. That is the national will of the Iranian people. We are all going to fight until we win. The only question is, what are the elements that can expedite it? And the immediate issue remains, what will hurt the regime most? By dismantling its apparatus of state terror and repression. A lot of it are the regime's military paramilitary assets, mostly IRGC targets. So I'm calling for a surgical strike on those means. And I think it should be quite obvious to any of you. How do you weaken a regime's first and foremost means of instituting terror at home or terrorism abroad? And all ties, the targets are quite obvious. You're not going to hit a factory or a school or a hospital. Clearly, it's obvious what the targets should be. And the regime knows it. And that's exactly what those who have to decide how to decide what should be the legitimate targets will decide upon it. I think the Iranian people naturally say the people who hurt us the most should be the first one to be targeted. And I think that it should be quite obvious what should be done, in my opinion.
CBS. CBS here. Newsmax.
Good morning, sir. President Trump, up to this point, as we know, has decided not to take military action up to this point. He recently said that the killing has stopped, the planned executions have been halted. Is it your belief that American intervention, specifically military intervention, is necessary for this current movement today to be successful?
As I said in my opening remarks, the Iranian people are defenseless on the streets, unarmed, against a regime that is unleashing on them with military weapons, AK-47s, assault cars, trying to rip them apart. And these are the odds that are not fair for a nation that is trying to overcome a regime by means of protesting peacefully on the streets. So the only way you can equalize the playing field is to help them have a better chance by weakening the regime's apparatus of repression. And these are mostly paramilitary institutions such as the IRGC. IRGC has been the main instrument of the regime's repression at home and terror abroad. So clearly, any strike on those entities will facilitate our task, will prevent more loss of lives, and will weaken the regime to a point that resistance will be futile. And we will try to encourage the regime's top echelon to ultimately depart, and the rest of society will know the regime is now totally crumbling, and we are prepared to collect the rest of them that will then rally around the people and stand with them, and hopefully we can enter the phase of transition. This is pretty much the scenario I see unfolding, but right now, the decision is in the process of being made. I'm not going to speculate where it is right now. I'm not going to go follow every headlines that the news says in any news cycle. There's a lot that is happening in its unfolding, and I'd rather not speculate. All I say is that if action happens, great. If it doesn't, we will still fight. The difference is it will be longer, costlier to us as a nation, more loss of life. And if the world does care about Iranian loss of life, then they better act and equalize the playing field for us, so we'll have a better chance to succeed with less casualties and less deaths in the process.
Thank you. Robert Tate from The Guardian. Mr. Pahlavi, you have said you have a detailed plan to lead the transition when the regime falls. Does that include establishing a constitutional monarchy on the basis of the one your father was head of? Or do you foresee yourself as merely a transitional temporary figure? And if so, how would that differ from the vow of Ayatollah Khomeini in 1979, who said at the time of the revolution that he would simply be a transitional figure who would return to home and would retire from active politics only to set up a repressive theocracy? I mean, can you give a pledge that you would not be a second Ayatollah Khomeini?
I invite all of you after this press conference, and I have some of our experts available to you to explain all of this process in more details. One of the projects that I started a few years ago is called IPP, Iran Prosperity Project. This project is meant to address all of the issues, beginning with the first 100 days of how to manage the transition and stabilize the country. Short midterm range, anywhere between 6 months to 2 years of the rest of the normalization phase, and ultimately Iran's development down the line. Many documents have been generated with the help of legal experts, economists, and others to explain the chronology of events. But in relationship to your question, the way we have proposed the process to go is that the minute the regime collapses, the transitional government takes control. It works towards working in a process where we have its own judiciary branch, executive branch, legislative branch, and temporary parliament to oversee the elections of ultimately a national assembly, by first allowing the Iranian people, after about 4 months' time and many other debates, what is the form they would like to have as a future system of governance by means of referendum. Whatever the majority of the Iranian people decide, their representative in a constitutional assembly will be tasked with the responsibility to draft the constitution of this next system and present that constitutional project to the nation. The nation will have the opportunity to either ratify that proposed constitution, or if not, send it back to that constitutional assembly to rewrite it whatever way is fitted, again submit it to a secondary referendum. If in the second referendum there's still no consensus in majority, that constitutional assembly would dissolve. A new constitutional assembly will be created, and the process will again occur until finally we have a ratified proposed constitutional project. Once that happens, the first parliament of this new democracy will be elected, and the first government of that new system will be elected. If it's a republic, the president will be elected. If it's a monarchy, the prime minister will be elected. At that time, the transitional government dissolves itself and passes over and hands over the responsibility and the authority to the newly elected government based on that new constitution. This is the process from beginning to end. My role in all this is to lead this transition, help with the transitional structure, bring in all the elements that check all the boxes, because the country has to function. Day one, somebody has to pick up the trash. The train has to run on time. Basic services have to be provided. And at this stage, what we are inviting to have the quickest, smoothest transition, the maximum participation, on the one hand, of the military and paramilitary forces to play their role, and the civil society and the bureaucracy to be also in place to be able to address these things. So the majority of these instruments are already in place. And again, against the model of debathification, we count on the majority of these people to remain in their jobs. We want to make sure that the world can help us, so the transitional government can pay salaries so people can maintain their jobs and do all of that. All of these things have been studied and explained in details. And as I said, I invite you to study those, I don't know, I think at least 170 pages of it. And as I said, we have our experts here who can further in detail explain to all of you what is it exactly that we propose. But in a nutshell, this is what we're doing, and this is the process you can expect and anticipate.
Thank you. On BFM.
Can I just say, like, that question is so annoying, because anyone who's been following along for the last 6 months, like mainstream media, the Iran Prosperity Project is out there. Now, of course, all of you who have been watching Iran Revolution live and joining us for the last 2 weeks, of course, you guys literally know more about Iran than the mainstream media, because you guys already know about Iran Prosperity Project, you know about the plan for a referendum. You guys know all of that. So yeah, like, this is why the mainstream media is so frustrating, because they literally know nothing, and they're just parroting the same BS and nonsense over and over again, right? So you guys are literally more knowledgeable about Iran and the Iranian Revolution than the mainstream media.
Do they not do some basic research before they show up? Like,
Nope.
isn't that part of their job?
Nope. And then they have the audacity to compare him to Khomeini. Like, what a disgusting comment. Oh my gosh. Like, so vile. But anyways.
My name is Antoine Hollard with BFM TV, French television. In France, the government has been criticized for being too soft by saying that the regime is too brutal. What is your message to the president of France, and what do you expect from him to put pressure on the regime? Thank you.
Again, I think the more we have solidarity from the international community, and France is a very important country. The relationship that France has had with Iran goes back centuries. I know many French people. I know their sympathy and their appreciation and love of Iranian culture and whatever it is that we stand for. And we had very good relationship in the past. The question is, what is the behavior of this regime? Does it adhere in any simple way to the very principles that France stands for: égalité, fraternité, liberté, laïcité, all those main principles that we're fighting for? So as a president of a democratic, secular, laïc nation, and as I said, one of the top principles is separation of church and state, I think the message should be clear, that the French people and its government stand on the side of people who seek the same liberties, the same human rights, the same freedom of religions, and the same protection of equality of citizens under the law that the French people enjoy in France. And we would like, as Iranians, to have it in Iran. So this is an important message. Are we continuing to go and appease a regime that is murdering its own people? Or is it time to abandon that path and now stand with the Iranian people and help them in their liberation? It's a very simple choice to make. And I advise the French president, if I may, to heed the call of millions of Iranians who turn towards the free world and say, what says you? Are you with us? And I hope the French president will say at the end of the day that he stands with the Iranian people.
Just a follow-up in French. Est-ce que vous avez été déçu par la réponse d'Emmanuel Macron, qui a été assez molle, entre guillemets, face à la répression brutale du régime?
Écoutez, comme je vous l'ai
This
dit,
is good. We're going to see him speaking French.
c'est un crime contre l'humanité qui se passe en Iran actuellement.
Okay, so here he says it's a crime against humanity what's happening in Iran. Don't worry, guys. I'll translate the French for you. Je peux parler français aussi. Oh yeah, he's fluent in French. So here he says what's happening in Iran. It's a crime against humanity.
Ça dépasse toutes les limites de tolérance possibles.
It passes every single like limit of tolerance. Oh yeah, he speaks French. Yeah, he's trilingual.
Ou de vouloir dire qu'on veut garder une ligne de communication pour des raisons de négociation diplomatique, etc.
It's like basically gone far beyond where like you can even like have like a line of communication with these terrorists because of what they've done.
Je pense qu'on a déjà dépassé ce cas.
Yeah, we've already like passed that.
Il ne reste qu'une seule solution.
There's only one solution left.
Éviter un massacre, éviter un bain de sang, éviter qu'un pays qui peut être un élément de stabilité, dans l'intérêt stratégique de l'Occident.
So basically he's saying, the solution is to like get rid of the Islamic regime and have a country that's going to provide stability and freedom and peace.
Une fois débarrassé de ce régime, mettra fin non seulement à la misère et la répression chez nous, mais en même temps profitera à ce que le monde puisse enfin respirer, soulagé, d'avoir pas un problème d'avoir encore à abriter d'autres réfugiés qui doivent venir sur le territoire européen déjà saturé, plus dans l'intérêt économique de ce pays, un pays qui peut vous fournir pendant des décennies.
So basically he's saying like, just the freeing Iran is like the best solution. And, he's gonna like that's just gonna be good for the world and get rid of like a lot of the refugee problems and stabilize the country.
Niveau énergique le nécessaire pour n'avoir pas à faire face à un blackmail chaque hiver par la Russie, par exemple.
And then here, so blackmail par la Russie. So he's also saying that I learned French when I was a kid. My parents put me in French immersion. That's why I speak French. But here he's saying like a free Iran would also be beneficial to France and other countries because that would also open up the economy, that would give access to oil, and Europe would not have to be blackmailed by Russia anymore.
L'Iran peut s'apprêter à ça. La question c'est quel Iran?
So he's like, Iran can help with like the problems that the EU have with Russia, but he's like, but quel Iran? Which Iran, right?
Je pense que le choix est évident.
He's like, I think the choice is evident.
Donc je pense que l'administration, que ce soit Emmanuel Macron ou d'autres chefs d'État européens, doivent regarder aujourd'hui quel est ultérieurement le meilleur intérêt de leur pays.
So he says, I think the choice is very clear. And this is why the Macron administration or any other European government, they need to look at this and decide what choice is best for their country, right? So what's in the best interest of France? What kind of Iran is in the best interest of France?
Un Iran libre.
And he says an Iran libre, right? So a free Iran is in the best interest of France.
Mieux placé pour satisfaire leurs intérêts ou ce régime sanguinaire et terroriste.
So he's like, so do you think like a free Iran would better serve the interests of like France and other countries, or an Iran that's occupied by terrorists, that's exporting terrorism?
Simple question.
It's a simple question. Simple question. It's a simple question.
C'est pas à moi de répondre. Je vous dis tout simplement l'attente des Iraniens.
He's like, it's not my place to respond what Emmanuel Macron thinks is best.
Maintenant, c'est au président français ou d'autres leaders de décider finalement où est-ce qu'il se place.
And he says it's up to Emmanuel Macron. And oh wow, watching from France right now. Bienvenue, bonsoir, bonsoir. So then he basically says, it's up to the French to decide what's best. So there you go. So I translated this for you from French to English, but for our French viewers, especially those who are from France, Let's go back and I'll replay this without interrupting. So now that you guys kind of know the gist of the question, I'll just replay the French version without interrupting.
And I advise the French president, if I may, to heed the call of millions of Iranians
from
who
Quebec
turn
as
towards
well.
the free world.
There we go, both Quebec and France.
Are
Love
you with
that.
us? And I hope the French president will say
Oh,
at
nous
the end
avons
of the
beaucoup
day
de Français.
that he stands with the Iranian people.
Just a follow-up in French. Est-ce que vous avez été déçu par la réponse d'Emmanuel Macron, qui a été assez molle, entre guillemets, face à la répression brutale du régime?
Écoutez, comme je vous l'ai dit, c'est un crime contre l'humanité qui se passe en Iran actuellement. Ça dépasse toutes les limites de tolérance possible, ou de vouloir dire qu'on veut garder une ligne de communication pour des raisons de négociation diplomatique, etc. Je pense qu'on a déjà dépassé ce cap. Il ne reste qu'une seule solution. Éviter un massacre, éviter un bain de sang, éviter qu'un pays qui peut être un élément de stabilité, dans l'intérêt stratégique de l'Occident, une fois débarrassé de ce régime, mettra fin non seulement à la misère et la répression chez nous, mais en même temps profitera à ce que le monde puisse enfin respirer, soulagé, d'avoir pas un problème d'avoir encore à abriter d'autres réfugiés qui doivent venir sur le territoire européen déjà saturé, plus dans l'intérêt économique de ce pays, un pays qui peut vous fournir pendant des décennies au niveau énergique le nécessaire pour n'avoir pas à faire face à un blackmail chaque hiver par la Russie, par exemple, et l'Iran peut s'apprêter à ça. La question, c'est quel Iran? Je pense que le choix est évident. Donc, je pense que l'administration, que ce soit Emmanuel Macron ou d'autres chefs d'État européens, doivent regarder aujourd'hui quel est ultérieurement le meilleur intérêt de leur pays. Est-ce qu'un Iran libre sera mieux placé pour satisfaire leurs intérêts ou ce régime sanguinaire et terroriste? Simple question. Ce n'est pas à moi de répondre. Je vous dis tout simplement l'attente des Iraniens. Maintenant, c'est au président français ou d'autres leaders de décider finalement où est-ce qu'ils se placent.
The lady here. Would you?
Wait, just wanted to say, so I didn't realize there were so many French speakers watching us. So there you go. I told you. Je pense que je vous dis que notre roi peut parler français. Et maintenant, vous avez vu. Like, guys, can you think of any other statesman or any other politician in the world who literally does live press conferences in 3 languages with no teleprompter and no notes or anything, right? Literally 3 languages all at once, English, Persian, and French. And he's just, just doing trilingual press conferences, right? No, he doesn't speak Spanish. He doesn't speak any other languages. No, it's only those 3 that I know of. I don't think he speaks German or Spanish or anything. All right, let's continue.
You just get a microphone.
Thanks, Michelle Kellerman with NPR. You mentioned that you wanted to see the Ayatollah in exile in Moscow, but the Russians are providing political cover for the Iranians at the UN. Today, Putin called Netanyahu to, present himself as a peacemaker. What do you think the Russians are doing? Do you think Trump could believe the Russians in this case?
Once the dust settles, as far as the Iranian people are concerned, and how in this game of geopolitics, things sometimes unfold in one direction or the other. Even Moscow is considering, what if this regime is no longer there? Then what? The Chinese are doing the same. They've been very quiet lately, not taking any position. So I'd rather not speculate, but simply say that a stable Iran, a strong Iran, a democratic Iran will not be antagonistic to anyone's interest, including Russia and China. What we want as Iranians is a fair deal. We don't want to be taken advantage of in lopsided, unfair deals that is against the national interest of Iran, simply because a corrupt regime and weak is offering concessions left and right. We want to have a fair relationship with everyone. It's a normal interest for us to look towards the West, primarily because we are focused on democratic free nations to partner with in alliance and cooperation. And of course, our immediate neighborhood, which is why it is crucial for the world to understand that a different Iran will be committed to cordial relations with our immediate neighbors, with Israel, with the Saudis, and the rest of them in the Arab world, and the rest of the countries in our immediate neighborhood. And that extends to everybody else, provided, of course, that we as a sovereign nation are able to protect our liberties and our rights, and will deal accordingly and reciprocally with anybody respecting that, based on mutual respect. That's the end of the subject. So whatever we see now happening depends on the clarity of the ultimate outcome. The more the Iranian people are empowered, the more we can then tell the world, we as Iranians, unlike this regime, are committed to peace, are committed to stability, are committed to improve the lives of people by means of trade, commerce, cooperation, and everything else that this regime has taken away from us. Iran today should have been the next South Korea of the Middle East. Iran at the time had 5 times the GDP of South Korea. Today we have become North Korea, not because we don't have the human resources, not because we don't have the natural resources, but because we have a governance that doesn't give a damn about the people and the livelihood, that have exploited our nation and its resources, that has impoverished our nation while funding radical extremist terrorist groups and proxies in the region and beyond, have outstretched their arms all the way to Latin America, and are still standing there only because the delay in their collapse was a result of appeasement. The game changer is enough is enough. The game changer is these people deserve better. And they have proven that unlike this regime that hates the Western world in particular, and particularly the United States, that wants to wipe off a country off the map of the world, we as Iranians are committed to a different future. I went to Israel 2 years ago to show that we are the descendants of Cyrus the Great, who 25 centuries ago helped Jewish slaves be freed from the Babylonian government, helped them rebuild the temple in Jerusalem, a country that in the Second World War period gave refuge to Jews escaping the tyranny of Hitler, a country that, unlike this regime, wants to have cordial relationship with the state of Israel and the rest of our neighbors, a country that holds high in our principles and values the first Declaration of Human Rights that Cyrus the Great provided, that was inspiring people like Thomas Jefferson and was encoded into the American Bill of Rights and Constitution or Declaration of Independence. We have pride in that. And the children of Cyrus are not telling you that we are committed to that. That's when I talk about the Cyrus Accords is in that spirit. This is not me saying it. This is our nation, its culture, its national identity. And this is your truest friend that is now being clobbered, as you saw in that video, by a regime that is un-Iranian and is a threat to all of us. And this is what's at stake, simply at the end of the day. So it's better for all of us to now think of how different the world will be with a liberated Iran. And this is our moment in time. This is Iran's chance to finally, after 47 years, liberate itself. And I hear people from across the world. I see how much sympathy now there is for Iranians, from Australia to Argentina to Canada to Sweden to many, 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 many countries that are standing with the Iranian people. The people do. Now it's time for their governments to be online and on par with the expectation of various countries that are demonstrating their support for the Iranian people. And even they ask their respective governments to act. It's not just Iranians asking the outside world to act. People in different countries are beginning to ask their governments to act. And I hope that such governments hear their people and our people and stop listening to the regime that has been lying to them deceitfully and is hanging on to power by yet trying to find another opportunity to get out of this quagmire. Let's not give them that chance yet again.
I'm afraid last two questions, BBC Persia and then NDTV. BBC Persia first.
It's going to be
BBC
Farsi
Persia?
probably.
Ayatollah BBC.
Ayatollah BBC.
من با اجازهتون فارسی سوال میپرسم. شما زمانی که تظاهرات بود در ایران در زمان پس از مرگ مهسا امینی صحبت از اتوبوسی کردید که از همه دعوت کردید سوار این اتوبوس بشن. الان در خیابون‌های ایران، تهران، مشهد، اصفهان، شهرهای کوچیک و بزرگ اسم شما و خانواده شما رو صدا می‌کند. آیا
So during the Mahsa Revolution, you spoke about a bus that the door is open for everyone to join. So meaning that the door is open for anybody who wants to join.
It was an analogy. It was like, you know, he used the bus as an analogy. So like everyone who wants to free Iran, get on board.
Yes. Yeah. And now everybody, like the people in the streets of Iran, are calling on your name. Okay.
From all across the country, yeah.
هنوز این دعوت وجود داره برای اینکه از دیگران بخواهید که سوار این اتوبوس بشن، همراهی کنند و اینکه
He's saying, is the invitation still open for other people to join this movement, your cause, this revolution, and to help out?
So he's this is why we think BBC is trash, and we call it Ayatollah BBC, because this is such a stupid question. So basically what he's trying to say here is he wants to he's because when he says is the bus still available, he's referring to like the communists and the Islamists and like all these other people who are out there and they're like attacking the Shah, right? So he's like, oh, is the bus still available for these people to join as leader, right? So that's where he's getting at.
The interesting thing is that those people themselves don't want to join Pahlavi. Like it's not they're not being pushed away by Pahlavi. Like people are like, oh, are you going to work with people who are anti-Pahlavi? Well, they are anti-Pahlavi. Like even if the door is open for them to join Pahlavi, they won't join because they're allergic to anything with the Pahlavi name on it.
And the one thing that he's made very clear, like he said this right, like way back, like last year and in the summer, he said that our movement, the revolution, is open to anyone from any political like ideology or belief to join, as long as you know you believe in. Well, now there's four principles. So the four principles are maintaining the territorial. Territorial
border integrity.
So territorial integrity of Iran is the first one. Your commitment to separation of religion and state, and that you want, a secular country. Number 3 is commitment to democratic principles. And what was number 4? Oh, number 4 was self-determination.
No. Individual rights and equal rights.
Well, no, I already said that. Individual rights and equal rights. Number 4 is new. Number 4 is self-determination. Number 4 is the right of Iran.
Let me go through the 4. Border integrity, democracy, democratic process, secularism, separation of church and state, individual rights and equal rights. That's number 4. So democracy, that's number 4.
There you go. All right. Okay, perfect. So that's already there. And guys, like the vast majority of Iranians, we have united behind him. And for example, I'm a constitutional monarchist. Armin prefers a republic.
No, I'm gonna during the referendum, I'm gonna vote for monarchy because the monarchy keeps out all the 3 evils.
Absolutely. So because we know we know constitutional monarchy works in Iran, but there are other Iranians out there who do want a republic for whatever reason. Like they want a republic, that's fine. But even the Republicans, right? Like and by Republican, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about the American political party. I'm talking about the group of Iranians who want like a republic type of government, right? Even they have rallied behind King Reza Pahlavi, because all of us from both sides, we know that the only person who can transition us from a democratic an Islamic dictatorship to a secular democratic society is King Reza Pahlavi, right? Like, we only trust him to do that. And then once we get there, right, then we can decide whether we want to have like a republic like America or a constitutional monarchy like Canada, right? But right now, like, we're all united. We're all united based on those four principles of like secularism and democracy.
Right. Just one clarification for people who study political science. So technically, a constitutional monarchy technically it's also a republic, technically, because it has a parliament, it has a prime minister, it has elections, it has a constitution. But in Iran, when we say a republic, we're talking about a republic without a monarch. But technically, both of them are republic. But when we say republic in Iran, we're talking about a republic without a monarch.
Well, yeah, we're talking about a republic like a U.S. style, right? So U.S. style republic. Yeah, so basically like a U.S. style republic versus a Canadian style constitutional monarchy system.
Exactly.
That's basically it. But like both countries are democracies, right?
Yes.
The only people who haven't jumped on the bandwagon are the communists, right? The MEK, the communists, the Islamists, and of course the woke progressive left. Okay, let's continue.
بعضی از بخش‌های جامعه ممکن هست که نگرانی‌هایی داشته باشند، قشر مذهبی یا بعضی از اقلیت‌ها. پیام شما برای اونها چه هست؟
So he's saying there are segments of society that they might be concerned, for example, the religious part of the society or ethnic minorities. They might be worried that they might not be included. What's your message to them? Which is a stupid question, because Prince Reza Pahlavi has been, like, in the Munich conference that he has had, he had representative from all ethnic minorities and LGBT group and all religious minority groups to come and work with Prince Reza Pahlavi. And if you actually read his plans, he's completely in favor of protecting all of different minorities in Iran. And also one of his 4 principles is individual rights and equal rights for all citizens of Iran, regarding of their ethnic background or religious identity. So that's already in one of the 4 pillars of his of everything that he's working for. So
yeah. Just a quick note. Yes, Canada is a monarchy, guys. Canada is a monarchy. Canada's a monarchy. But
constitutional.
Well, yeah, constitutional. But guys, I see a lot of you in the chat. You're like, oh, this would be good or that would be good. Guys, we are going to have so much time to talk about this and debate this in the future. And we would love to get all your thoughts and opinions on that as well. But right now, our focus is on overthrowing the Islamic dictatorship, right? So once we overthrow the regime, then we're going to have like so many conversations about this. So absolutely. But right now the focus is overthrowing.
What is the best is what we would decide in our election. So in our referendum and in our election, whatever the Iranian people vote for, that is the best answer. And that Prince Reza Pahlavi is going to bring the ability for Iranian people to decide.
And you also have to trust us to know what's best for our country and our culture, right? Because Iranian culture is like, our civilization is thousands of years old, right? So I would hope that whatever decision that the Iranian people make, that the world trusts and respects that decision, because Iranians right now are literally being slaughtered out in the streets for the right to choose what kind of government they want to have. So there we go. All right. So that now he answered his like bogus question, so he's basically saying, oh, so like does the revolution, have room for like people with other ideas? And when he says other ideas, he's referring to the communists, right? So he says other ideas. And then he also mentions the religious people or whatever. But as you can tell, King Reza Pahlavi has made it very clear that this is a secular movement. Everyone is welcome regardless of religion. We just want separation of church and state, or of religion.
Exactly. That's very important. Secular just means that you cannot have a party, a religious party in our government, and laws could not be made based on religious arguments. But your rights as a Muslim or whatever is going to be respected.
Yeah. So freedom of religion is still going to be there. It's just we're not going to allow any religion to dictate government policy or government law.
Exactly.
خیلی ممنونم.
اولا بگم البته ببینید اون 4 شرایط اصلی رو که بیان کردم، یعنی هر کسی
the 4 principles
اساساً مسئله تمامیت ارضی ایران.
So he's saying, of course, this goes back to the 4 principles that I was saying, and he's now listing them. He's starting with the border integrity of Iran.
مسئله جدای دین از حکومت.
The separation of religion and government.
مسئله برابری شهروندان در مقابل قانون و حقوق فردی.
Individual rights and the equality before the law of every citizen.
و نهایتاً حق انتخاب آزاد برای تعیین سرنوشت خودشون رو قبول و باور داشته باشن، مسافرین این به اصطلاح اتوبوس هستن و خواهند بود.
That was the 4th one.
And the 4th one is democracy. Basically, everyone's right. So democracy is basically the same as saying that the right to self-determination. That is one of the 4. Yeah.
Yeah, he's basically saying so the right to determine the kind of democracy we want, right?
So democracy and the right to self-determination are the one of the same. Yeah.
در برای همه افرادی که همگن و همسو با این حداقل اصول همبستگی هستن میتونن با هم کار بکنن.
So everybody that believes in these 4 principles, we could work with each other as long as you believe in these 4 principles.
نمونهش این بود که چند ماه پیش در مونیخ در اون کنفرانس همبستگی داشتین.
See, this is the conference I was referring to. He's saying that, for example, you saw in the Munich conference that we had so many different groups, diverse groups from all segments of society that were present, and we saw that.
I was there for the Munich conference.
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
جریانات چپ راست پادشاهی خواه.
Let me go back a little bit and then let him say this part and then translate it.
شهروندان در مقابل قانون و حقوق فردی و نهایتاً حق انتخاب آزاد برای تعیین سرنوشت خودشون رو قبول و باور داشته باشن، مسافرین این به اصطلاح اتوبوس هستن و خواهند بود. در برای همه افرادی که همگن و همسو با این حداقل اصول همبستگی هستن میتونن با هم کار بکنن. نمونهش این بود که چند ماه پیش در مونیخ در اون کنفرانس همبستگی داشتین، واضحاً دیدید که انواع اقسام جریانات چپ راست پادشاهی خواه جمهوری خواه.
So here he's saying chap rost. So he's saying people on the political left, people on the political right, people who want a republic, people who want constitutional monarchy.
نمایندگان اقوام، نمایندگان خیلی هم مشخصاً موضع‌گیری کردن. من صحبت از مولوی عبدالحمید رو میکنم.
What happened?
I just missed what he said. Wait, now I lost my.
واضحاً دیدید. انواع اقسام جریانات چپ راست پادشاهی خواه جمهوری خواه، نمایندگان اقوام، نمایندگان اقشار مذهبی.
So that was representatives from various religions, representatives from various cultures.
ورزشکاران، هنرمندان.
Athletes, artists, artists and actors.
همه گونه طیف در اونجا بودن. چون
every representatives from each and every part of Iranian society and culture were present in Munich.
بر اساس این اصول توافق داشتن.
And they were all there based on uniting based on these 4 principles that he's spoken about.
ما اکنون کسانی داریم فرض بفرمایید خیلی هم مشخصاً موضع‌گیری کردن. من صحبت از مولوی عبدالحمید رو میکنم به عنوان نمونه و به عنوان مثال به عنوان رهبر مذهبی سنی در منطقه بلوچستان.
Okay, so do you want to explain this part? So he's saying, you know, we have many people, for example, and then he gives a name. So do you want to explain that?
So yeah, Moulavi Abdul Hamid, he's a leader, is a religious leader in the Baluchistan province of Iran, and he's a Sunni leader. He's a religious leader, and he has a lot of followers that listen to him. And he has been supporting this revolution against the Islamic Republic. And he has been one of the religious leaders that has been more outspoken and more direct against Khamenei and the regime. And he's been saying some nationalist, his rhetoric is more nationalist these days rather than religious. So he's giving him as an example of a religious leader that is basically taking part of the revolution against the regime. So yeah, the key thing to understand is like they're not anti-religious leaders if they get to participate in the revolution. They're just against religion being part of the government. He's very popular, by the way, among the Sunni Iranians in Baluchistan, this guy. You're muted.
Sorry. So this is what I mean. Like when I say that like we Iranians, regardless of like religion or background or anything, like we're all united against the Islamic Republic. Like even Muslims, even Muslims are united against the Islamic Republic. This is what we're talking about, right? So like,
yes.
But there are, you know, those of us who want to see us fail, they will try and ignore these nuances, and they will claim that you know, that this is, you know, we're all against Islam. Well, not really. We're against the Islamic Republic, and the Islamic Republic has been using religion to control and kill and murder us. And you know, by the way, this guy, he's not a Shia. He's not a Shia cleric. So he's not actually part of the Islamic regime. He's a Sunni. He's a Sunni cleric, and he's actually been like persecuted quite a lot by them. So
Khamenei. Yep. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Khamenei hasn't assassinated him because he's so popular that if he's get assassinated, there would be an uprising by the Sunni Baluchis. But Khamenei has given a direct order to destroy his reputation. But it hasn't been successful, and that's how popular it is. And also, one point, this also shows that the Iranian Baluchis, the separatist part is a minority, and even our Baluchis are using nationalist language. And united with the rest of Iran instead of using ethnic identities to separate themselves from the rest of the Iran. They're not using Sunni rhetoric. They're not using Baluchi rhetoric. They're using nationalist Iranian rhetoric to show unity with the rest of Iran. This is key to understand.
I want to find that video. Actually, we can go back to what the Shah was saying, but this is really, really important. Oh my gosh, I saw it somewhere. Let me find it. There was a video. Did you see the video? Okay, I found the video. So I want to see if this is the right one.
Guys, please understand.
You have the video of the Baluch Iranians?
I have videos sent to me from Baluchi Iranians directly on Telegram saying they're pledging allegiance to Prince Reza Pahlavi.
Okay,
I have to find that.
I think that's the one, but what I want is I need to add subtitles to it. Because that's really important. Because guys, one of the things that the separatists and, you know, the communists or whoever like to do is they've always tried to portray our Iranian Baluch population as like, you know, they want to separate and stuff. No. Those, I mean, listen, I feel for the Baluch in Pakistan. I know they're being persecuted there, and you know, I pray for them and wish all the best for them. But the Baluch in Iran, they're just, you know, like the rest of us, right? Like we're all we're all Iran first, and we're all united, right, against the Islamic dictatorship. So I just wanted to point that out. But anyways, let's go back to
the prince,
and then I will. Here we go. So now we're going to go back a little bit, because now he's going to talk about the Baluch cleric that we just showed you. Okay.
برای همه افرادی که همگن و همسو با این حداقل اصول همبستگی هستن میتونن با هم کار بکنن. نمونهش این بود که چند ماه پیش در مونیخ در اون کنفرانس همبستگی داشتین، واضحاً دیدید که انواع اقسام جریانات، چپ، راست، پادشاهی خواه، جمهوری خواه، نمایندگان اقوام، نمایندگان اقشار مذهبی، ورزشکاران، هنرمندان، همه گونه طیف در اونجا بودن، چون بر اساس این اصول توافق داشتن. ما اکنون کسانی داریم، فرض بفرمایید خیلی هم مشخصاً موضع‌گیری کردن. من صحبت از مولوی عبدالحمید رو میکنم به عنوان نمونه و به عنوان مثال، به عنوان رهبر مذهبی سنی در منطقه بلوچستان.
Okay, do you just want to just repeat that part?
Yeah, so I for example give Abdul Hamid as an example of the religious leader in the Baluchistan province, the Baluchistan area. Mullavi Abdul Hamid.
Yeah, the cleric.
که کاملا اعتقاد به این مسئله جدای از این از حکومت دارند و فکر میکنم بسیاری از روحانیون کشور ما نیست که جزوی از این نظام و حکومت نیستن این رو نیز باور دارن.
So he, like that guy, believes in the separation of religion and state, and there are a lot of other religious leaders in the country that I do believe that they also believe in the separation of religion and state.
Well, when he says religious leaders, he qualifies it. So he says there are a lot of religious leaders in the country
separate from the government. Yes, exactly. Who are not in the government. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point.
So that's key here, because those clerics that are part of the Islamic dictatorship,
right,
they are evil. They are part of the Nazi regime. However, there are, others who are not part of the Islamic regime. They're the ones who generally run the private mosques, right? So when you see Iranians attacking or burning mosques, those are the mosques that are owned by the Islamic regime. Those are the mosques where you have weapons depot, where you have secret jails in them, where the Basij militia go, where they take prisoners to beat up, right? So those
organized there.
Yeah, those are hubs of terrorism, right? So those are the mosques that Iranians are attacking and burning down, because a lot of there's also a lot of snipers in them who go into the top of the mosques, and then even from inside the mosque, they're shooting at Iranians on the streets right now, right? So that's why Iranians are attacking those mosques. But the private ones that have nothing to do with the regime, those ones are being left alone.
Yeah, just to clarify for everybody, me and Goldie are anti-Islam, but we want Iran to work for Muslims. We're not anti-Muslim, we're anti-Islam. We don't believe in Islam. We're against the religion of Islam, but we're not against Muslims. And we want Iran to work for all the citizens of Iran, including Muslims of Iran. We want Muslims of Iran to have peace, prosperity, equal rights, along with non-Muslims and along with anti-Islamic Iranians.
Yeah. So we're basically fighting for freedom of religion, right? So there you go.
And the freedom of anti-religion.
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. And guys, a lot of protesters are Muslim as well, right? So I mean, even I don't believe in it, but and it is a religion that's kind of dying out in Iran. But again, we are all respectful of one another. All right, we'll continue.
و دست کم نمایندگان اقواممون و مذاهب مختلفمون.
And also,
go ahead.
Go on.
Go ahead. No, you do it.
You want to go a little bit back, because you need to connect it to the part that was coming before it.
Okay.
من صحبت از مولوی عبدالحمید رو میکنم به عنوان نمونه و به عنوان مثال، به عنوان رهبر مذهبی سنی در منطقه بلوچستان. که کاملا اعتقاد به این مسئله جدای از این از حکومت دارند و فکر میکنم بسیاری از روحانیون کشور ما نیز که جزوی از این نظام و حکومت نیستند این رو نیز باور دارند و دست کم نمایندگان
We already translated this part. Yeah, so
اقواممون و مذاهب مختلفمون میدونن که از زمانی که این نظام سر کار اومد تبعیض جنسی، مذهبی و قومی رو شروع کرد.
So the representative of different religious groups and different ethnic groups, they know that when this regime came to power, it was basically biased. It was bigoted and biased against women and different minority groups.
ما همچین مشکلی قبلا نداشتیم و ضمانت این در آینده و قانون اساسی که محافظ حقوق بشر شهروندان ایران باشه تمام این ضمانت‌ها رو مجددا برقرار خواهد کرد.
So we didn't have this problem before this regime. We didn't have this problem, and the laws, the constitutional laws, that is going to be the thing that guarantees the equality of the rights of all of these groups of people, the individual rights and equality.
Like guys, basically, so before 1979, there was freedom of religion, right? There was freedom of religion. There was like equal rights, everything. The only thing that was banned was communism and Islamism, because communism and Islamism are evil. And in my opinion, I don't think the Shah was strict enough on that. But because those are destabilizing ideologies. But like everyone else, like everything else was free, equal, equality of religion. Just you could live however you wanted to live. After Israel, Iran used to be the second safest place for Jewish people in the Middle East.
Yeah,
Israel was first and Iran was second.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Proud of that history.
Yeah.
بنابراین هیچ عاملی برای نگرانی یا از غافل عقب موندن یا حقوق برابر نداشتن آنن از بین میره و بنابراین در اون آینده خواهند تونست که در آزادی کامل و در برابری کامل شهروندان متعدد اون مملکت یکپارچه باشند. این تعهدی است، نه فقط تعهد من، با تعهد تمام کسانی که معتقد به اون اصول هستند و اکنون در این جبهه واحد با هم داریم کار میکنیم تا این مسئله رو پیش ببریم.
Yeah, so all forms of discrimination based on those things that he mentioned is going to go away. And this is not just, he's saying that this is not just my guarantee, but this is also the guarantee, the commitment of not just me, but the commitment of all the people who believe those four principles and are going to be abiding by it.
Although, Armin, I actually have a feeling that given the current genocide that's happening in occupied Iran,
yes.
Given the current genocide and the horrific things we are seeing, I have a feeling that not many Iranians will be Muslim after this anymore, because the fact that the Islamic dictatorship right now is slaughtering tens of thousands of Iranians in the name of Allah and Islam and jihad. I think everyone's done with it. We're done with it.
I think you're so right. We're saying if Islam had any chance of survival after the fall of this regime, but the crimes of the Islamic Republic, I think it's over. I think it's completely over. They're burning the roots of Shia Islam right now as we speak inside Iran. Yeah. And they would be lucky that if they survive. I don't know, their safety and security needs to be protected, because what they're doing, I'm actually worried. Yeah, they're going to create a whole generation of Islamophobes for many decades to come. You're so right on that point. I think they just ended Islam, but because of the crimes they're committing.
I think the biggest Muslim population in Iran moving forward will just be our Sunni Muslim minorities in Baluchistan, and I think there might be some in the northern part as well, in the Kurdistan province maybe. But other than that, I think Shia Islam is done. Shia Islam is done in Iran.
And guys, Goldie and I are not talking about like ending Islam like by force or by like oppressing Shia Muslims. It's just going to just naturally happen because of how
like people are just gonna like people are just gonna leave Islam, right? They're just gonna yeah. So all right, let's continue on. We're close to the end here.
Last question, NDTV.
Last question.
Thank you, Crown Prince. This is Lalit Jha from NDTV. People of Iran has had a strong historical, cultural, and civilizational ties with India. What is your message?
I'm sorry, you're talking a bit too fast. Could you please enunciate so I can hear you properly? Thank you.
Lalit Jha, representing NDTV, an Indian news channel.
Yes.
People of India has had a strong cultural, civilizational ties with Iran.
Yes.
Right. Two questions. What is your message to the people of India, and what kind of relationship would you like to have with India? Thank you.
Well, I remember the days where, of course, visits that we had, and I think Prime Minister Gandhi had visited Iran. I was very young at the time. So the relationship goes a long time. Culturally, it goes many, many years, but in modern history, we had very good relations, of course, with India. And it's natural, as I said, that a democratic Iran is committed to have the best possible relationship in the context of sovereignty and liberty, to have the best possible relationship with any country that adheres to the same values and can work with us and can partner with us in many different domains. And of course, it's a rich culture and a rich history that we observe in India as well. I think we can, as nations, be very proud of our heritage. And this could be a natural path to a very good bond and cooperation. Look, we have so many challenges to face in our planet. We have issues of energy, we have issues of population, we have issues of energy shortages, we have water crisis, we have so many different things. And that's where I think the world needs to really rise up and reach each other hands for cooperation. The four corners of this world have to remain connected. We cannot be introverted. We cannot be isolationists. We need to be able to work together. And the closer ties we have, the better we can address. India is one of the leading countries when it comes to technology, when it comes to expertise. I think these are the kind of things that will help us in every area that we need to focus on, new renewable energies, IT, whatever it is out there. And I'm looking forward to have our experts, our entrepreneurs, our business sector, and anybody else working very closely with our Indian counterpart. Hopefully, once we are freed, we can start an entirely new chapter.
No, I think that's it. I think thank you very much, though, for your question, sir. Thank you very much for coming today from the ladies and gentlemen of the press. Thank you, Prince Reza Pahlavi. We have some, as he's mentioned, we have some of his team and some experts here. Parmida, where are you? Parmida over there can field any interviews that people want to do with the experts, whether it's around the Prosperity Project or the situation in Iran, and we have human rights experts and a whole range of people that can do interviews if you would like to, and just speak to Parmida. Thank you, Prince.
Thank you all.
Can I just say something? Goldie, I really think that, you know, when people are asking what is the relationship Iran is going to have with India, I really love that, because it basically suggests that people are just have accepted that we're moving on from the Islamic Republic. Like, you're like, okay, like, that is you know, that's a very good sign, because that means like a lot of people are like, okay, let's actually talk about what comes after, because apparently the Islamic Republic is done. That's what you're muted.
You know what, that's exactly what I was thinking, right? Like, people are already thinking about the day after. People are already thinking about what a free and liberal Iran is going to look like, right? Germany asked the same question as well. I did an interview on NDTV a few days ago. So, all right, guys, what did you think? What did you think of the press conference? We haven't heard from Gandalf. The internet's still down. We're actually very, very concerned and very worried about him.
I'm missing most of my. I have Sohail here, but most of my other admins are missing because they're in Iran, and I'm pretty sure. Well, let me not say that. Goldie, was there a segment at the end that somebody else is going to come speak, or is that over?
So there's nothing else there. I think that's the official press conference. And then what they said is that if anyone has any more questions, His Royal Highness's team is there and they can field questions.
Right.
So
guys, weren't the answers like just 10 out of 10 every single time? Like every time he answers, I'm like, okay, that is the best answer. I can't imagine. I cannot imagine a better answer. I don't know. Maybe I am very biased, but what do you guys think? Every time he answers, like, holy hell, that is the best possible answer to that question. I cannot think of a better answer. I don't know. Maybe
it was, but he's very eloquent. He is very, very well spoken, as you can tell. And we're very lucky to have someone like him. We're very, very lucky to have someone like him to lead us through this transition, right?
We are lucky.
And in terms of, for people asking about the internet, yes, the internet is still down. So Iran is...
No, X is down.
So,
oh, yeah, okay, sorry.
I'm talking about internet
sorry.
Well, I mean, X is working on my desktop.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I'm literally on X right now on my desktop, so...
Okay, X is back.
Yeah.
Yeah, internet is still
okay.
down
Anyways,
here.
let me just read this. So NetBlocks put out 10 minutes ago. In case you missed it, Iran is in hour 192 of a national internet blackout imposed by the regime after protests spread to multiple cities. Though news is limited due to the information vacuum, reports indicate thousands have been killed in the subsequent crackdown. So.
Oh, regarding that open source intel, do you think that's a trusted source? Because they're saying something really crazy.
Can you send
Should I show that?
Send it to me. What is it?
Okay, I'll send it to you
Because
first.
sometimes it's hit or miss.
Hit or miss? Okay, I'll send it to you. You take a look and see if it's...
I've heard Neoberg say that as well. So yeah, I think that's
Show it. Show it.
Yeah, because I think that's probably accurate.
Okay, so Iran's government, well, not government, said the nationwide internet blackout will remain in effect at least until the Iranian New Year in late March. In late March? That is insane. How is that even possible?
I want to find this post. Let me just finish posting this, and then I want to find a post that actually gave a really intelligent but very frightening summary of what they think is going on. I think they called it like the Syrian doctrine or something, the Syrian doctrine. And he was saying that what's currently happening in occupied Iran right now is what Bashar al-Assad did in Syria like 10 years ago or something. So I want to find that.
This is not going to fly. Like the Iranian people are not just going to, like nothing will run. Like how businesses rely on the internet. Their own infrastructure relies on the internet. This is not going to, like, we have hospitals, we have businesses, we have so many things that relies on the internet. Like they can't do that.
But they don't care. They don't care. Listen, their own people already have access to internet. Like that Charandi Marandi person, right?
So guys, Goldie is talking about Muhammad Morandi. So apparently his new name is Charandi Marandi. Charand means like nonsense in Persian. By the way, do you want to see that you were trending? I mean, we were like, look at this on X. Did you see this?
No.
So top news today. This is Neil Bunny sent me this. So they're all Iran related, and the second one is
Yeah.
us. This is us, guys, saying Canadian Iranian activists cheer mosque burnings in Iran protests. Guys, the Canadian Iranian activists that is talking about here is basically Goldie and me and I.
Well,
That's
because
our
we basically we upset all of the communists and the pallies, right? So they were like,
Yeah.
"Oh, look at these terrorists! Look at these Islamophobes!" Right? Because what they do is they only take the part of the clip where we're cheering along, right? They don't
Right.
take the beginning part where we're explaining why Iranians are burning the mosques, right? They don't take the part. They don't include the part where we say that these are basically hubs of terrorism, and these mosques are actually like where the Basij go to, like, you know, have their weapons, and, you know, they take prisoners there and they torture people there, and, you know, they
Right.
shoot Iranians from inside those mosques, right? So of course Iranians are gonna, like, you know, burn them down because they're hubs of terrorism. But yeah, so now they're complaining about us, and they're like, "Oh, look at these terrorists! Look at the Islamophobia, right?"
Yeah.
You know what?
By the way,
Like,
they're being bigoted because this is Iranian culture now, so they're being bigoted against our
yeah,
culture.
that's anti-Iranian racism, right
Yes.
there. But here's what's messed up. No, like, they don't talk about the fact that, like, tens of thousands of Iranians have been slaughtered by Muslim terrorists, right? They don't mention that. They don't care about that, but they care more about the fact that we're cheering on Iranian freedom fighters burning down tools of oppression and symbols of oppression, right? And then they're complaining about it. So I love that. Only 257 posts? That's an insult. I want more posts.
Okay. Should I
Okay.
send this to you? This is interesting.
I love that. Yeah, send it to me.
Okay.
I think that's great. Wait, I want to find this because this is really scary. Where's the post? I know I saw it somewhere.
I get received a post from inside Iran that confirms that your strategy of giving hope is very important for Iranians inside Iran. You want to see
Let's
that?
go to that.
Okay. So somebody sent this to Sarah. Somebody saying دیروز با مامانم حرف زدم تعریف کرد جمعه رفته بیرون و گاز اشک‌آور خورده و اینا. So my mom went outside yesterday and she says that she was hit with tear gas and stuff like that. یه چیزی پرسید خیلی جا بود برام. So she asked something and it was very interesting to me. She asked, is Armin putting on a show like on the Persian side? Like, and then I responded, no, not on the Persian side, but why? She said, I want to see what he's saying because he's not going to give us false hope, and he's like, he tells us the truth and saying, and I told him that on the English show he's putting shows so that he could get help, but he is, look at this, and he is hopeful. گفتم شاید آرمین دوست داشته باشه اینو بکنه. So they're saying, because the mom was asking her that if Armin, like, if we're hopeful, because they're looking for hope. So she's telling them, like, yes, they're hopeful because they were looking to see if we are basically giving out hopeful messages or not. So yeah,
that's what we're here to do. That we're here to show the positive. We're here to show the bravery. We're here to show the fight. Let's see. So Sky News brought on Professor. You know what? If we were going to respond to every single one of these bisharafs, you know, we could do it forever. But honestly, like, I wouldn't even worry about all these people being brought on, because ultimately the decision, I believe the decision has already been made, right? So the U.S. administration and Israel and His Royal Highness King Reza Pahlavi, they've already made that decision. And the reason that I think that, guys, is this video right here. Okay, I'm gonna play it again. because this is so important. This was the video that Senator Lindsey Graham put out 2 days ago. Okay.
Graham here with the Crown Prince of Iran. I have followed you, your passion, the way you articulate the hope of your people. It will be up to the people of Iran to pick their next leader. I can't wait till they have a chance to do that. But you have really risen to the occasion, compelling narrative for the long-suffering people of Iran. And I believe with all my heart that help is on the way.
Senator, thank you so much for all your words of support for my compatriots in the darkest time in our history, but hopefully, as we say in Iran, in Farsi, the end of a dark night is light, and this is probably the first time we are so close to victory. You've witnessed the resilience of my compatriots. They are fighting a brave fight, and any solidarity can only help them achieve that goal sooner. I've been committed to this all my life to serve my nation, and hopefully, as the Senator just said, we hope that the Iranian people will this time have complete freedom and the choice will be theirs. We are here to serve them, to make that choice in freedom, and that's why my commitment. And thank you for your support, Senator.
Thank you. And President Trump, thank you for picking the people over the Ayatollah. You're the first one to do that. Thank you for acknowledging that the only way you can make Iran great again is for the protesters to win over the regime. And I believe that day is at hand. And to the American people, it matters to us. This is the largest state sponsor of terrorism on the planet. They have American blood on their hands. And the people protesting in the streets could be our best friends. God bless them.
Armin, I have a new...
United States of America and the American friends, and God bless the Iranian people.
Amen.
Sorry, I forgot that the king was speaking. I don't want to interrupt him. Armin, we have a new Senator Lindsey Graham post message from 32 minutes ago.
Oh my God, what is it?
Okay. My building is doing fire alarm testing for the next like 5-10 minutes. So if I suddenly have to mute my mic, you're going to have to continue the reading. But look at this. So Senator Lindsey Graham posted this 35 minutes ago. He writes, I just landed in Israel, the one and only Jewish state and America's strongest ally and friend since its founding. If you think I flew all the way to Israel after having not slept much in days to make sure we do not hold the Ayatollah's murderous regime accountable for the slaughter of its own people, being the largest state sponsor of terrorism with Americans' blood on its hands, and who has an endless quest to cheat and obtain a nuclear weapon to advance their sick religious Nazi beliefs, then you have missed a lot. I look forward to meeting with our Israeli allies to see how we can build upon the momentum created by President Trump's bold and unprecedented leadership in Iran, where he picked the people over the Ayatollah. The people are right to demand an end to this regime. We cannot allow this historic moment to pass. And I agree with President Trump. The downfall of the Ayatollah and his regime would be on par with the fall of the Berlin Wall. Remember, President Trump is not Obama. I believe he is Reagan plus.
It's happening. It's happening, and Israel will be part of it. This is happening. Guys, a lot of you told us that there were some reports that Israel is asking for to delay the attacks, and we're like, oh my God, Armin, Israel is like going against Iran now. I don't even know if those reports are true, but even if they were true, it's because this is going to be an attack probably on a different scale, so they need more time for preparation. But it's what everything shows that they're going to, United States and Israel are going to be doing this together, and it's happening. This is a very complicated attack. It's not the same. This is not the same as bombing Fordo and Natanz and the nuclear facilities in Isfahan. This is basically the Islamic Republic is going to be fighting for its survival. So this is going to be a much, much more complicated attack. And if you want to do it in a way that it doesn't drag on, it needs to be done right. It needs to be done right, and it needs to be done with United States aircraft carriers in around close to the Persian Gulf, which is going to take a couple of days for them to arrive. So I know it's a very hard ask, but we do need to be patient. I know it's a very hard ask, but we need to be patient. Help is on the way. I
Wait,
do
let
have
me
a
see-
message.
Let me see. Oh no, that's not the one I want. I have to make sure I bring the right video file. Give me one moment. It's here.
Your microphone is doing a good job. Your microphone is doing a good job removing the sound on the fire alarm, so don't worry about it.
Okay. Guys, you know I have to play the clean version, right? Guys, okay, for those of you who don't know, that song is from Team America World Police. So you can't take the song seriously. Americans they know the song, they know the reference. So there you go. Like it's a song from Team America World Police. Hilarious movie, one of my favorite. Well, yeah, sushi is Japanese, but guys, for the non-Americans
No.
who are
California rolls are
Oh
American.
yeah, the California rolls are yeah, but sushi
American.
is originates from Japan. But no, it's guys, for all the non-Americans, it's like an American meme. So Americans love the song. It's not your real national anthem. No, it's not.
It could be.
Oh my gosh. It's
I
your
have
real
some.
national anthem. But here's the thing. But here's the thing. So what I promised. No, I'm not playing the one from yesterday because I made a mistake. I'm not making that mistake again. No way. But what I have promised, guys. So this is the clean version. As you can tell, there's a lot of swearing. What I have promised all of our American fans, friends, and followers is that when we get confirmation of America acting in some way, when we get confirmation that whatever's supposed to happen has happened, in honor of America and in honor of all of our American fans, friends, and followers, I will play the uncensored version. I will play the uncensored version one time once we get confirmation of the attack, but not until then. All right, Arben, sorry, go ahead.
No worries. I just wanted to also, because Israel is going to be involved, is it okay if I do?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
We should,
So
yeah,
let's
we need
do.
to find like a banger, like an Israeli song that's like a banger. What do we have?
I have Am Israel Chai song. Should I play that?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Okay, hold on. Let me bring it up.
Or, you know, to all of our Israelis, if you guys have any suggestions on like, you know, like an upbeat Israeli song or something,
This is
let
upbeat.
us
This is
know.
upbeat.
No, I know,
Yeah,
but I'm
hold
saying if there's anything else.
Okay, hold on. Let's do this one.
I have a different Israeli song that I want to play. This one has subtitles.
Yeah.
I think people are going to appreciate this one. I'm just in the process of downloading it now. This one is
Can we also play Yalla Yalla Nasrallah?
That's the one I want to play.
Oh, okay.
You ruined it. You ruined the
Oh.
surprise, Armin. Oh my gosh. One moment.
Well, how did
Always
that?
ruining the surprise. Always ruining the surprise. Oh my gosh. No,
Hey, you should appreciate that we're thinking the same thing. That's what
I'm teasing you. I'm teasing you, guys. We're gonna play Yalla Nasrallah. So this one has the English subtitles, so you can you can follow along. I was actually in Israel when I think it was Yahya Sinwar or someone was exterminated. And guys, the lyrics are so funny here to Yalla Nasrallah. Let me pull it up. Oh gosh, I was actually celebrating in Tel Aviv with Emily Schrader and Yosef Haddad to this song. All right, guys, here we go.
אתה נראה כמו סוס יאור, יש לך שכל של ציפור, עדיף שתישאר בבור כי בקרוב אתה תמות. אתה פשוט אידיוט גמור עם שיגעון גדלות חמור, אתה שטן או בקיצור אתה חלאת האנושות. גם אם תזרוק עלינו טילים או תאיים על הגלילים, החברים שלך מסוריה ואיראן. גם אם תפיל כאן עוד קטיושות, תדע שאין כאן שום ירושות, ביחד נתגבר על הצרה. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך. אתה עלוב, אתה קטן, אתה מזכיר אורנגוטנג, יש לך קינים על הזקן ובקרוב תעוף מכאן. אתה ג'וק מת, אתה בואש, אתה מתחיל להתייאש, צהל אותך רק מבקש כדי לשרוף אותך באש. גם אם תזרוק עלינו טילים או תאיים על הגלילים, החברים שלך מסוריה ואיראן. גם אם תפיל כאן עוד קטיושות, תדע שאין כאן שום ירושות, ביחד נתגבר על הצרה. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך. יאללה יא נסראללה, נדפוק אותך אינשאללה, נחזיר אותך לאללה עם כל החיזבאללה. יאללה יא נסראללה, תלך מפה יא זבאללה, נגזר כבר מלמעלה שזה הסוף שלך.
Armin, I think we found like our three banger songs, right? So we have, of course, America, F yeah, or the President Trump song, depending on our mood. And I think Yalla Nasrallah is the banger here. I mean, I love Am Yisrael Chai, but Yalla Nasrallah I think is a bit more fitting, just because it gets your blood pumping,
It's fun.
right?
It's fun. It's also more fun.
It is more fun. It's way more fun. I love the lyrics. And then of course, guys, you know what the third song is, right? You already know what the third song is. Exactly. I just have to bring it up. Bepish. Now it's time. It's time for Bepish.
Yes.
I have to load it up here. I should have loaded it up, but I was getting too excited with the other songs. So there we go, guys. So we have America. Oh, And we have Yalla Nasrallah. And of course, guys,
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما تاریخ ما ترسید گر فرا گرفته گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش هن ای پدر هن ای پسر برخیز و باماش و هنگام تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها در لباس میش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت کنون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلق‌ها به پا بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه چیر خاران نه کاسلیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی تا با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
Amazing.
Perfect.
Amazing. Armin, are you able to take over for maybe like 15 minutes? I want to take a quick break. I also want to figure out
Okay.
because just a quick note to everyone who's watching on X, I'm noticing a lot of trolls. I don't know how like mods or things like that work on X, but I also have to like figure out my X channel because there's a lot of mods. There's a lot of trolls on X right now. So I'm gonna deal with that for a little bit. And I'm gonna take like a 15-minute break. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Is that okay? But I'll still be like watching
Yep.
in the comments and stuff. Okay, great. All right, guys, we'll see you all soon. Well, I will see you all soon. Armin will be here for a little bit.
Okay. All right, guys, let me actually, given that we're talking about Israel, we got a new update from Israel. So this is Israel's representative in United Nations. So he just mentioned something. He just put out a video about Iran. So we should probably watch that. Hold on, this is new. Let me put it on the screen. So this is an update from پیام فارسی نماینده اسرائیل در سازمان ملل. Okay, let me see.
We are still standing.
The audio is very low for me or for you as well. It's okay. It's a...
We are
So مردم ایران means the people of Iran.
still standing with
Okay, the first part was Persian, but the rest is in English. Okay.
we are still standing with you. We are thinking about you. We are praying for you.
Audio okay? I basically boosted the audio by 25%, so it should be okay now. Low sound, but I boosted the audio by 25%. It doesn't go any higher. You see here? It's okay? Is it understandable? Is it understandable? All right. Good. Okay, listen.
we are still standing with you. We are thinking about you. We are praying for you. Today, we are honored to have with us Rabbi Kururi, who came to the United Nations to pray for you. Be strong. You will be successful. Thank you, Rabbi, for coming today.
Thank you for having me.
The Rabbi would say a prayer for your success.
ای پروردگار جهان.
Oh, the prayer is a Persian rabbi. Is this a Persian rabbi? So he's basically speaking in Persian. So his prayer is, God of mercy and compassion,
رحمت و شفقت و
peace and
آرامش و
justice.
عدالت.
In our name, in the name of the Jewish
از طرف
people,
خودمان قوم یهود و
and in the name of all humanity created in your image,
تمام بشریت که به تصویر تو آفریده شده‌اند در موقع
we raise our hand in prayer before
قابل تو
you.
دست دعا برافراشته‌ایم. پروردگار
May it be your will
را اراده به درگاه
that you grant peace and
شما
freedom
باشد که به تمام
to the people of
مردم
Iran.
ایران صلح و آزادی
Bring change and freedom
اطاعت کنی. تغییر
while minimizing physical harm
آزادی را با کمترین آسیب جسمی
and emotional harm.
عاطفی ممکن
And let it be upon us.
در مقام بیاوری. از بیگناهان محافظت کن.
Protect the innocent.
ستمدیگان
Okay, so minimize harm against us and protect it. Okay, and strengthen the
را
oppressed,
تقویت کن و
and to do this and to do the suffering people of
مردم
Iran
ایران
under the hands of the
که زیر
wicked.
دست شر ایران رنج میبرند.
Bestow your mercy
رحم عنایت فرما.
as it is written in the Psalms of
همانطور که
of
در
David,
مزامیر داوود پادشاه ابدی
the eternal King of
اسرائیل
Israel,
نوشته شده
refuge of the poor people and needy,
ضعیف و نیازمند را
and protect them from the hands of the
نجات
wicked.
ده و آنها را از دست شر ایران رهایی بخش.
May it be your will that soon in our
باشد
days
که به زودی در روزگار ما به تمام مردم
grant to all the peoples of the
جهان
world
زندگی در صلح، عشق،
lives of peace, love, respect, and
عزت
prosperity.
و رفاه اطاعت فرمایی. آمین.
Amen.
All right, so, well, I mean, that's appreciate. But right now, we need also action by humans as well. I mean, the prayers shows that solidarity, just hoping that that gets followed up by some military action. Oh, guys, apparently Prince Reza Pahlavi has been invited to the European Parliament. So just got this. Thank you, Nail Bunny. So just got this. Hold on, let me put it on the screen. Ooh, okay, this is major recognition. Where is that? Is that? No, that's something else. So Prince Reza Pahlavi invited to the European Parliament. Oh, okay, so that's something different from this. Oh no, here, yeah, it is. Invites exile Reza Pahlavi amid deadly protests. Okay, yeah. So European Parliament has invited Prince Reza Pahlavi to the European Parliament. So that's big. That's big news. That's huge news for us. That is huge, isn't it? The EU, yeah, guys. That is a major recognition, guys. The reason, let me explain why this is a big deal, because that means that even Europe is moving past the Islamic Republic. That means that even the European Union is moving past the Islamic Republic. That's why this is such a big deal. It's actually signs of that. So somebody's saying some politicians invited Pahlavi, but I read the parliament has refused the meeting. Oh, okay. So this is just some of the parliament, some of the members of parliaments. So it's not the. We have to see. We'll see. We'll see. So yeah, actually, that's a good point, guys. We have to see.
That is huge. That is huge,
yeah.
and I'm going to speak about that when I get back. All right. See you guys in like 15
That is.
minutes.
So Goldie think that is huge. Okay. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. That's a big deal. Also, the video that I mentioned, like when Goldie and I were talking about the Baluchis, Iranian Baluch. So let me tell you how I got this video. There was a couple of months ago, I put a call out to Iranians who watch me on my Persian channel to send me videos showing their support for Prince Reza Pahlavi in response to the Haaretz article that says that the support for Prince Reza Pahlavi is fake and they're all just online bots. So we had a campaign on my channel in Persian that we asked people to send their videos from inside Iran, recording their shoes and then recording around themselves to show that they're in Iran and they're not fake, they're not bots, and they are they support Prince Reza Pahlavi. So one of the many videos, I got hundreds of videos on my Telegram account from inside Iran. But one of them that I was talking to Goldie about, and I will share with you here. So he starts. So this is a video that was sent to me from Baluchistan, Iran, and he starts by saying, "I'm not a robot. I'm not a robot." That's a response to the Haaretz article that claimed that the support for Prince Reza Pahlavi is fake and Iranians don't support him, and all the support that you see online are bots. So he's saying, "I'm not a bot. I'm an Iranian Baluch." Hold on, the audio is too high. Hold on, let me bring it to 100%.
من یک بلوچم از شهرستان جیرفت.
So from the small city of Jiroft.
من از شاهزاده رضا پهلوی رضا شاه دوم حمایت خود را اعلام می‌کنم.
I support Prince Reza Pahlavi, King Reza Pahlavi II.
و تا
So he actually used both titles, Shahzadeh, the prince and the king.
از شهرستان جیرفت. من از شاهزاده رضا پهلوی رضا شاه دوم حمایت.
So I support Prince Reza Pahlavi, King Reza II.
خود را اعلام می‌کنم و تا پای جان پشت ایشان هستیم و
And I'm ready to sacrifice my life for him. Like
لعنت بر چپول پوپولیست، لعنت بر اسلام متحجر.
So curse be on populist Islam, curse be upon leftist populism.
می‌کنم و تا پای جان پشت ایشان هستیم و لعنت بر چپول پوپولیست.
curse be upon leftist populism.
لعنت بر اسلام متحجر.
Curse be upon the backwardness of Islam.
تشکر از آرمین.
Oh, and he's saying thank you, Armin. Well, thank you as well. Thank you as well. So, guys, by the way, I have hundreds of videos like this from Iran. And this was a long time ago when we had to do so much to prove that the support for Pahlavi in Iran is real. But now I don't need to do that anymore because people are bleeding for the name Pahlavi inside Iran in the millions. But this is what, at some point, this is what we had to go through to show that the support for Pahlavi is real by collecting video evidence of many people showing their support. Like we were fighting against all the accusations that the support is fake, but now we don't have to do that anymore. By the way, yeah, Haaretz was a major problem. Even to this day, people who still want to deny that the support for Pahlavi is real, they keep citing the Haaretz article. They keep citing the Haaretz article, and even Chunky Yogurt or Chunky Yogurt, as Goldie calls him, he's still using that Haaretz article as a source that the support for Pahlavi is fake. Let me just also play this video that we got that is everybody is talking about, right? Hold on. So I'm not going to translate this. Read the translation. The translation is wrong and sometimes, but the most important part that I'm not going to translate it, you could just read it. But the most important part that the AI translation is wrong. The rest of it, the translation, even if it's wrong, it's not that important that it's wrong. But the part that she says that I converted to Islam, she's actually saying I shit on Islam. Okay. She's not saying I converted to Islam. She's saying I'll shit on Islam. Okay. And this is a video. This is very important for us to listen to one more time because it shows the rage and the level of the crimes that the regime is committing. So just read the translation on the screen. And let me just give you context before I play it. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting updates in real time. I'll let you know what that is. So the context is that this is a woman from inside Iran who is the daughter of one of the highest regime officials that is responsible for suppressing the protests. She's calling to this show, to Manoto Live. Manoto is one of the most famous Iranian media outside of Iran. So I think they're based in the UK. So Manoto is Iranian, but it's based in the UK. So she's calling from inside Iran to report on her dad and what's happening in Iran to Manoto TV, to Manoto Live. So just listen to what she's saying. Just keep in mind there's multiple parts of the translation that is wrong, but the most important part that is, but you will get the gist of it. But the most important part that you need to fix is when she curses Islam and she says, "I shit on Islam." When you say converted, just change that to shit. Okay, so just watch this.
فاطمه جان درود به شما، به برنامه خوش اومدید.
Oh, wait. Important update is that Nilban is saying that it has not been rejected. The European Parliament, 35 members of parliament have submitted a letter 2 hours ago. So actually, because that's breaking news, let me show that to you first. That seems to be, because I could go back to this video, but let me show this to you guys because this seems to be an important, because some people in the chat were saying it was rejected or canceled, but we'll see. What is this? So this is a member of parliament himself saying the letter inviting Prince Reza Pahlavi to the European Parliament has been delivered to the president of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola. I would like to thank all 35 members of parliament who gave their valuable signatures for the benefit of the Iranian people. The matter proceeds to the presidents of the consideration. So, okay, so this hasn't been canceled or rejected. I don't know actually if it has or not, but we'll see. Let me just, okay. There's something wrong with X today. It's not okay, there, fixed. So this is the letter. urgent request to invite Reza Pahlavi to the European Parliament. Okay, so we'll see. Hopefully it happens. Thank you to all these people who have done this. This is, guys, this is a very important news, very big deal, because it means that internationally we're moving towards a post-Islam, like even other countries. The reason, let me actually tell you, the reason why this is so important is because this actually saves lives. This is not just symbolic. This actually saves lives. This is why it saves lives, right? Because if the people who are they're suppressing the revolution in Iran, if the leaders see that even European leaders are basically moving towards Pahlavi and away from the Islamic Republic, a higher percentage of them, actually pay very close attention to this. Let me actually remove this. A higher percentage of the leaders of the armed forces and the suppressing anti-riots units will realize that they need to, that basically the game is over for the Islamic Republic, and it shifts their focus. It shifts their focus from attacking the Iranian people to trying to save their own lives. And with that shift in focus, more Iranian lives will be saved. Do you understand how key this is? This is why you as non-Iranians are such an important, you have such an important role to play right now to save Iranian lives. The more your politician, the more you pressure your politicians to recognize Prince Reza Pahlavi, the more elements and forces and key leaders of the Islamic Republic will be convinced that this is it, and they will stop attacking the Iranian people and think more about how do I save my own ass in the situation given that the Islamic Republic is falling apart. Does that make sense? Let me know if this is clear, because the reason why I want to make sure that I emphasize this and that is clear for all of you, because it will give you motivation to know that you're doing something very valuable. If you know, because if you're like, oh, okay, so bring attention to Iran for what purpose? Like, what does that do? How does that save lives? Oh, okay, so we're looking, we're paying attention. That doesn't change anything. Well, now you know how it changes things. Your attention means more media will cover it. More media covering it means politicians will be more encouraged to recognize Prince Reza Pahlavi. That will convince more people within Iran of the regime forces to abandon ship, which means it saves more Iranian lives. That's how important you are. And this is not just for the benefit of the Iranian people. This is for your benefit as well. Because the Islamic Republic is a force for evil everywhere in the world, not just for Iranian people. So this is saving you by removing one of the greatest evils that exists in our world today. And speaking of the greatest evil in our world today, let's demonstrate that by playing this video one more time. This is a very important video. Okay, so watch this.
فاطمه جان درود به شما، به برنامه خوش اومدید.
سلام. صدای من میشنوید؟
بله خانم، رسا در خدمتیم. خوش آمدید.
من از داخل نظام تماس میگیرم. پدر من جزو یکی از عوامل نیروی سرکوبگره. میتونم بگم شما آقای رادان رو میشناسین؟
بله، با شوربختی نام منحوسش رو میشناسیم و قیافه چرکش رو دیدیم بارها.
بله، من خیلی ترس و استرس دارم. میتونم بگم هم سطح جنایتکار رادان هست پدر من. من فقط میخوام یه چیزی رو بگم
جان.
به مردم ایران، به این سرکوبگرا حواستون باشه. این فرمانده هاتون ساک و چمدوناشون رو بستن. برای من که دخترش هستم، برای مادرم، برای تمام اعضای خانوادمون پاسپورت های جعلی درست کردن با اسم مشخصات جعلی که ما رو فراری بدن به خارج. پدر من چمدون دلار تو خونه قایم کرده. مدام با تلفنش منو بگین بیام دادگاه لاهه. من یه آدم زندم، شاهدم که چه جنایت هایی فقط پدر خود من کرده.
فاطمه جان،
الان دستور میده بکشین. من کجا بیام؟ من عکس دارم، فیلم دارم، مدارک دارم. ما از اینا نیستیم. من سر جنبش محض رفتم، منو گرفتن با 3 تا از دوستان، ولی منو شناختن. پدرم اومد منو آزاد کرد. تو همون خونه باتون به سر من شوکر زد به من.
پدرت؟
باتون زد که من نرم، ولی دوستامو ول نکردم، به اونا تجاوز شد. ما این درد داره به کی بیایم بگیم بابا؟
So in case it was not clear, this part is very important. She was part of the Mahsa protests, but she and her 3 of her friends were arrested, and they released her once they realized who her father is, because her father was very important in the regime. But her 3 friends were remained behind in jail, and they raped all her 3 friends. But she was beaten by her father with batons and a taser. But her friends were remained in jail, and they were raped by the officials in jail.
لا مصب پدرم، ولی من ازش متنفرم. ما اینا رو نمیخوایم. ما از خانواده ایناییم، ولی اینا دارن بچه هاشونم میکشن، سرکوب میکنن. این دست باتون دادن، شکر برقی دادن، تفنگ دادن که بری همشهریات رو بکشی. میدونی اینا تقریب تو بشه اولین کسایی که فرار میکنن همینان. شما کجا میخواین جواب بدی؟ با کی جواب میخواین بدی؟ نکنید همشهریاتون رو نکشید. من تلفنم میذارم رو خط، هر اطلاعاتی که بخواید، هر دادگاهی بخواید، پیش هر رئیس جمهوری بخواید، میگم اینا کیان، چه کارهای کثیفی که نکردن، از خونه شروع کردن، تجاوز کردن به بچه هاشون. میفهمید؟ میدونین ما خودمون چه دردی کشیدیم از این پدرهای سنگدل؟ به زور سرمون چادر کردن، نماز گفتن بخون، نماز شب بخون. من نایدم به اون اسلامش.
So this part where she's screaming, she's saying, "Forgive me, but I shit on their Islam." So this is translated wrong. This is actually one of the most important parts of it, which is translated wrong. She didn't say I converted to Islam early. She said ببخشید من ریدم تو اون اسلامشون, which means forgive me, but I shit on their Islam.
به زور سرمون چادر کردن، نماز گفتن بخون، نماز شب بخون. من نایدم به اون اسلامشون.
This is why Goldie and I say that this is their end of their Islam. Like, imagine this girl was born into some of the most religious families in Iran, in a family that is part of the regime, and even though she grew up in that environment, look how she screams, "I shit on their Islam." This is why Goldie and I know that because of the crimes that this regime has committed, they have ended Islam. Like there is no more. Like it's just a matter of time.
به زور سرمون چادر کردن، نماز گفتن بخون، نماز شب بخون. من نایدم به اون اسلامشون. من هنوز محجبم به خاطر اجبار پدرم مادرم. ما خودمون زد کشیدیم. من اگه توانی داشتم اولین نفری بودم که اینو بکشم. من 2 بار خودکشی کردم ولی ناموفق بود. به خاطر مادرم نجاتم داد. نمیتونستم از بچه این ننگ رو تحمل کنم. اینا همه خانوادهشون مثل شمخانی نیستن. همه اونطوری با بچه‌هاشون رفتار نمیکنن.
Okay, so key context here, Shamkhan, he's saying he's trying to appeal to the other Iranian, because a lot of Iranian people, sometimes they hate the people who are the family members of regime officials because they think that they're all benefiting from stealing Iranian wealth. But she's begging the Iranian people basically to realize that even though she's part of their family, she's not like one of them. She's basically telling the Iranian people that not everybody is like Shamkhani's family. Shamkhani is one of the highest officials, like highest in the Islamic Republic. He's basically a main advisor of Khamenei, and he lives a very luxurious lives, and his entire family are very wealthy and live luxurious lives. And she's basically saying, please understand that not all of the children of these bastards are like Shamkhani's children. Like like we are suffering as well. Like we're they're not treating us like Sham Khan is treating his children. Hold on, we have a troll here. Let me just get rid of my troll. Hold on, let's go back.
خودکشی کردم ولی ناموفق بود به خاطر مادرم نجاتم داد. نمیتونستم از بچگی این ننگ رو تحمل کنم. اینا همه خانوادهشون مثل شبخانی نیستن، همه اونطوری با بچه‌هاشون رفتار نمیکنن. این نیروی سرکوبگر همین امروز اون باتومه تو بذار کنار، برو پیش مردم. من بچه اونام، من با اون نون حروم اون بزرگ شدم. شرم بر من.
تو گناهی نداری.
So she's feeling shame that she grew up eating the food that was basically stolen from the Iranian people. So she's saying, I grew up eating the bread. It's a metaphor. I grew up eating sinful bread, which is a metaphor that I basically grew up in a family that its wealth came from robbing the Iranian people. So she's saying, shame on me that that's what I grew up on.
تو گناهی نداری دخترم، تو خودت قربانی و درود به شجاعتت.
She's saying that no, I'm not courageous. If I was courageous, I would have done something by now, but my hands are empty, meaning that my hands are tied.
داری کاری میکنی. این
She's saying I'm very young.
همین تماست بزرگترین کاری بوده که انجام دادی. تو کار بزرگی، تو خیلی شجاعی.
This is the part that breaks me. She says, this is the part that she says, Padishah Padishahan, Mara Najat Bede, which means he's calling on Reza Pahlavi, saying, O King of Kings, please save us. Watch her voice when she says this. He's calling on Prince Reza Pahlavi to come save us in Iran. And she says, Padishah, and listen to her voice when she says this. When she says, Padishah Padishahan, Mara Najat Bede. O King of Kings, come save us.
این همین تماست بزرگترین کاری بوده که انجام دادی. تو کار بزرگی، تو خیلی شجاعی.
پادشاه ما رو نجات بده. اگه صدای منو میشنوی، همیشه به ما گفت این خاندان بد بودن، ظلم بودن، ظالم بودن.
So she's talking about the Pahlavi family, the Pahlavi bloodline. She's saying that they always told us that this family is bad.
پادشاه ما رو نجات بده. اگه صدای منو میشنوی، همیشه به ما گفت این خاندان بد بودن، ظلم بودن، ظالم بودن. ولی چشم باز کردم دیدم نه، واقعیت چیز دیگه است. ظلم بالا سرم، گوشم.
So again, AI hasn't translated this part well at all. So she's saying cruelty is not Pahlavi. Cruelty is right above my head, meaning my father. Cruelty is right by my ears, meaning that my family, the people who are living around, those are the cruel ones, not Pahlavi.
پدرمه، مادرمه. بعد یه چیزی هم میخواستم بگم. اینا خیلی ریزش کردن. دارن مدام
Oh, here. Again, another wrong translation.
گوشمه، پدرمه، مادرمه. بعد یه چیزی هم میخواستم بگم. اینا خیلی ریزش کردن.
Okay, this is another important part that is mistranslated. It's saying these people are very corrupt. That's not what she's saying. She's saying اینا خیلی ریزش کردن, which means that there is a lot of defections from the regime, right? A lot of people from the regime are defecting.
دارن مدام زنگ میزنن به فک و فامیل التباس میکنن با دلارهای زیاد که بیاین جزو نیروی سرکوب کردین.
So again, the translation was kind of weird. Here she's saying that they have so little forces that they're calling their own family members to come and help them to attack the people. The repressive forces are so low in numbers that people from the regime are actually calling their family members, and they have so many US dollars, and they're saying, come, we'll give you US dollars to attack the people.
اعتراضاتو خاموش کنید. نمیان، میترسن. خیلی ریزش کردن.
Again, every time it says it's very corrupt, no, she's saying no, there's a lot of defections.
فاطمه از مردم ترسیدن.
هوشیار باشین مردم. من دارم بهتون میگم اولین حق به تو بشه، جا دارن، پاسپورت دارن به اسم جعلی، دلار دارن، خونه های آنچنانی دارن. من میتونم از این امکانات استفاده کنم ولی خودمو به خطر انداختم. دارم بهتون میگم بذارین کنار، دستتون رو بیشتر از این به خون آلوده نکنین.
فاطمه جانم تماس رو قطع نکن، اجازه بده من همکارانم پشت خط با تو باشن و اجازه بده من
اسمم فاطمه نیست.
الان هیچی نمیخواد بگی. الان هیچی نمیخواد بگی فاطمه.
She said my name is not Fatima, and then she said shame on me, shame on me. I don't know why here she said shame on me, because I think because all of these other women, she named herself out of Fatima, after Fatima Sepehri, apparently, because Fatima Sepehri right now is in jail for supporting Prince Reza Pahlavi, and she's been giving the worst treatment. But she's saying, I am these people. She's naming all the the women who have been killed or have been hit, or Fatima Sepehri has been jailed, but the rest of them have been killed by the regime. And I think the reason why she's saying shame on me is because she's still living and she's alive, and these other women have been basically been killed or imprisoned for trying to save Iran, for trying to free Iran. So she's saying, I am Fatima Sepehri, I am Gohar Eshqi. So these are the women who she admires and she looks up to because of the sacrifice they made for Iran, and that's why she's saying shame on me. So listen to this one. She's saying man Mahsa Aminiyam, which means I am Mahsa Amini. I am man Nikam, which means I am Nika Shakarami.
تو عزیز دلی، تو شجاعی، تو شیرزنی.
تلفنی که کردم من شاید بدارم منو بکشه، شاید بفهمد، شاید نمیدونم. من هیچ امنیت جانی ندارم چون برام پیش اومد. من رفتم اعتراض کردم، پشت مهسا بودم. چرا اون دختر شهرستانی بود، مهمون ما بود، چرا کشتنش؟ منو گرفتم بردم خیابون وزارت اطلاعات وزرا. اگه بشناسید چه جاییه، با چه جور تحقیر با ما رفتار کردم. بعد که فهمیدم که منو آزاد کردن.
They arrested her 3 years ago when she was part of the massive protests, but then they released her once they realized that who her father is.
دوستان به من گفتن خوش به حاله، اسم پدرتو دادی آزادت کردن، ولی ننگ بر من.
This is survivor guilt. Listen to this part.
بعد که فهمیدم که منو آزاد کردن. دوستان
My friends tell me, so again, remember she was arrested with 3 of her friends. So once she got released, the friends told her, lucky you. You gave your father's name, they released you. This means shame on me. Look at, you see how the survivor guilt? Shame on me. Imagine all the 3 of your friends that you went to protest with, you get released, and then the 3 who remain in prison, all 3 of them were raped. Imagine the feeling. Okay, we gotta here. Let me answer this. Somebody saying, question. I heard there are plenty of Iranians that they are conservative Muslims. After regime fall, how will new government deal with extreme views? Will it be the same as before 1979? People, I believe in. The prince believes. I believe this as well, but the prince believes in freedom of speech. People could have their crap views. They will have equal rights, just like any other citizen. So if you are a really conservative Muslim with garbage ideology, we will. The only time that the regime will, like the government, will come after you and crush you is that if you try to put it into action, I think. But obviously, you have no place in the government. But as long as you don't, as long as you're not directly harming people, I think there is no laws against being that. There wouldn't be any laws against that, especially given how much the prince believes in freedom of expression. So we're going to be we're going to be fighting Islam by just using our speech, our expression, but there is not going to be any laws against being a conservative Muslim. There's going to be laws against you trying to put some of those views into turn them into action, of course, but it's, even though it's vile and disgusting, it's not a crime to have disgusting views. It's not a crime to have disgusting views. So they are going to be free to have those views, and they are also going to be free to have equal rights exactly as every other citizen in Iran. But if it's proven that if there's any evidence that when the regime was in power, they in any way cooperated with the regime or justified the crimes of the regime, and they were part of the regime propaganda apparatus, then we're going to use that evidence to go after them. So if you're a conservative Muslim that when the Islamic Republic was in power, you were part of normalizing and justifying and making excuses for the crimes that they were committing, then then you were part of the propaganda arm of the Islamic Republic, and we're going to go after you, right? But that needs to be proven. Other than that, if you're a conservative Muslim, just mind your own business and you get to be an equal citizen as long as you don't practice what you believe, basically. Like practice what you believe as in like harming other people. You could go pray privately, you could go, I don't know, fast during Ramadan or whatever you need to do. But obviously because putting Islam in practice means that it requires harming other people. That's what the nature of Islam is. But yeah, there needs to be really, really harsh punishments, immediate harsh punishments for anybody that wants to truly practice Islam, meaning that harm other people. But other than that, as Goldie mentioned, there's going to be freedom of religion. What the hell? I'm seeing some news that I can't believe is true, so I'm going to check it before it's true. All right, so Goldie's back. Yay! I don't know if Goldie hears this. Hold on. Let me watch some of these other things that are being sent. I'm getting some weird news that I have to triple check before I could be sure. Oh, I got some videos. What is this from? Sohail, when is this video from? Okay, I think this might be an older video. Okay, so I'm not going to share the news until I see more verifications of that. But I'm showing a video not because the date is new, but because we just received it. So I'm going to show it. This might be an older video, but it's new as in it's new as in we haven't shown it before, but it might be like a few days old. Okay, so let's watch this one. So this is a newly received video, but it's from an older date. And we have, this is a new video. Thank you, Sohail. Okay, I hope he mentions the date. It's okay. So yeah, Sohail is confirming it's old, but it came out now. So here's another video. Wow. Oh my God, guys, you know what he's saying? He's saying Shiro Khorshide. You see the passion. So Shiro Khurshid means Shiro Khurshid means lion and sun. Look at the passion when he's pointing at it. When he says it's the lion and sun, look at the passion in his voice. Okay, there's the lion and sun flag in Iran is hard to come by. Like people make it in their home. So it's not like you could just order it on Amazon. It's a crime to have it. So when people in the streets, when they see it, they get motivated. Like it's as if like, oh my, like it's like a point of unity. It's a center of unity and motivation, and it inspires people. So imagine if you're like fighting in the battlefield against the regime, and everything is moving against you, and then somebody shows up with the lion and sun flag. It just lifts your energy and gives you a lot of motivation, and it's a rare sight to see in the middle of the protest. So watch this. You see that? Do you see the power? Shiro Khurshid. Like one more time. Shiro Khurshid. It's like they sing something. It's like they're seeing something and like a sight to see, like something so, I don't know how to explain it. Like when you see that showing up in the middle of the protest, I don't know how to explain it. The feeling that gives you. Let me see. There's another video. Oh, this is a very cute video. Thank you, Sohail. This is not recent, but I think it's a good thing to show because when this came out, I remember it became very symbolic. So guys, it's not right now. You see a lot of Iranians protesting, and they have a lot of. You can see among all the Iranian flags, there's also flags of Israel. But before all of these protests were having, Israelis were also gathering for their own protests, and they had Israeli flags, and people with Iranian flags would show up for support. So watch this; it's so cute. So this is like people with their Israeli flags, and watch this one. Oh.
Shall we have another music break before I speak?
Isn't this beautiful? Look at the way that she walks towards her. Look at the way she walks towards her. It's so adorable. I love this so much. Oh. Wait, I get a super chat. Let me read this one. Saying, will this new formed government separate church and state? What will be the difference between the old Shah's rule and the new Shah's? I mean, yeah. That's one of the main principles of this revolution has been that we're fighting for this separation of church and state. And if you want to know the difference between so the Shah was the best ruler for his time, and Prince Reza Pahlavi is the best ruler for our time. Obviously, there's many differences given that what our need today is different from before. But if you want me to go over details of what those differences are going to be, because I don't think now here's a place for me to explain it, I'm going to put the link to my group discussion in the chat, which I'm going to go to in about 1 hour and 45 minutes. I'm going to be there answering people's questions, and you could come up and you could basically open your mic there and ask. Anybody who wants to join there, I'm going to go there in about 1 hour and 45 minutes. So you're going to come there and you're going to see our next group discussion. Everybody could, if you want, you could just listen, or you could just open your mic and speak. You don't have to open your camera if you don't want to, but you could come and open your microphone and ask any questions of me. And over there, I will go into this like details that I don't think this live stream is the place for us to discuss that. So speaking of Israelis, I just want people to see the great support of Israeli people right now, guys. For Iranian people, we will never gonna forget this. By the way, these videos that Israelis are making, that they show support for Iranian people, they go viral on, you know, among Iranians. Well, not in Iran right now because there's no internet there, but among Iranians out in the diaspora, they're going viral. For example, like if you see that this was the original video that Israelis made, but this is Iranians immediately make a version that has a Persian translation at the very top. So, but I'm going to show you the original. So this is Israelis saying, "Dear Bibi Netanyahu, I'll take the missiles and the PTSD if it means my Persian brothers and sisters will be free." So this is a video compilation of them, Israelis being in their shelters and watching the missiles coming in, and they're saying, "Bring it on. If we have to go and defend the Iranians, help the Iranians, if that means that we have to go through this, it's okay. We accept the price." So watch this. Guys, we will never forget you. We will never forget your sacrifice and your help. We're getting close. The nation of Iran and the nation of Israel are allies. They have always been allies, and they will always continue to be allies. And the only thing we need to fix right now is for our states to also be allies. And we're in the process, and then that would be complete. So listen, this woman explains it very well. So listen to this.
As an Israeli woman who is also 38 weeks pregnant, I want to make something extremely clear. We're all talking about the chances of what happens if ballistic missiles are going to be flying here from Iran because Trump has done something against the regime. Let me make it very clear. As an Israeli woman who is 38 weeks pregnant, I am completely willing to sit in my shelter in order to see this regime topple, this illegal dictatorship that has taken over the people of Iran, the amazing, wonderful, and educated people of Iran who deserve better. And for 50 years, the world has sat by and done nothing. This regime has killed tens of thousands of its own people. Nothing like the civilians that died in the war in Gaza, the war that Gaza started. These are people fighting for their own rights, their own liberties. And the feminists around the world are silent. The progressives are silent. All the anti-Kasparians out there who are trying to blame America and blame Israel. This has nothing to do with Israel right now. So as a Jew, as an ally of the Persian people for over 2,500 years, ever since the days of Cyrus the Great, we will return the favor. We will sit in the shelters so that you can have your freedom. And the biggest state sponsor of terror will finally come to an end. As an Israeli...
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Respect, all the respect. So let me show you this video. This is a very powerful video. Watch this. So this is one of the videos that came out from Iran before the internet was cut, and these two women were taking part. And by the way, that's a hoodie, that's not a hijab. Okay, so she's not wearing hijab, she's wearing a hoodie. Okay, and she's saying that when you're shooting at us, make sure it hits us, because if it doesn't, then we're gonna come and destroy your entire bloodline. So watch this. Look at how powerful this is.
سعی کن تیری که به سمت ما میندازی به هدف بخوره وگرنه خطا بره بلنجی خاندان تو به باد میدی قم قاعدا بالطريق ولا يذكر الذنوب سعی کن
Guys, do you see the bravery and the strength? Isn't that on a completely different level? Like, they're talking about, they're daring the regime officials when they to shoot at them, and they're just saying, make sure you hit us, make sure you don't miss, because we're gonna come F you up, you and your entire bloodline. That's what she says, you and your entire bloodline. If you miss, we're going to destroy you. That's how brave these people are. They're talking about giving their lives. Oh, Goldie's here, but she's speaking to somebody. Let me see. We are, so we're gonna super chat saying, we're allies, always were, always will be. You would do the same for us. you did during the Holocaust. Oh, we have similar values and beautiful cultures. Yes, we do. Yes. I honestly truly believe that the nation of Iran and the nation of Israel, the bond between these two nations is unlike any two other nations. Do you guys agree with that? I think the bond between the nation of Israel and the nation of Iran is unlike the bond between any two other nations. It's ancient, it's historic, it's also modern. It's both ancient and modern. It's based on shared values. It's based on same struggle. It's based on the same understanding. It's based on this fighting against a shared enemy. It's unbreakable. Exactly. Oldest. Oh yes, as he's saying, oldest alliance on earth. It's the oldest alliance on earth. That's what it is. Perfectly described. Oh my God, I love that. Right? So, actually, given that, maybe it's a good time for me to share. Guys, I have two, given that Goldie is busy, I'm going to show you, there's two videos I'm going to have to show. Let me know which one do you prefer. I was on Talk TV, and I was also on Israeli media, Ynet. The basically talking about what's happening in Iran and telling. Oh, Goldie's back. Never
Sorry,
mind.
I'm back now.
Okay, Goldie's back.
Are you
Hi, Goldie.
heading out? Hello.
No. I was wondering if you were away, people would want to watch the interview that I did with Talk TV or Ynet. So
we haven't seen your Talk TV interview. Yes.
Oh, okay. Let me show that then.
Haven't seen your Talk TV interview. Because we've already played Ynet, so that one's fine. But the Talk TV one, let's see that one.
Okay, getting it. Here.
Let's move to Iran as well. The story is not going away, and it's right that it doesn't go away. Donald Trump has told Iranian protesters that help is on its way as he considers strikes against the Islamic Republic. Writing on his Truth Social page, the US president has warned that the regime's killers and abusers would pay a big price for their actions. Let's speak with Armin Navabi, Iranian activist. Armin, good to have you with us, sir. Nice to see you. What do you make, firstly, of Mr. Trump's words here? These are very strong words for many protesters. They'll be very welcome words, but what do you interpret it as meaning, literally? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. Well, it can't come soon enough. We really need it. We need the support. We need it badly. Right now, we're experiencing the greatest massacre of Iranian people in our modern history. And in a few hours, Iranian people are going to go as soon as it gets dark, Iranian people go back into the streets, even though the night before, thousands of them, they witnessed with their own eyes, thousands of them, regime forces are using machine guns, weapons for war against civilians, and pointing it directly into crowds of people. The numbers and the reports and the videos we're getting this is the greatest tragedy I've ever experienced in my life. They're killing my people, and the Iranian people are doing everything in their power. They just need some help. We're not talking about any form of ground invasion or boots on the ground, just a little bit of help from Trump, from the West. Please, wherever you are in the West, in Israel, please keep talking about this. I don't know why more people are not talking about this. If this was in Gaza, more people would have been talking about this right now. This is, you have no, eventually, once the numbers come out, you will see that this is our 9/11, this is our October 7th, this is our Holocaust. The whole world is going to look back at this moment and asking themselves why more people were not paying attention to this.
Yeah,
I have a lot more to say.
No, indeed, I 100% agree. I was just going to pick up on that very specific point. Of course, getting detail out of the Republic is very difficult. Of course, there is no, they've essentially shut down the outside world or attempted to, but we can still get some information. We know, this isn't a war of here's one side, here's another side. These are citizens. These are people. It is their country. country, and this administration takes to the street and slaughters people in their thousands. And the numbers we're hearing here, I mean, you know, yesterday somebody said 12,000. I heard somebody say 15,000. You just alluded to it there. When this is all over, those numbers could be horrifically even more than that.
Higher.
Yeah.
It's going to be higher. We have Iran International has confirmed at least 12,000 by talking to people from inside IRGC and embassies who are even they regime officials. Some of them regime forces. Some of them are horrified about what they're saying. Some other reports show 20,000. I believe that the numbers are going to be much higher. But here's the thing: the Iranian people, one way or another, this regime is going away. This revolution is going to be successful. But the price that we're paying is so high. And we're not asking for help to make this revolution successful because we know it's going to be successful. We're just asking for a little bit of help just so to bring the price down. And again, even though this is an Iranian revolution, the whole world is going to benefit from this. We're getting rid of an evil that is not just an evil against the Iranian people. These people want world domination. I grew up in Iran. We were told that they're going for the whole world. They're building a Shia empire to dominate the entire world. So the target is the entirety of the West. They're coming for all of you. I know that they're not going to be successful, but they're going to cause you a lot of harm. This is something that the Iranian people are doing for themselves, but everybody is going to benefit. If you help the Iranian people right now, we need it now. We needed help yesterday. So please, wherever you are, contact the politicians and ask them, why are they not helping the Iranian people? And also, by the way, it's very important that I say this as well. We're not just getting rid of the Islamic Republic. It's very important to know that this revolution is different from every other revolution we were doing. We're not just fighting against the Islamic Republic. We're also fighting for something. We're fighting for the return of Prince Reza Pahlavi. And there's no way for us and for you, for everybody else, to be sure that what's coming, you know, the alternative to the Islamic Republic is not even worse or something similar, unless you support Prince Reza Pahlavi. The whole world needs to know that Prince Reza Pahlavi is the name that Iranian people are now risking their lives to say his name in the streets. Yeah. Every single gathering is calling out his name, and he's an ally of the West. He's an ally of Israel, and that's the person who Iranian people want as the leader of their revolution and their leader of the transition period. So if one thing you could do to support the Iranian people is by asking your politicians, why are they not meeting with Prince Reza Pahlavi? Why are they not supporting him? Supporting him is supporting the Iranian people.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I find it terrifying how some MPs who got very, very angry about some wars and some engagements are saying nothing on this. And I can have my own reasons why I think they're not. They sense that interfering in the Middle East will play badly with their own constituents. I think there's some of that going on. You have some MPs who are stupid enough to think that if you call out the Iranian administration, somehow it's an attack on Muslims, which it's not, of course. There's all of this ridiculousness. You know, I'm sure you're aware already on this particular issue, Armin, that, you know, we don't always have the cleverest people in our parliament. And that would explain why there is some silence where there should be a lot of noise.
Well, I mean, they're not silent when about Gaza.
Armin, can you pause for a second?
Gaza,
there's a message here. It's in Persian. Where'd it go? Someone wrote something in Persian. راجب چیز بود. بذار راجب راجب تاکر کارلسن بود. داشت نمیدونم انگار تاکر کارلسن داره چی میدونم یه مزخرفای چیزی میگه. بذار ببینم پیام چی بود. ولی انگار ایرانی‌ها خیلی نگرانن. دوستان شما نگران تاکر کارلسن نباشین. ما 2 هفته پیش رپیوتیشنش رو خراب کردیم. 2 هفته پیش رپیوتیشنش رو خراب کردیم. Where was it?
We did.
Yeah. نمیدونم کجا.
Don't worry, Tucker. Who cares about Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, who cares? Who cares about Tucker Carlson? Yeah. Tucker Carlson is irrelevant, guys. Totally irrelevant. And ما reputationشو خراب کردیم. So no, apparently, like I can't see the message now, but someone typed in Persian that like apparently Tucker Carlson's doing something or saying something. Like, guys, who cares? He's irrelevant. And anyways, like don't you remember we called him out like 2 weeks ago and then he went viral And now even like Ted Cruz and like everyone else is already calling him out. So guys, like it's totally irrelevant. He's totally irrelevant. Like it's okay. Like don't panic. Dustan Asan, don't panic. Don't panic. I know like there's a lot of Reis Jomur Trump sohbat mikone. What?
I sent you something on WhatsApp about it. Do you want to check? You probably want to check that before you cover that.
Okay.
Think you look, check that link, think about it, and then
because there's a lot of rumors.
No, this is a this is real news.
This is just mind games. They're playing with the regime.
Yep, that's what I said.
Yeah, 100% playing with the regime. So
should I continue with this or?
Yeah, continue with this. But like there's
only
a lot
4
of
minutes.
Yeah, no, continue, go for it.
Values, even though the people in Gaza, most people in Gaza are actually against Western values. Let me go back a little bit.
Some of that going on. You have some MPs who are stupid enough to think that if you call out the Iranian administration, somehow it's an attack on Muslims, which it's not, of course. There's all of this ridiculousness. You know, I'm sure you're aware already on this particular issue, Armin, that you know, we don't always have the cleverest people in our parliament. And that would explain why there is some silence where there should be a lot of noise.
Well, I mean, they're not silent when about Gaza, even though the people in Gaza don't share their values, even though the people in Gaza, most people in Gaza are actually against Western values, against everything you stand for. But Iranian people have shared values with you. They are more in line with your values than the people in Gaza. So why are they speaking about the people in Gaza and not about people in Iran? The people in Iran, they love the West. They love Israel. The people in Gaza don't. So why are you not talking about the people who see eye to eye with you when it comes to values and then talking about Gaza? Also, when it comes to interfering, the greatest country on earth right now, the most powerful country on earth, which is America, came to be because of the revolution, which was assisted by the French. Every successful revolution, most successful revolution in history had some assistance from foreigners. So why is it good for your revolution to get foreign assistance but not ours?
Yeah, 100%. Do you see this? Of course, if you spoke to the administration in Iran, I use the word administration, it sounds too polite almost, but you take my point.
No, it's a foreign occupation.
Yeah,
It's
fine.
a foreign occupation.
If you speak to those who are illegally occupying Iran, let's call it that, then they will say, there is no revolution, it's finished, we sorted it out, our own supporters have taken to the streets, there's nothing to see here. What is your response to that, Armin?
Well, everybody knows what they say is irrelevant. We don't care what they say. We are like, they're going to be done soon. Okay, they're going to be every single person that is killing Iranian people as we're speaking, and also all the people who made excuses for the regime, they're going to be answerable to the Iranian people in court. So we're going to punish. We don't even waste. Like, we have gone through their lives for the past 47 years. We don't waste our breath responding to them. Every Iranian knows that everything that comes out of their mouth is a lie. So we don't waste our time with them. We will wash. I'm not going to say something that I'm not supposed to say right now, but we will respond to them in a different way once we're victorious.
On that point, thank you for your time, Armin. Stay safe, sir. Thank you. Armin Navabi,
All right. There's that. Do you want to...
Well done.
Oh, thank you. Oh. You know, that coming from you means so much, Goldie. When you say that, it means... Yeah, because you're a professional. So when you say that, it makes me feel...
Thank you.
Makes me feel.
Let me we're getting a lot of... Check here something. Okay.
What are we getting?
I am honestly, Armin, if you could, I know you don't usually do this, but can you go on your YouTube chat and just put slow mode for 60 seconds, because we're getting a lot of trolls and a lot of spam. It's also hard for me to keep up with all the
Okay,
comments.
my YouTube is much less busier. It's already like it's like basically effectively like your
So it's
slow-mo.
mostly mine. All right, so then
Yes,
maybe
this
okay.
is
So
all
then,
you.
wow. Okay, so guys, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to increase the slow mode feature. I'm gonna have to increase the slow mode feature on my YouTube chat just because it's getting it honestly it's hard for me. It's hard for me to keep up with all of your comments. So I'm just gonna have to do this just because it's just too much to keep up with, and there are like a lot of like, so I put it to 90 seconds. Hopefully that will slow things down, and that will also give me an opportunity to read the comments and also, yeah.
Are we being attacked?
I know. So no, I know there's subscribers only and members only, but I don't know if I want like I'm not going to do members only because I know a lot of people support and you know they might not necessarily have the opportunity to to be a member, and I don't want to do that, right? So I'm just going to slow it down a little bit. What's he writing?
Okay, so Saeed Qasemi Nejad is Prince Reza Pahlavi's advisor, right? I had an interview with him on the Persian channel. So he just posted something about Israel. So given that there are a lot of Israelis watching, I thought you want to see what he has to say. Saying what Israel does over the next few days and weeks will have a long-lasting effect on Iran-Israel relations. If Israel remains on the sidelines while the massacre and execution of Iranians continues, it will shape Iranians' perception of the Jewish state for generations. However, if Israel acts on the explicit promise of Prime Minister Netanyahu made weeks ago and helps Iranians bring down the regime, a new era of Israeli-Iranian alliance under the Cyrus Accords framework will emerge, one where the sky is the limit for economics, security, and military partnership. The regime's back is to the wall. The decision is Israelis to make, and it will define Bibi's legacy. Should I play Bibi's promise to us?
Sure. Which
Okay,
actually I think it's coming to pass because Senator Lindsey Graham is in Israel right now.
Exactly. I think these posts are meant to support Lindsey Graham so that what Lindsey wants in Jerusalem actually happens. So let's watch this. This is what Netanyahu promised the Iranian people before all of this started.
I urge you to be bold and brave, to dare to dream. Take risks for freedom, for your future, for your families. It's worth it. Take to the streets. Demand justice. Demand accountability. Protest tyranny. Build a better future for your families and for all Iranians. Do not let these fanatic mullahs ruin your lives for a minute longer. And know this, you are not alone. I stand with you. Israel stands with you. The entire free world stands with you. The tyrants of Tehran, so cruel, so callous, so cowardly, they won't last long. You know that. History will record that. Soon your country will be free. Water will be plentiful. Your economy will recover and thrive. Your children will be joyous and carefree again. As our founding father, Theodore Herzl, said of the Jewish state, if you will it, it is no dream. And I say to you, if you will it, a free Iran is no dream. Now is the time for action. Now is the time to fight for freedom. Iran bariye Irani.
Iran baraye Irani. All right, I have some breaking news here, Armin.
Mm-hmm.
Let me remove your screen. So President Trump posted on Truth Social about an hour ago. And he says, I greatly respect the fact that all scheduled hangings, which were to take place yesterday, over 800 of them, have been canceled by the leadership of Iran. Thank you. And then Senator Lindsey Graham Preventing 800 people from being hanged by a brutal regime is a significant accomplishment. Well done, POTUS. Hopefully people won't have to live under this regime and threat forever.
Mind games?
Well, this isn't mind games. This is President Trump saving Iranian lives. Right? Because
the regime delays executions all the time.
Right. So the regime delayed this execution while we know that the United States is getting prepared to attack.
Okay.
Do you not see that? Because President Trump could have said absolutely nothing, right? And all these innocent people could have been executed. But instead, with this action of President Trump making the Islamic Republic think that it has a chance to survive as long as it doesn't execute Iranians, right? So he's basically, this is what I mean. Like this is how, like. So I don't see why people. I don't understand why people are seeing this as President Trump is backing down. I see this as President Trump is literally saving lives. He's saving lives because he forced the Islamic dictatorship to back down, thinking that if they back down, right, they're gonna President Trump's not gonna go after them, right?
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Even if the Islamic Republic is just. So even if the Islamic Republic is trying to play games and basically buy time, at the end of the day, the regime is falling. And if they delay these executions, that's 800 people that are being saved, right? Is that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is President Trump, like, the art of the deal, right? The art of the deal. So where is it here? Like President Trump literally used his negotiation skills to save innocent Iranians from being slaughtered by the Islamic dictatorship. And I don't understand how people aren't seeing that, right? Because President Trump could have remained silent, put no pressure, right? And these people could have been executed. So, maybe a thank you, President Trump, from everyone who's watching, everyone who's been with us, everyone who's been worried, because the reason that those people weren't executed is because of President Trump. And I think people who are saying that America is backing down, those are just trolls and spammers, and just ignore them. President Trump is not backing down. Like it's not happening. He's not backing down. This is 4D chess. And look, Senator Lindsey Graham even confirmed, right? Why are there all these trolls in here? Okay. Wait, what's going on? I can't even highlight the comment that I want. Wait.
I think it's because of the burning mosque videos that they're here. That's yeah.
I mean, it's helping our algorithm, but I mean,
yeah. So let them.
But then I can't see the other comments though. But like this is significant. This is significant. I don't understand why people think this is like President Trump backing down. He's not backing down.
Yeah, so guys, we have to just see there's like 7 more days or between 5 to 10 days left between the USS Abraham Lincoln ship reaches, gets close to the Persian Gulf or the Oman Sea. It's likely just going to go to the Oman Sea. So hopefully that's what they're waiting for. So it might take a couple of days before, again, because apparently they cannot use their air bases in Qatar. So they need to wait for their aircraft carriers to reach close to the Persian Gulf for them to be able to carry this. And I am also saying a lot of people are like, oh, Israel betrayed Iran because Netanyahu asked Trump to delay the attacks. But that doesn't necessarily mean because they're backing down. That means that they need more time to prepare for what's about to come. That's what this could mean.
Well, you know something as well, the press conference today from King Reza Pahlavi, that is critical. That's critical because of how he started. Let me go back because I want to play that again because so like basically like he's setting the stage for calling the Islamic dictatorship an illegitimate regime, an illegitimate occupying force, right? Let me bring it up because this is so important.
Here, somebody is actually having a good point regarding canceling flights, canceling the attack. Look at, can I just quickly show this?
Yeah, go for it.
So this person is saying, here, Trump canceled the attack. Really? Then why does Iran's airspace looks like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to show that.
But here, like this is what I want to point out. Okay, which one was that? So this is where international law is really important, guys. Okay, so for those of you who have been following us for a while, let me go back to a message that King Reza Pahlavi gave a few days ago. Okay, those of you who have been following us for a while have already seen this, but I want to share this again because this is critical. It was this one. So this is the speech, okay? So on January 11, okay, what day is it today? Like the days are so blurry. Okay, so on January 11, King Reza Pahlavi, he put out a video message to Iranians in Persian, okay? And so how do we know that they haven't lied? We don't know. I mean, they could be lying. They could be lying. I mean, we know for a fact that they're out there murdering Iranians anyway. But that's besides the point. That's besides the point. This is what I want to point out here, guys. So on January 11, in his message to Iranians in Persian, he asked Iranians outside of Iran to go to the embassies, and he said these embassies no longer belong to the Islamic regime. These embassies belong to the Iranian people. And what he said was go to those embassies, take down the Islamic regime flag, and put up the lion and sun flag. Okay, so let me get to that part where he's just speaking to Iranians outside. Okay, now this ties in to President Trump's Truth Social post from the day before. So guys, I'm going to walk you through the political analysis here. Okay, I'm going to walk you through the political analysis of what's happening here.
2. در خارج از ایران تمامی سفارتخانه‌ها و کنسولگری‌های ایران متعلق به ملت ایران است.
So he says, outside Iran, all Iranian embassies and consulates belong to the Iranian people.
و زمان آن رسیده که به جای پرچم ننگین جمهوری اسلامی با
And the time has come for them to be adorned with Iran's national flag, right? This is our national flag, the one that's behind him, the lion and sun. So the time has come for them to be adorned with Iran's national flag.
با پرچم ملی
in place
ایران
of the
مزین
disgraceful
شود.
banner of the Islamic Republic. Okay. I know some of you can see the subtitles, but some people are driving, and so they have requested for us to also read for them and translate.
ما در
Okay, so he made that order of go to the embassies, go to the consulates, take down the Islamic regime flag, put up the lion and sun flag. So that, right? So that in and of itself is a declaration by the Iranian nation that the occupying force is illegitimate, and they recognize a different government, because this goes to the whole concept of self-determination, right? So the self-determination is us showing the world who we think is legitimate and who we think is illegitimate. So when King Reza Pahlavi said this, Iranians everywhere around the world, they went to various consulates and they went to various embassies, and that's exactly what they did. They took down the flag of the regime and they put up the lion and sun flag. And I have a whole bunch of these videos that I want to share with you, okay? This is important. This is important because it's not just about making a statement. It's about showing the world that when the leader of the Iranian National Revolution says something, that Iranians are listening and following his command and following his orders. Okay, so let me go to that post because I had a lot of videos were posted under that. And Armin, you're keeping track of like breaking news and stuff, right? Because I know there's a lot of rumors, but we're not dealing with rumors. We're going to deal with like actual fact.
Yeah. That's what I'm getting a lot of information, but none of it is verified. So I'm just checking around to make sure it is true.
I know, that's the thing. And guys, like I said, Iran Revolution Live, we're not here to just like, breaking news, right? Like we're not in a race to give you the news first. We're here to give you accurate news that's been verified. And so we're not going to share or say anything unless we know it's true and verified, because guys, like you have to also understand, for us, this is a big deal, right? Like this is very emotional for us Iranians, and there are a lot of Iranians who are watching us and waiting for news. So because this is incredibly emotional for us, we can't, like we're just not going to do rumors or unconfirmed news, right? Because there is a lot of anxiety for many of us. All right, let me wait. I see another troll in the chat. Yeah, this is so funny. People are literally making accounts just so that they can like troll me on X.
Why don't you just let them? They're helping with engagement.
Yeah. I also want to make the experience enjoyable for people on X as well. So, I'll go in and
that's going to take you a lot of attention. Like, are there no mods to do that for you so you don't have to do it?
I for some reason I can't add mods to my X live stream. So anyways, that's
X,
fine.
X.
Yeah, X. I'm not talking about YouTube. Okay, so let me go back. I want to find it because this is so important. This was
Goldie, is it I haven't eaten anything for 12 hours. Is it okay if I just go grab a bite? I'll be right back. Okay.
Go take a break. Okay, here we go. I found the post, guys. Okay. So after King Reza Pahlavi says to Iranians to go and change the flag, okay? So after he says that, then that's exactly what Iranians start to do, okay? So, and I actually put out a call to Iranians and I was like, can you please I said, please send me all the photos and videos that show you taking down the demonic flag of the Islamic Republic and raising the sacred lion and sun flag in its place. The whole world is watching our YouTube and X program, supporting us. Yesterday had more than 500,000 views. Okay, so then look at this. So 2.7 thousand likes from Iranians and a lot of comments. Okay, so I want to go through some of these comments here. So as you can see, like there's also been not just like Iranians changing the flag, but there's also like mass, huge protests and rallies, and we're gonna show those to you as well. But okay, so look at this for example. So the King's message. The King's message came out on January 11. Okay, literally right away, Iranians around the world went to whichever country they were in. They went to the embassies and they were changing the flag, right? So for example, this is Stockholm, okay?
به فرمان پادشاه بزرگمون.
So she says به فرمان پادشاه بزرگمون, which means on the command of our king, of our great king.
رضا شاه دوم.
رضا شاه دوم, that's رضا پهلوی.
پرچم ملی ایران سرنگ شیر خورشید رو به اهتزاز در میاریم در سفارت ننگین و منحوس استکهلم.
So she says, based on the command of the king of Iran, Reza Shah II, we are going to raise the flag, the flag of the lion and sun on the, cursed embassy of the Islamic regime in Stockholm. So this is literally like within 1 hour of his command on January 11, this was happening all around the world. So this is Stockholm. Okay.
پاینده ایران جاوید شاه.
And then she says, long live Iran, long live the king, Javid Shah.
جاوید شاه. جاوید شاه. جاوید شاه.
Javid Shah, long live the king, Javid Shah.
جاوید شاه. جاوید شاه.
Okay, so that was Stockholm, and then here is this one I really like. Americans, this one's dedicated to you. So as soon as the king gave his message, Iranians went to the embassy of Iran in Washington D.C. Now, of course, that has been closed, but so Iranian Americans raised the lion and sun flag over the in the closed embassy of Washington D.C. Okay, and then they also put flowers on the door. So Iranian Americans very, very excited about this. Of course, because the embassy is shut down since the 1979 Islamic coup d'état. There was no one to stop them there because the embassy is pretty much abandoned. So yeah, Iranians did that right away with the lion and sun flag in Washington D.C. And then they put some flowers on the door. So that's Washington D.C. And then this is, where is this? Norway. Okay, so this was Norway. So again, so now they're doing the same thing in Norway. Okay, so this is the embassy, Norway. She's like, boro, boro, boro. So boro means go. So she's like, go do it. Right? Because people are nervous, of course, because, the Islamic dictatorship they monitor everyone. And but they're excited as well.
جاوید شاه.
Javid Shah.
بچه‌هامون شیرن.
And she's like بچه‌هامون شیرن. That means our kids are lions, right? Because lion means, brave. So, she's like our Iranian kids are very, very brave.
پرچم
ننگین جمهوری اسلامی آوردیم پایین.
پرچم ننگین جمهوری اسلامی. What does nangin mean? How do I properly translate nangin? Wait, give me a moment, guys. پرچم ننگین جمهوری اسلامی. Shameful. So she's saying we're taking down the shameful flag of the Islamic regime. Wait. Oh, what's this? Oh. Yeah, cursed, shameful, disgraceful. So they take down the Islamic Republic jihadi terrorist crab flag, and then they spray paint Javid Shah, which means long live the king, right? And then they write King Reza Pahlavi there on the entranceway to the embassy. There you go. So they spray painted that. So they scaled it. They technically trespassing, right? But what this is showing is that Iranians are by these actions, Iranians are saying these embassies belong to us and we are reclaiming them from the occupying force. So there is Oslo. And then, oh, here's Munich. Okay, so here's Munich. So again, this is Sunday. So guys, do you see how these videos are all at night? Sorry, do you see how these videos are all at night? No, this isn't Iran. This one is Munich. So all of these happened literally as soon as the king put out his message Sunday evening. What? There you go. So he says, به دستور رضا شاه دوم. So he says, on the command of King Reza II, we have brought the lion and sun flag to the consulate in Munich to reclaim it. And then they say, long live Iran and Javid Shah. Yeah, they added the symphony music as well.
نمیذارن اینا نمیذارن ما پرچمون از کنیم ولی ما پرچمون میزنیم واسه بچه‌هایی که بردن بچه‌هایی که کشتن لعنت به جمهوری اسلامی.
And then they're saying like Nang bar Jumhuri Islami, like, curse the Islamic Republic, curse the Islamic Republic. And they're all saying Javid Shah, long live the king. So there's Munich, guys. So all of this is happening at the same time, right? Like literally, as soon as the king put out his message, it's happening all over the world. And then here is Canberra. So this is Australia, okay? So then even in Australia, right? In Australia, I think they actually managed to raise the flag, if I'm not mistaken.
ایران در استرالیا نگاه کنید به فرمان شاهزاده این پرچم رو ما امروز اینجا به علیرغم مخالفت پلیس.
So they're saying like, based on the command of King Reza Pahlavi, we in Australia, we have reclaimed the embassy in Canberra and we've raised the lion and sun flag. And then, of course, they're all chanting King Reza Pahlavi. The next one. Oh, we're going to get to London in a moment. Because I'm going to get to the London one in a moment because that one is actually very interesting. And that one kind of fits into the political analysis. But why am I showing this to you? Because This is how King Reza Pahlavi is showing the world that he is the leader of the Iranian National Revolution, and that when he gives an order, we listen, right? So look at this. So Farman Shah Darim, Hukm Qiyam Darim. So this is Frankfurt. This one is in Frankfurt, okay?
پاینده 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 جاوید جاوید جاوید.
Oh, you guys wanted to learn a new Farsi word. Okay, here's your new one. How would I say Payande Iran? How would I translate that? Let me see. Payande Iran. Okay. All right. New Persian phrase just dropped. New. Let me add this to the screen. So a lot of you are requesting a new Persian phrase. Here you go. This is a good one. Payande Iran. Okay. So Payande Iran basically means like Iran's perseverance. So a lot of times people will say, yeah, Iran forever, basically. Iran forever, Iran's perseverance. So you know what? Actually, Iran forever makes more sense. So let me do this. Payande Iran Javid Shah means here we go. There you go. So this is a phrase that this is a chant that a lot of Pierce Morgan is boring now. I don't know when I'm going back. There you go. So guys, if you wanted to learn something new, there you go. So Payande Iran Javid Shah. That means Iran forever, long live the king. So there's your new phrase. So yeah, Payande Iran. And you can actually hear them saying in this video, they're saying Payande Iran Javid Shah. Guys, I know there's different ways of translating it, but essentially it just means Iran for eternity, Iran forever. It's people get the gist. But yeah, so Payande Iran Javid Shah. So that's what they're chanting here.
پاینده 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 جاوید جاوید جاوید.
21 دی‌ماه کنسولگری فرانکفورت. این
Yeah, you guys definitely. Yeah, you can say Payande Iran, America, Israel. Yeah. So Payande Iran for all of our Israeli followers. Payande Iran is basically like Am Yisrael Chai, right? So yeah, like you can definitely say Payande Iran, Payande America, Payande Israel. Yeah, Payande, whatever country. Absolutely, because Payande just means like like long live or forever. So there you go. Okay, so that's Frankfurt. Okay, now I'm gonna go to a different one. So because I was just out Canberra, I think I already showed you Canberra, but this is on Instagram. Let's see if it's the same. No. Yeah, Iran perseveres is equivalent to Am Yisrael Chai. Exactly. And then I have a lot of people saying thank you. What happened here? Oh no. So okay, so someone tried to do it in Berlin, but unfortunately the Berlin police got him. So you know what though? I'm not going to be like we're not going to be criticizing police for doing this only because like according to like diplomacy laws and all of that kind of stuff, the police in a host country, but here's the thing: the police in a host country, they have the it's their responsibility to protect the embassy. It's just what it is, right? It just goes to the laws of like diplomacy or whatever the case might be. So wait. Just pull something up. Okay. So anyway, so it is like the police's responsibility. Yeah, exactly. So we cannot blame the police whatsoever for doing their job. I've heard Denmark too. So I'm going to get to all of them. But so this is not a police bashing thing, okay? Because the police have a job to do, and to be quite honest, regime change, right? Regime change is a very, very rare occurrence. And so the police are just doing their jobs. They're just doing their jobs here. So I'm not going to blame the police for this, because they're stuck in a pickle right now, right? Because right now there are two competing factions, right? So the terrorist Islamic dictatorship, which is occupying Iran, versus the Shah of Iran and the Iranian national uprising, and of course the Shah slowly starting to claim legitimacy. So I'm going to get to his statement today, but these actions from a week ago, this is what is led up to the statement that he made today, which was very, very definitive, right? Because when he made that statement on Sunday, where he asked Iranians to go take down the flag of the regime and reclaim the embassies with the real flag, right? That was basically him signaling to Iranians in the diaspora, we need to show the governments who or what we want. So this is basically self-determination. So there you go. So
bravo, 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 bravo. یکی از بچه‌های شمال حمله کرده به طرف سفارت، پرچم شیر و خورشید رو ببره بالا. Hey, hey, nicht schlagen, nicht schlagen, nicht schlagen, nicht schlagen, er schlägt. Ich bin Organisationschef. Darf nicht schlagen, darf nicht schlagen. Der Polizei darf nicht schlagen, ich filme. Ja. Rafte Parcham sagt, darf nicht schlagen, ich habe alles aufgenommen. Schlägt mit dem Faust auf die Rippen. Hat seine Rippen gebrochen. Die dürfen gar nicht schlagen. Darf nicht schlagen. Die haben ihn fast umgebracht.
So all of these Iranians are there. All of these Iranians are there on the order of King Reza Pahlavi, because they want to reclaim the embassy, right? And of course, poor police, not just in Germany but all around the world, they were probably like wondering what is happening, because literally all at once, like all around the world, Iranians were suddenly activated and they were going to every single embassy. However, because for those of you who have been following us from the very beginning, you were with us when we broke the news and we shared this video, right?
بازپسگیری ایران عزیز از جمهوری اسلامی هستیم.
So you were with us when we shared this video and we explained to you that this is what the king of Iran is now ordering Iranians to do. And remember I said to you, I was like, by tomorrow, we're going to see some crazy videos coming out from all around the world, right?
ننگین جمهوری اسلامی با پرچم ملی ایران مزین شود.
Right? So he said, go to the embassies, remove the Islamic regime flag and reclaim them because those embassies belong to you. So of course, police were confused. However, if anyone from like law enforcement or security, I don't know if you guys watch or follow us, if you had followed us, you probably would have gotten like a heads up, and maybe you would have just let Iranians, do their thing because self-determination is our right. But anyway, so there you go. So let me continue this now with Germany. And yeah, we'll get to Denmark, we'll get to all of them. I have all the videos here. Because what we're seeing right now, this is self-determination, and all of these actions internationally is what has led to the statement that King Reza Pahlavi made today.
بچه‌ها اینو تاثیر میدیم پلیس حق زدن نداره با مشت و لگد میرن طرف بچه‌ها با مشت و لگد میرن طرف بچه‌ها.
Yeah, police are being a little too violent there, but it's probably because they've just been dealing with all the pro-Palestine jihadi savages. So, and then they probably have no idea what's going on here.
اینم دارن دوست ما این دوست ما قهرمان سرش شکستن
Yeah, apparently like they hit him. So yeah, German police are pretty aggressive. But it's because they've been dealing with the pro-Palestine jihadi savages. And I know like us Iranians, we're not like that, but it's just okay. So we already did Australia. Oh, here we go. Here's one that I haven't seen yet. So this is Hamburg. So they even in Hamburg, Germany, right? So this is the one from Hamburg, Germany. So here they're saying, Ma millat kabirim, Iran pas migirim. We're a great nation. We're going to reclaim Iran. Listen. The German police, I mean, they definitely did seem a little bit too violent towards me. But again, like this channel, like I'm not here to comment on that. I hope that Iranians in Germany, they can they'll sort it out and do what they need to do. I'm just here to show the videos of Iranians reclaiming the embassies, right? And then of course this is even in Iran, they're like raising the lion and sun flag everywhere, right? Oh, okay. So this is the interesting one now. Okay. So this is the one, guys, this is the one that started it all. Okay. So now we're going to get into the connection with President Trump and how President Trump fits into all of this. Okay. So this video actually came out the day before. So, when King Reza Pahlavi, when he put out his statement to Iranians telling them to go to the embassies, take down the regime flag and put up the lion and sun flag, that was on Sunday. This is what happened on Saturday. So this is the day before. Watch this, and then I will explain to you how President Trump is connected to this video, because this is actually really, really interesting. They're all cheering him on. They're like, Boro, Boro, go, go. Okay, so why is this important? Well, President Trump, okay, let me pull up President Trump's account here. So I need to find the one where he has the Fox News article. That would have been from like last week. January 8, 15, 2 days ago.
I have a regime propaganda video.
No, I don't want regime propaganda right now.
I'm just letting you know. Just
Oh,
letting you know
okay.
that.
Thanks. No, I'm going through the political analysis of how we are witnessing regime change and the delegitimization of the Islamic regime, right? Because the king of Iran, in his statement today, he said something very, very important, and so we're getting to that. So guys, here's what I wanted to point out. So when this happened, okay, and one thing I want to make very clear, this flag that you see here, this isn't just the lion and sun flag, okay? This is the lion and sun with the crown on top of it, okay? With the crown on top of it. This flag symbolizes our support for King Reza Pahlavi, okay? So this flag, oh my gosh, what are all these like losers doing in here? Guys, if you're gonna swear, I'm just gonna like ban you. All right, anyway, so this flag represents not just Iran, but it's become code for what?
I think that was from my chat.
Well, they were swearing, so I don't know. They said
Okay.
some bad words or something. I don't know. You can unblock them maybe if you want. I can't tell who's from which chat, but I don't know. They said some like bad words, so I just blocked them. If I see words with like genitalia or whatever, like I just block them. So okay, so this flag represents our support for King Reza Pahlavi as our leader. If I block that person by mistake, Armin, and if that comment was meant for someone else, you can unblock them, I guess. I don't know. It's just I get a lot of like misogynistic. I get a lot of misogynistic comments, and
I know that guy. That guy is on our side. I'll tell.
Okay.
To be more
so
polite.
maybe I probably misread that then. Oh no, I will. I mean, if someone is like saying like misogynistic comments at me, I'm just gonna block them. But if it was a mistake, you can unblock. That's fine. I just don't have the patience for that. So again, so this flag, just going back. So the flag that Iranian Spider-Man put up, this is representing King Reza Pahlavi. Okay. Now this is where it gets interesting. This happened. So this happened on Saturday. What was Saturday? That was, what date was that? I think it was the 10th. Yeah, it was Saturday, January 10th. Okay. Now, literally hours after this incident, right? Hours after this incident, President Trump on his Truth Social, he posted a Fox News article that links to that event. Okay, so President Trump posted about Iranian Spider-Man. Okay, protester scales Iranian embassy in London, tears down regime flag, hoists pre-revolution symbol. Now, again, guys, remember that when Iranians are taking down the regime flag and they are putting up the real flag of Iran, that's Iranians basically saying that we don't acknowledge the Islamic regime. Instead, we support Iran. But on top of that, okay, it wasn't just any flag, right? Like President Trump, with all the news coming out, about Iran, President Trump could have picked any article about Iran with any image or any story. President Trump specifically chose to share an article on his Truth Social about Iranian Spider-Man in the UK, not only taking down the Islamic regime flag, but putting up the flag that shows our support for King Reza Pahlavi as our leader. Yeah, Armin?
New Lindsey Graham post?
Is it urgent? Can it wait until...
Okay, it's about Iran and Israel and the attack. Whenever you decide.
Okay, all right. So, okay, that's fine. So let's go to that. And then I'll continue with the analysis.
Okay, up to you, okay?
No, go for it. That's fine.
Okay. All right. So this was just half an hour ago. Thank you in the chat for paying attention to these things. Okay, so Lindsey Graham just posted, as I am in Israel today, I reminded that President Trump has been right in how he deals with the evil and our country's enemies. Making others do more, not blundering into unnecessary entanglements, but instead being decisive. This is the model for security and prosperity. I think that means Israel is going to be leading the way. The loud isolationists and pseudo anti-Semites, however, are pursuing a model that didn't work then and won't work now. Please remember, these same voices were counseling complete withdrawal from Afghanistan, which President Trump was smart to avoid. Biden, not so much. To those in America and throughout the world who believe that our country doesn't get hurt by ignoring the long-suffering people of Iran who have been slaughtered as they demand the end of their oppression and letting the Ayatollah get away with it yet again, you are fools. This regime is soaked in American blood and has an endless quest to cheat and obtain a nuclear weapon to advance their sick religious Nazi belief. These voices were loud in the 1930s and allowed the rise of Hitler and the destruction of the Jewish people. They were wrong then and they are wrong now. Never again. Like President Trump, I stand with the protesters against the Ayatollah. President Trump's leadership across the globe is going to turn enemies into allies from Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, and beyond. Thanks to his leadership, we will be secure and more prosperous. President Donald J. Trump is truly Reagan plus.
Amazing. That gives me a lot of hope. That gives me a lot of hope there. So, wow. Okay, I'll definitely have to I'll have to share that again. Okay, so back to this. So now President Trump, out of all of this, so this is a week ago. Okay, so this is Saturday. Wait, someone's saying Pahlavi's speaking live on Fox.
Is he? You better not be trolling.
I don't know.
Mark that comment, ban that comment if they're wrong. It's misinformation. And thank you if you're right.
All right, guys. I guess I should have had Fox News ready on like my live stream tabs.
We are very grateful if you're correct, and we are going to completely remove you from this channel forever if you're wrong.
I don't even know who it was now because it went
no.
by so quick, but that's okay.
Mm.
That's fine. Here we go. Let's see if he's there. I just see commercial. I see commercial. I just see commercial break, guys.
Breaking moments ago, the Energy Department says it will not be using Venezuelan oil to fill the Strategic Petroleum Reserve following President Trump's high-profile meeting with Venezuela's opposition leader. Correspondent Dina Marie McNichol reports. She is live for us in West Palm Beach, Florida, with the press.
All right, guys, that wasn't it. All right. Anyways, so back to the analysis. So President Trump linked this, okay? And why did he share this one? Because I think he was sending a message. He was sending a message through his Truth Social, okay? He was basic, because again, he could have picked, this is January 10, right? President Trump could have picked any article about Iran, or you know, anything like that, and he chose this particular. It's live now. Okay, well, if he's already speaking, then we've missed it. So I don't know what you want me to do, because it'll probably come out, right?
Yeah, we're gonna see it on X. It's gonna be clipped and shown on X.
Yeah, it'll be clipped and shown on X. So, all right. Let me go to the YouTube channel, guys. Okay. Armin, our king is more popular among non-Iranians than even among us. I love that.
Yeah, Goldie, can I say something about that? There was a time when we say like, oh my God, so-and-so politician or so-and-so reporter mentioned Prince Reza Pahlavi, and we get very excited. But now I see in the chat somebody saying like, oh my God. Oh, never mind. Go.
Guys, so this is thank you for letting us know. This is his live stream from earlier today, right? So we covered all of this. But I mean, we can go back to it if you guys want. But we covered all this. So
thanks for being with us. We're on live now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Once again, we're continuing to watch all of these top stories as they're unfolding. I do want to take you out to this. This is some of the remarks. We were just speaking about the Iranian opposition leader holding a press conference earlier today in Washington, D.C. Let's listen into a bit of this here.
Armin, that Fox News referred to him as Iranian opposition leader. That's what we want.
Yep. Mission accomplished.
I think Iran that emerges will live at peace with our neighbors. It will be an engine of growth and opportunity in the region and the world. There are moments in history where the moral imperative for action is so strong that the weight of inaction becomes unbearable. This is one of those moments. The people of Iran have risen to reclaim their country. History will honor those who stand with them. Long live Iran. Thank you.
And also from the audience, don't worry. And Prince Reza Pahlavi will reply to them.
Okay.
I'm going to call firstly Ardaban, who's first from Iran International. This moment, we have millions of the person of the right now, which is not sure that I'm asking
You're so close. You're missing the N. I'll write it for you again, but you guys are so close.
What did he say?
He said Payande Iran, but he forgot the N. So that's how you guys say it. You're so close. I know this one's like next level. This one's a little trickier.
It's hard to say for non-Iranians.
But people were asking me for new words, so I shared پاینده ایران.
دیدیم که همیهنانمون با شهامت و شجاعت و با اتحاد و جمعیت میلیونی در خیابانها باعث عقب نشینی نظام شدند، به حالی که رژیم مجبور شد دست به سرکوب وحشتناکی بزنه و اون هم با استفاده از عوامل بیشتر خارجی تا عوامل خودش که خیلی حاضر نشدن برای سرکوب سر کار بروند. این نمونه و علامتی است از قدرت مردم و ضعف نظام. البته ما اکنون مواجه با شرایطی هستیم که نیاز به کمک هم داریم و برای همین هست که من به جامعه بین‌المللی هشدار میدهم که اگه بخواید جلوی جنایت بیشتری رو بگیرید، اگه بخواید جان کمتر افراد از بین برود و این حکومت زودتر سقوط کند به نفع آزاد شدن مردم ایران، بهتر است که سکوت را جایگزین عمل بکنید و فراتر از صحبت و سخن عملاً از این مردم حمایت بکنید.
I mean, this is in yeah, he's speaking Persian here. I don't know why Fox News is playing this part.
The security forces in Iran?
Let me go to the English part.
Excuse me, sir. Can you just introduce yourself then?
It's also an undeniable truth that when your father ran the country, there were executions, there was torture, there was secret police. What would you say to Iranians today who are concerned that under your leadership, they would be swapping one dictator for another?
First of all, I let historians write history. I'm here to make history, not to write it. Second, you hear the Iranian people standing behind me and calling my name. This doesn't occur incidentally. They have known my track record. They know my unwavering commitment to democracy and human rights. This has been my position the day I started and remains my position to this day. They know they can trust me because they've never seen me waver from this. And ultimately, what I'm trying to make sure is the final element that will prove to the Iranians that are in full control of their own destiny, is to turn power back to them, a power that has been taken away from them by this regime, which we are fighting today. That's my commitment, and they can trust me on that.
Bloomberg. No, I've called Bloomberg, please. Is a gentleman or lady from Bloomberg? No? They asked a question. No, Reuters, please. Oh, there's a microphone just coming.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Riley Johnson from Bloomberg. Are you having any further conversations with Witkoff or the Trump administration?
Look, these are sensitive times, and I'm not going to discuss details of who I'm meeting with and what has been discussed. What I can tell you, however, is that there's strong support for the Iranian people, and I believe that President Trump is a man of his word, and ultimately he will stand with the Iranian people as he has said.
Lady from DW.
Thank you very much. I'm with Deutsche Welle, Germany's international broadcaster. Thank you so much. I have two questions. We saw a slide there saying Donald Trump help. What exactly does this mean? What do you hope Donald Trump to do? And my second question is regarding Europe and especially Germany. What do you hope for Europe does to support your cause? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Well, clearly, President Trump did say that if the regime was to hit the Iranian people hard, they would face with serious consequences. That the Iranian people have taken his word as a man of his words, as I said. They know that unlike his predecessors that threw us under the bus one time, this president is not about to do the same thing. And that's very encouraging and empowering. Number two, you asked me about the European countries. Look, we already are past the point of whether you should subscribe the IRGC as a terrorist organization or not. And frankly, I'm flabbergasted that there are still some countries that are not willing to take the next step, as if they are supposed to worry about how the regime would retaliate. This regime is on its last leg. It's about to collapse. And I think the world, especially the democratic free world, that champions freedom and human rights and equality of citizens, at the face of this regime, brutal repression,
should act now. I called for them to start acting as opposed to talking. We need your help. We need your action. We need to take all the steps that I've indicated in my opening remarks, all those 6 elements. Anything that can be done in that direction is a moral boost, and beyond moral boost, an actual act of support for a defenseless society and civilians that, as you can see, have been treated in the worst possible way. And the only hope they have is that their fight for freedom, their sacrifices, will be less loss of life based on your action to expedite this regime's collapse. That's what the Iranian people are expecting from you. And let me reiterate, as I said again, we're not waiting for you to act to continue our fight. We are. But imagine how much more we can protect more innocent lives from dying by acting and helping us today. These are critical moments that are game changers, not just for us Iranians, but for the whole world. This is what we need from you, so help us.
Reuters. Microphone over here, please.
Thank you. Humayra Pamuk from Reuters. In an interview a couple of days ago, President Trump actually expressed some doubts about your support inside Iran. How are you planning to win him over, convince him that you do have the support that you say you do? Also, you're talking about thousands of potential defectors, but the IRGC and other forces have hundreds of thousands. So how are you going to assert your control over this establishment? And are you anytime soon going to meet with President Trump? Are you making an active effort? Thank you.
President Trump has said that it's up to the Iranian people to decide. And I totally agree. I've always said it's for the Iranian people to decide. And I think the Iranian people have already demonstrated in great numbers who it is that they want them to lead to this transition. So I'm confident that I have the support of my compatriot, and it's for the international leaders to assess the fact on the grounds and see who is capable of doing that. I believe I can, and I have the Iranian people's support. And of course, if anybody in the world is willing to help the Iranian people achieve that goal, that's what I'm trying to do, to help them liberate themselves and attract as much support as I can internationally to be behind the Iranian people this time and on the right side of history. Now, as far as the defection goes, this campaign has started months ago. We started this, in fact, I announced it in another press conference I had in Paris a few months ago. Some of you might have heard about it, at which point we established a system whereby people who want to defect or want to access us or want to indicate their interest to join with us have a secure means of communicating their intentions to us. Since then, tens of thousands have applied. Many of them are from the security forces in Iran, police force, military, IRGC, and we are vetting them as we're speaking. And the mechanism for defection does exist, but most importantly is the principle of having an exit strategy. And on that I've said, anyone whose hand is not soiled in the blood of the Iranian people will survive regime change. We're not talking about de-Baathification. We're not talking about the disaster of post-Saddam Hussein, post-Gaddafi collapse. We're not going to have a failed state. And for me to be able to guide a smooth transition, I'm counting on security forces to be the element that keeps the country secure, protects people's lives and their livelihood, and be part of the solution. As a result, we have already seen people indicating their cooperation. We have already seen elements that refuse to be used as an instrument of repression, which is why the regime is now, as we speak, importing elements from outside the country to be the instrument of repression, as they're running out of their own forces to do that for them inside Iran. And all of this is the indication of the beginning of that collapse. Hopefully, by more support from the outside world, by a determined strike on the regime's elements that are the instrument of repression, as I stated in my opening remarks, in my opinion, that will expedite the process and will also increase the number of defections to be more rapid, so that we are not faced with remnants and pockets of resistance as much as possible. There's never going to be 100% defection, but there comes a point where the regime sees it's futile, and hopefully by then Khamenei will be joining Bashar in Moscow and will be rid of him.
This gentleman here.
I missed that part last time where he said he's going to be in Moscow with Bashar al-Assad.
Yeah.
So good morning. Thank you. Ben Leo from GB News in London. In London, sir, in England, we have Iranian sleeper cells on their way to the Israeli embassy, accused of trying to blow up the embassy. We have a former Iranian government minister living in North London, living in a council house, actually.
Can I say something about this guy's question? Because this is regime propaganda, okay?
Yeah, go for it.
The regime has spread the idea that, oh, we have sleeper cells all over Europe, and if we get close to falling, we're going to activate them, and it's going to be devastating. And so many Western media have believed that. What they have is just a few people who don't seem to be able to actually assassinate anybody. Like, they're really bad at their job, to the point that the regime has actually hired local criminal groups in different countries to be able to do the things for them, because they have not that many sleeper cells, if any. They're very incompetent, and the government just hires local criminals to do their assassination for them. And they actually hire the cheap ones. Like, they can't even afford like higher end level assassins, and that's why they have actually failed every single one of their assassinations for the past couple of years. So this idea of like, oh my God, be very afraid, Europeans, don't let the Islamic Republic fall because sleeper cells around Europe are going to wake up and do these things, that's an exaggeration. That's regime propaganda.
We'll go to that in a moment. But Armin, look at this. CBC. So they didn't say leader. But CBC is now referring to, and we know like CBC is just as bad as BBC, right? Like, they're pro-leftist and communist, whatever. But even CBC is now giving in, and they're referring to Reza Pahlavi as at least Iranian opposition figure. It's not leader, but close enough.
Yeah, I mean, these are the people that would never even mention him.
Yeah, like they've never mentioned him before, right?
Yeah.
And like, these people always just like quote like the lefties and the communists and the globalists, right? But even CBC is paying attention. Very interesting. Okay, let's go back to the conference.
By the way, Goldie, I have to go in about a few minutes, but I do at some point need to show that all the upcoming gatherings, because I have ads for Iranians, if the Iranians are watching, about the upcoming gatherings, and I'm downloading all the ads for each one of them. Let me know when you want me to show that.
Yeah. So you have to go. When are you coming back?
I'll just be away. I'm leaving in 10 minutes, and I'll be back in 1 hour after that.
Okay.
Is that okay?
That's totally fine. Can I just take a quick break while we play the press conference, and then I'll be back within like 5 minutes, and then you can go, and then yeah, absolutely, let's do that.
Can I share the discussion group that I'm going to be in the chat?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, guys, in about 10 minutes or so, I'm going to go into our discussion group, and we're going to have a group discussion where you could come and ask me questions about Iran, or I'm going to be there. Other people are going to be there. You could open your mic. You don't have to open your camera if you don't want to. We're going to be discussing all of these topics. So link is in the chat. Just join us there in about 10 minutes. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Actually, who
I'll be
supported
back
the
in like
fatwa on
10
Salman
minutes.
Rushdie, praised Soleimani, so on and so on. Why is it in Britain's interests, and indeed the West, for this Islamic regime to fall, please?
Look, I'm sorry, could you repeat? I want to make sure I understood your question. Could you repeat it, please?
We have lots of Iranian sleeper cells and activity in London.
Right.
3 people were arrested trying to blow up the Israeli embassy. Some months ago, there's a former government minister living in North London who supported Soleimani, backs the fatwa on Rushdie. We have lots of Iranian activity in the UK connected with the regime.
That's not a sleeper cell.
In Iran, sorry. Why is it in Britain's interests and the West's for this regime to fall?
Right. Well, I'm glad you asked the question, because in fact, one of the topics that I raised in some discussions I had the last time I was in London with former prime ministers was exactly to explain to them the mapping of every instrument that the regime is using under Khamenei's direct supervision through so-called centers through which they antagonize British citizens, and of course, many of those sleeper cells that you indicated. It doesn't stop in England, by the way. They're in America as well. So we're trying to explain to various governments the whole methodology that the regime is using with assets they have on the ground in respective countries, not to mention money laundering that goes on in many countries, including in Great Britain. So there are many ways that they can push back against that and protect not only the citizenry of whether it's Great Britain or America, but in what way it connects to why we need to do that ultimately, by putting an end to the regime. And one thing that is now becoming even more clear, and the fact that the regime could be threatening the world as a last gasp, we should not allow this regime to catch a second wind and be able to do further damage, which is why the strike is not just needed to help the Iranian people overcome this unfair disadvantage, but it's also one way to completely dismantle the regime's aspect of threatening and cut off the chain of income that it uses to fund all of these operations, including the sleeper cells, which is why I'm also calling for any means to cut off the lifeline up to the regime, which is its revenue from whether it's oil exports or whether other means of income that they have. We need to dry the well that funds terrorism once and for all against the Iranian people and the world.
So, hello, Dan Rivers from ITV News in the UK. 2 US aircraft carriers are heading, we understand, to the Gulf, and Donald Trump has said help is on its way, but they may take up to 10 days to get there, and meanwhile more and more people are dying. Are you losing faith in President Trump?
I believe the president is a man of his word, as I said before. How many days it might take, who knows? Hopefully sooner than later. But as I said before, regardless of whether action is taken or not, we as Iranians have no choice to carry on the fight. We're halfway across the river. There's no turning back. We will continue. The quicker the action happens, the more lives can be saved, and the sooner we can see the regime's collapse. So timing is, of course, important. And I would still believe in the president's commitment that help is on the way.
But does he need to do something today, tomorrow, to help your fellow countrymen?
Well, I'm not the president's advisor. All I can say that Iranians are, of course, right now as we speak, witnessing the kind of massacre that has been unprecedented in human history. And this is why the urgency becomes quite clear. The timing, I leave it to the experts to decide. All I can say is the sooner the better.
Okay, I'm going to call now Ben Amini from Manitou.
Oh, this
phone over here.
Sorry, there's too much bright light. I can't see who is where. Okay, now I see you.
Thank you. This is Persian. Should I translate?
All right, as you see, they're listening into this press conference that came to us earlier today, as the Iranian opposition leader, also known as the former Crown Prince of Iran, was making remarks on the protest. We did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away, though, for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us.
As I'm going to remove the screen because I don't want us to watch commercial. I have maybe until Goldie comes back, I could show you some of the announcements regarding gatherings that is going to be happening by Iranian people. Guys, any Iranians in the chat? Can you let me know you're here, because this is useful for you. So Monday, January 19th, in front of the White House, between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m., there's going to be a gathering. Iranians here? Are there Iranians here? Okay, yes, okay. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 announcements for you Iranians to make. And guys, if you are in different places, Iranians in different cities, just make sure you look these things up. I'm pretty sure they're easy to find, okay? So again, this is in front of, no, sorry, no, this is somewhere else. Sorry, let me read this properly. Sorry, I read this wrong. This is in Belgium. This is in Belgium, Monday, January 19th, in front of the U.S. Embassy. In front of U.S. Embassy in Belgium, 19th of January, Monday. Yes, Belgium. Between 2 to 4 p.m. Okay? So that's one announcement. Then we have another one here. So these are the gatherings that you're supposed to be participating in. Iranians, this is This is Iranians in the diaspora. You know, the Iranians inside Iran are giving it everything they got. They're risking their lives. They're giving their lives for us. So the least you could do is participate in these gatherings, okay? So here's another one in Milan. This is in Milan. This is 2 p.m. on a Saturday. This is in front of the consulate. It says in front of the consulate of the Islamic Republic, of the murderous occupying Islamic regime, the consulate of that. So you can see, here's the address as well. Okay, so that's for Milan, 2 p.m. on Saturday for Iranians, okay? We have another one. Where is this? Okay, so this is for LA. Iranians inside Los Angeles. Okay, so yeah, somebody's saying I'll be there tomorrow in Milan. Okay, good job, good job. Iranians who are watching, please confirm in the chat that you're attending. You're going to be attending these, okay? So this is for LA. Just watch this ad. All right, so this is January 18th on Sunday. January 18th on Sunday in LA. Where is it going to be? Where is it? Where's the address? Okay, so the address is at the bottom. Yep, so you can see the address here at the bottom. 200 North Spring Street, Los Angeles, California. All right, so the next one. Where is this? Wait, where is this? Richmond, where? Richmond Hill. Richmond Hill. Okay, this is written in Pinterest. So this is Saturday, January 17th, 2 p.m., Richmond Hill. So he says Baraye Iran at the beginning, which means for Iran. He's shouting for Iran. Baraye Iran means for Iran. Baraye Iran! And then the last one. This is Hamburg. This is Hamburg. So this is 2 p.m. Where is this? I can't read this. Is this? So yeah, January 17th, 2 p.m. in Hamburg. It says Hamrah Shah Aziz. So basically is asking you to join. Okay, so the address, the media market, the address is at the bottom. All right. So these were the announcements that I had. Let's go back to this.
Any of you, how do you weaken the regime's first and foremost means of instituting terror at home or terrorism abroad? And all ties, the targets are quite obvious. You're not going to hit a factory or a school or a hospital. Clearly, it's obvious what the targets should be.
I'm gonna go back to like where the commercial break ended.
Okay.
And start from there. Yeah, because I just got back. So thank you for sharing the protests. Or sorry, I shouldn't say protests, but like the demonstrations happening.
Call out.
Yeah.
call outs to,
Here today was in
All right.
Washington, D.C.
I'm gonna
He
go.
made very brief remarks as he left the White House, just
See you in
about
a bit.
5 minutes or so, answering some
See you.
reporter questions on his way down to Florida. And once that event gets underway, we'll also take you out to that in full. In the meantime, I want to take you back out to what we were just listening into. Now, this is the conversation that's happening as the Iranian opposition leader is there holding a press conference in Washington, D.C. a bit earlier, answering questions from reporters in the room. Let's listen back in.
چون میدونن که به آخرین طریق ممکن میخوان در مردم ایجاد تردید و ترس بکنن. فکر کنم مردم ایران برای این ترس تصمیم گرفته برای عکس العمل نشان دادن و به زودی شواهدش رو خواهیم دید. A quick translation for those of you who don't speak Farsi. The question related to the regimes importing foreign elements into Iran to use as a mechanism of repression. And I said that this is a clear indication of the regime's weakness, that it cannot even count on its own forces to do the dirty job. And it has to resort to bring people from the outside. But reason more for the world to realize that as this desperation act of the regime to try to brutalize its own people as a last gasp effort cannot be left unanswered, which is why we're calling for the world to help us out.
Thank you. AFP, please.
Thank you very much, Sean Tandon with AFP. Nice to see you. Could I follow up? The momentum, you mentioned that that's in the hands of Iranians, but at what point is it too late for the intervention that you're talking about from President Trump? Could there be the sense that he's talked for over 10 days about help is on the way that could actually weaken the momentum? And specifically, you said at the beginning that, that there should be targeting of the Revolutionary Guards. Do you mean necessarily military strikes? How should the Revolutionary Guards be targeted? Thanks.
Right. It's never too late. Any fight for freedom doesn't have a deadline. Some of you reporters have deadlines to make your reports, but this fight doesn't have deadline. We will fight until we win. That is the national will of the Iranian people. We are all going to fight until we win. The only question is, what are the elements that can expedite it? And the immediate issue remains, what will hurt the regime most? By dismantling its apparatus of state terror and repression. A lot of it are the regime's military, paramilitary assets, mostly IRGC targets. So I'm calling for a surgical strike on those means. And I think it should be quite obvious to any of you. How do you weaken the regime's first and foremost means of instituting terror at home or terrorism abroad? And all ties, the targets are quite obvious. You're not going to hit a factory or a school or a hospital. Clearly, it's obvious what the targets should be. And the regime knows it. And that's exactly what those who have to decide how to decide what should be the legitimate targets will decide upon it. I think the Iranian people naturally say, the people who hurt us the most should be the first one to be targeted. And I think that it should be quite obvious what should be done, in my opinion.
CBS. CBS here. Newsmax.
Good morning, sir. President Trump, up to this point, as we know, has decided not to take military action up to this point. He recently said that the killing has stopped, the planned executions have been halted. Is it your belief that American intervention, specifically military intervention, is necessary for this current movement today to be successful?
As I said in my opening remarks, the Iranian people are defenseless on the streets, unarmed against a regime that is unleashing on them with military weapons, AK-47s, assault cars, trying to rip them apart. And these are the odds that are not fair for a nation that is trying to overcome a regime by means of protesting peacefully on the streets. So the only way you can equalize the playing field is to help them have a better chance by weakening the regime's apparatus of repression. And these are mostly paramilitary institutions such as the IRGC. IRGC has been the main instrument of the regime's repression at home and terror abroad. So clearly, any strike on those entities will facilitate our task, will prevent more loss of lives, and will weaken the regime to a point that resistance will be futile. And we will try to encourage the regime's top echelon to ultimately depart, and the rest of society will know the regime is now totally crumbling, and we are prepared to collect the rest of them that will then rally around the people and stand with them, and hopefully we can enter the phase of transition. This is pretty much the scenario I see unfolding, but right now the decision is in the process of being made. I'm not going to speculate where it is right now. I'm not going to go follow every headlines that the news says in any news cycle. There's a lot that is happening in this unfolding, and I'd rather not speculate. All I say is that if action happens, great. If it doesn't, we will still fight. The difference is it will be longer, costlier to us as a nation, more loss of life. And it's
So what he said there, right? Very, very important, right? There's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of rumors out there, but we're not going to speculate, right? And that's why Armin and I, we're not speculating. We're not focusing on like any rumors or anything, because we don't know what's going on. We are monitoring the news, but we're gonna wait and see. We're gonna wait and see.
The world does care about Iranian loss of life.
Strikes. How should the Revolutionary Guards be targeted?
Wait, sorry, I went back too far.
Instituting terror at home or terrorism abroad. And all ties, the targets are quite obvious. You're not going to hit a factory or a school or a hospital. Clearly, it's obvious what the targets should be. And the regime knows it. And that's exactly what those who have to decide how to decide what should be the legitimate targets will decide upon it. I think the Iranian people naturally say, the people who hurt us the most should be the first one to be targeted. And I think that it should be quite obvious what should be done, in my opinion.
CBS. CBS here. Newsmax.
Good morning, sir. President Trump, up to this point, as we know, has decided not to take military action up to this point. He recently said that the killing has stopped, the planned executions have been halted. Is it your belief that American intervention, specifically military intervention, is necessary for this current movement today to be successful?
As I said in my opening remarks, the Iranian people are defenseless on the streets, unarmed against a regime that is unleashing on them with military weapons, AK-47s, assault cars, trying to rip them apart. And these are the odds that are not fair for a nation that is trying to overcome a regime by means of protesting peacefully on the streets. So the only way you can equalize the playing field is to help them have a better chance by weakening the regime's apparatus of repression. And these are mostly paramilitary institutions such as the IRGC. The IRGC has been the main instrument of the regime's repression at home and terror abroad. So clearly, any strike on those entities will facilitate our task, will prevent more loss of lives, and will weaken the regime to a point that resistance will be futile. And we will try to encourage the regime's top echelon to ultimately depart, and the rest of society will know the regime is now totally crumbling, and we are prepared to collect the rest of them that will then rally around the people and stand with them, and hopefully we can enter the phase of transition. This is pretty much the scenario I see unfolding, but right now the decision is in the process of being made. I'm not going to speculate where it is right now. I'm not going to go follow every headlines that the news says in any news cycle. There's a lot that is happening in this unfolding, and I'd rather not speculate. All I say is that if action happens, great. If it doesn't, we will still fight. The difference is it will be longer, costlier to us as a nation, more loss of life. And if the world does care about Iranian loss of life, then they better act and equalize the playing field for us, so we'll have a better chance to succeed with less casualties and less deaths in the process.
This gentleman here.
Thank you. Robert Tate from The Guardian. Mr. Pahlavi, you have said that you have a detailed plan to lead the transition when the regime falls. Does that include establishing a constitutional monarchy on the basis of the one your father was head of? Or do you foresee yourself as merely a transitional or temporary figure? And if so, how would that differ from the vow of Ayatollah Khomeini in 1979, who said at the time of the revolution that he would simply be a transitional figure who would return to home and would retire from active politics only to set up a repressive theocracy? I mean, can you give a pledge that you would not be a second Ayatollah Khomeini?
I invite all of you after this press conference, and I have some of our experts available to you to explain all of this process in more details. One of the projects that I started a few years ago is called IPP, Iran Prosperity Project. This project is meant to address all of the issues, beginning with the first 100 days of how to manage the transition and stabilize the country. Short midterm range, anywhere between 6 months to 2 years of the rest of the normalization phase, and ultimately Iran's development down the line. Many documents have been generated with the help of legal experts, economists, and others to explain the chronology of events. But in relationship to your question, the way we have proposed the process to go is that the minute the regime collapses, the transitional government takes control. It works towards working in a process where we have its own judiciary branch, executive branch, legislative branch, and temporary parliament to oversee the elections of ultimately a national assembly by first allowing the Iranian people after about 4 months.
All right, as you see, they're listening in to the Iranian opposition leader as he's speaking on some of the protests in Iran and his plan for the future of the country. We're going to slide away for our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. Stay right here with us.
Okay, so guys, we've already played the entire press conference, but don't worry. We're going to replay the press conference for you guys. So don't worry, we're going to replay it all again because this was absolutely historic. And the statement today that he made in his press conference, he basically just declared that the Islamic Republic is illegitimate. It's an occupying force. And that Iran, we're going to take our country back. And I believe that this is setting the stage for what's about to happen. This is setting the stage for what's about to happen. And I'm going to go over that political analysis with you so that you guys can follow along with every single piece of the puzzle from the last week or so. Because those of you who have been joining Iran Revolution Live and tuning in, for from the beginning or for how long, you guys know that almost a week ago, I predicted this. Almost a week ago, I called this. I know 2CTV has the whole thing. We have the whole thing as well, guys. We have the whole thing as well. We were all live streaming it. We were live streaming from that. So, okay, guys. So, we are getting to the, wow, it's been 6 hours now that I've been streaming. So what we're going to do is I'm going to refresh the live stream, okay? Because after 7-8 hours, it starts getting glitchy. So I'm going to just so make sure wherever you're tuning in from that you're following us, whether it's on X or Rumble or of course YouTube. And yeah, I'll see you guys in like, I don't know, five minutes or so. We'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
غرق انقلاب است.
کشور ما، تاریخ ما در سیدگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش، ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پسر برخیز و باماش و هنگام تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ ها دم لباس میش ایران قرن انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران قرن انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ای کارگر ای برزگر راحت قانون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش خلقا به پا بحر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی تا زنده سازیم سنتهای می از من آلین و کیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم
نه خارجی نه بیگانه نه مستشارهای ویرانی نه گیر خاران نه کاسه لیسان فقط هم رزمان ایرانی ما با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش مردان بیایید داخل صف ما اکنون که آغاز رویاست دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش پرچم ما پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش ایران غرق انقلاب است به پیش به پیش به پیش
برگشتن پهلوی وحشت هر اجنبی بلند بگو هم شهری شاه رضا پهلوی نظام رسیده پرتگاه بلند بگو جاوید شاه برگشت شاه به میهن دوای درد وطن این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده داره میاد پهلوی زجه بزن صدایی راه نجات وطن پهلوی هموطن ایران میشه گلستان شاه که بیاد به ایران ایران که شاه نداره حساب کتاب نداره آخون باید گم بشه تو تانک فش فشه گم شو بیرون اجنبی